Good morning H to Scat Jam.
Squirtle, Squirtle, Squirtle.
All right. We got it. We made it. Some tech issues. We're here. Good morning. Welcome to the show, everybody. All right. Happy Friday. Make a couple posts here real quick and that should be all set. Okay. Come back after a day off and everything is broken. Holy heck, are we starting off today on the struggle bus? But we're here, we made it. I think everything's working. Sick. Thank you, Kalika, for the 28 months. Thank you, Contemplate, for 58. Good to see you, dude. Welcome to the show, everybody. Good to see you. Happy Friday. Hope everyone had a good Thursday. And I appreciate y'all popping in here today for some AC. We got a night stream tonight as well. We'll be doing some Adult Swim tonight as well. 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Clock above my head. Feel free to translate to your time zone. Come on by for some Adult Swim tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern. YouTube stream seems to be a go. Good morning, YouTube, as well. I do have this labeled as a cooking stream, but we won't start cooking for just a little bit, so you might have to find some timestamps to skip along the video. We're gonna hang out, play some AC first, and then we'll dive into some cooking. All right. Are we watching the Pokapia trailer? Sure, if you guys want to. We can go ahead and watch the trailer. I watched it on my day off. I did not save it, so I've already seen it. I can just share my thoughts. I'm pretty excited. All right. We'll jump into some games here, starting a little bit later than we intended.
Good morning, HGGFAMH Day Love 2H Day Love.
Yo,
2H.
Dweeby Gamer Mom K, 3 years Prime. Sick, dude.
You're the hero of
Good morning. I want to watch the ACNH update trailer again. You'll find it over on YouTube.
Finally, peace returns
My reaction to it.
Hyrule.
All right. The Pokapia trailer makes me want to know what happened to the humans. Yeah, it's interesting. The old post-apocalyptic shtick that's been beat into the ground over the past 5 years. If it works, it works. Don't question it, I guess. If it works, it works. Good morning. Thank you so much, Dweeby, for the 3 years. Appreciate you, dude. Hope you're doing well today. All right. Get some AC. We could chat over the AC this morning. Got some Scuffed Eats live test number 2 today. Gonna make ourselves some chili. Maybe some cornbread if I'm feeling it. But I forgot some ingredients. So we might not do any cornbread. I forgot all sorts of ingredients. It's truly Scuffed Eats today. So we'll see. We'll see what we can make happen. But we got the stuff for chili at least. Right. Start checking our mail again regularly. I was too lazy to check it on Wednesday. Yeah, I think the thing I'm most excited for with Pokepia is the same thing that I was most excited for when we first heard about the game, is that it's going to be on a real-time clock. And they haven't talked any more about it. And I'm worried that it's going to be trash as far as the real-time clock, unfortunately. So we'll have to see what happens. But yeah, that's like the thing I'm most excited for, and we'll have to see if they actually lean into the real-time clock and make it an Animal Crossing experience, or if it's just gonna be another throwaway real-time clock like DDV, where it's just like whatever. Log in every day and get a reward, like BS. So I really do hope they lean into the real-time clock. I hope that it's like it affects Pokemon spawns, it affects weather, it affects seasons, and I would really appreciate it if it maybe affected something else. But like obviously this is an Animal Crossing, so it's not like there's going to be Tom Nook's shop or anything like that. So I think the best thing they could do is have it affect Pokemon spawns, where there's night spawns and day spawns, and after 6 p.m. you can get night spawns in real life time, and before 6 p.m. is day spawns. That would probably be like the best thing they could do. We'll have to see what happens. But I don't know. I'm still on the fence about the game's longevity, but I'm still excited to play it. I'm very excited to play Pokepia, but I'm still on the fence if it's going to have staying power. I don't know if it's going to have the staying power that I would like. I can't tell yet. As soon as they revealed the surfing and the flying, and they revealed how big the map was, then I took a step back and said, whoa, this game could be massive. And if it is like a massive game, maybe it's procedurally generated like Minecraft, then like it could have some thick staying power. We'll have to see what they do. Yeah, even days of the week matter for the bug catching contest. That's what I would like. I would like the real-time clock to be a big part of the journey. That'd be pretty sick. All right, I'll be back. I'm gonna get some more coffee real quick. right. All right. Thank you, Brutal Bliss, for 15, dude. Good to see you, buddy. All right. Yeah, I drank all my coffee. It got cold dealing with the tech stuff. Oy. So thanks for your patience. I just wanted a fresh sip here. I didn't get that fresh hot sip that I wanted. Freaking tech stuff, dude. Yeah, there it is, baby. There it is, baby. There it is, baby. All right, we're back. We're back. We're gonna start island prepping here for Zelda items, which is a pretty big island overhaul that I have in mind, but with the way that I create, I don't exactly know how I'm gonna be doing it yet. It's gonna take a lot of work. We're gonna, unfortunately, doing this before the update and not being able to store my trees in the storage sucks.
TIF.
The realization I had that doing that, moving my forest around before the update feels stupid, but we're gonna try to make it happen anyways. Because I want to do some island design while we wait for the 15th of January. Yo, thank you, Sarah Nicole, for 28 months, homie, and enjoy your VIP badge. Appreciate you. I'm looking for my puddles. Is it D? Is D where my puddles are? No, but we do actually probably want our faded. We do probably want the faded bushes. So let's grab these while we're here. Excited for Wish Blossom Rants. Yeah, we'll be playing it on the 19th. We'll be playing on the 19th. We'll be here doing some DDV. It'll be fun. Happy Friday to everyone who's rolling in here. All right. Fix up some of our designs this morning. I kept staring at all my designs that were messed up on Wednesday's episode, but I had my gates open and everyone was hanging out and I couldn't fix all this stuff and I was so mad. The whole time we were hanging out, I just kept staring at all my designs that were outdated. And I was like, oh, I want to fix it so bad. So we'll fix it now. What up, Fruit? Good to see you today, buddy. What up, Toad? Good morning. Just a general good morning to everyone who's rolling in. I got a little bit disoriented here this morning, and I'm just gonna hit you all with a general good morning. Welcome to the show. Of course, you're always welcome to jump into the chat. Here now that we're settling in, if you would like to say hello. It was a good day off. I had a good day off. I was here Wednesday morning for a couple hours if you missed it. So we only took one day. But it was fun. It was a good day off. Just relaxed, just chilled, ate some good food. I'll take pictures of the made up, once I go and actually make the bed, I'll take pictures of the made up bed and stuff. I meant to do that this weekend, this day off, but I forgot. Now that I got my linen set and everything, which was pretty cool. Bum, 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 bum. Yo, good morning, Dad Baby. Good to see you, homie. Welcome to the show. Happy Friday. No Hat Hylian days are still a shock to me. I honestly just forgot to grab the hat, but if you guys want to know the truth why I don't do no hat days, it's because people always make a big deal out of it. I already want to go grab my hat. I was scrambling to get here this morning. I was almost an hour late because of tech stuff, so I literally just didn't grab my hat because I was scrambling to make sure that I was somewhat on time for y'all today. It was pretty bad. Simultaneously, all of my technology crumbled this morning. So I spent 45 minutes frustrated out of my mind trying to get everything to work. So as soon as everything started working, I was just like, I sat down and I pressed go live. Done. I wasn't even thinking about anything else. I just wanted to get going. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Is it Sam maybe that has my puddles? Where are my puddles at? Aha, found you. So we'll be doing late November, and it's going to be a little early. So they're not going to be perfect, but... Frick, I forget which one of these is the one that's actually I'm using and which one is just an accidental double. Until I figure it out, I can't delete either of them. Or I have to go around and repost all of the... So we'll fix that later. Yeah, dude, these puddles are probably like my favorite design in the whole game. There's ones to match every single grass tone. Like, look at almost how perfect that is. This is for late November though, and the grass slowly progresses. So like, give this like another week, and this puddle will perfectly match the grass until early December. It's so sick. It's so good, dude. Yo, what's up, Noko? Thank you for 40 months, man. I appreciate you, buddy. It's so good, dude. It's so good, man. I freaking love those custom designs. Will the Zelda items be accessible only through new villagers? They're only going to be accessible through amiibos, but you can always get them from your friends like us here in the community. So myself, as well as Treasure Islands, as well as other people in this community, will likely be offering them to people who don't have access to the amiibos. So like, I know the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to scan the amiibos for Splatoon, and I'm going to scan the amiibos for Zelda, and then I'm going to order 5 of every single item available and stack them in my island for people to start grabbing sets of. And we'll probably end up spending a couple days offering people to come grab a set of the Splatoon and the Zelda items from my island or from somebody else in the community's island, right? Because not everyone's going to have access to amiibos. So that's likely how we're going to do that. We did the same thing with Sanrio. We did the same exact thing with Sanrio as well. So we'll likely handle it that way. I know I will try to do my part and help. Obviously, I have a show to run, so I can't dedicate a ton of time to it. But between myself and the community in the Discord, as well as, again, Treasure Islands. But the problem with Treasure Islands is that they're all paywalled. So who knows? Some of the Treasure Islands might offer the Zelda items for free, but then you're going to be battling with 1,000 people to get them. Or you're going to have to sub to them to go to the island that's exclusive, and you're still going to be battling with a bunch of people to get them. So I'm hoping that between myself and the community, we can offer you a place to get them that don't involve the Treasure Islands. Not that Treasure Islands aren't a great service, but I think that it's going to be a nightmare, and you're going to have to dedicate a lot of time to get those. You're gonna have to spend a lot of time on Treasure Islands to get them, I almost certainly. Maybe I'm over exaggerating a little, but it'll be mad annoying for sure.
Hey, lurking from Lurk. 3.
It'll be mad annoying for sure. Yeah, there's Lego items you'll be able to buy in the shop. So the Lego items will be like the Mario items. And the Lego items are just going to be available in the in-game shop for purchase for anybody. So the Lego items are going to be more like the Mario items. And those are just going to be accessible to anybody. Is there a link to which amiibos unlock the villagers? If you go into my Discord and you go into our Animal Crossing channel, you will find a link as well pinned to the Animal Crossing section of my Discord. So I encourage anybody to, if you're a Discord user, to jump into my Discord and go grab that link. All right, you'll find it likely pinned to the Animal Crossing chat, and if it's not there, I'm sure we can get someone to post it in the Discord for you as well. But yes, the information is released, and there is going to be a set of about 15 to 20 amiibos for each set of items. So 15 or 20 that are going to spawn Zelda items, and then there's like 15 or 20 that are going to spawn Splatoon items. So it's like a huge pool of items. So I'm just disappointed that not all Nintendo themed villagers aren't returning. Yeah, it's pretty sad, but I certainly understand your disappointment. That's fair. Yeah, I wanted Wolf Link to come back. I wanted Epona to come back as well. I wasn't expecting it. How can you? It's Nintendo. Expectations just lead to disappointment. Like waking up on Christmas morning and finding out that your dad couldn't find Super Smash Bros. Melee for GameCube. You know, it's all right, Pops. I guess I'll take Crash Bandicoot Warped. Like that's even the same thing. No, I'm not speaking from experience. I'm just painting an example. Right, you know, whatever. Yeah, you're welcome to post that in the Discord, Gamer for Life. And to follow up on what Gamer for Life said, there is a lot of really accessible ways to make your own amiibos. All you need is a phone and like a $5 purchase off of Amazon. So and that goes to anybody. If anybody wants to post the secret sauce to how to make your own amiibos, feel free to post that in the Discord, because I'm sure some people would actually take advantage of that. I'm sure some people actually would. I can't remember how the camera works. It's been so long. I'm trying to figure out how the camera works. And I was using it without the guide. And I just like, I was struggling so much. A little bit of villager snap here to start our day. A little bit of villager snap to start our day, dude. I love some villager snap. I started this new thing about the start of this year, and I started calling it villager snap. And when I'm hanging out on my island, I pull out my camera and I start taking photos all the time now. All the time. Like specifically when my villagers are interacting with my island and they're just like hanging out and walking around, and I try to capture like really cool moments. Sometimes I'll like hide myself and I'll like get myself completely out of the photo, and then sometimes I'll actually like let myself be a part of it. A little bit of villager snap, dude. Yeah, sure. All right, we'll go ahead and we'll watch the extended Pokopia trailer here, since people are asking about it. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I watched it. I already watched it. I usually save stuff for stream, but I was out having breakfast and I couldn't resist. So right there in public, we just pulled out the phone and started watching the trailer. Now, I didn't see the original trailer drop, but I watched the extended here. We'll go ahead and we'll watch this. It's only 5 minutes, or it's 10 minutes. But since people are gonna ask, we could watch it and then we could direct people to the VOD who want to see my reaction. Because I definitely have thoughts to share about it. All right, we're gonna pause alerts for now. Thank you for Nelly for 3 months, by the way, Fern. Thank you again, Noko and Sarah Nicole. Appreciate you, Brutal Bliss, Dweeby Gamer, Kalika, and Contemplate. Oh no, I forgot to do something this morning because of all the tech stuff. I don't know if it's gonna work now. I guess I'm gonna try. Frick. Oh, I'm so mad. We'll see if this works. I don't know if it's gonna work now that I'm already live. Let's find out. Gosh darn it, dude. So I was gonna activate a promotion for the weekend. Twitch offers me setting up my own promotions now, in which I take some of it out of my own income. So now I can start a promotion on the channel, and I just did. I don't know if it's active. I don't know if it's not going to happen till tomorrow or later tonight now. But now we have 35% off any 5+ gift subs, and then it comes a little bit out of my pocket, and then it comes a little bit out of Twitch's pocket. So instead of it being only 35% off and then Twitch pays for it, I pay for part of it. So I am personally offering you a discount if you want to engage with my community. And then this way I have like more agency over my channel, and it's like super interesting. So this is the first time I wanted to try it, and I was going to activate it for this weekend. So hopefully it works. I don't know. I don't know if it's going to like require me to restart the stream, but all right, let's watch this and then we'll talk more about that. This is the new Pokemon Pokopia. I think that's it. Pokopia extended trailer. This just came out yesterday and I wasn't live to watch it, which sucked. It's active. Oh, that's cool. Sick. So like real quick, now in the future, we're supposed to be able to offer this potentially on other scales. So like maybe I could offer it to just straight up tier 1 subs. That's what I'm fighting for. That's what I want. Because gifteds is one thing, whatever, right? Scam. Let's just call it what it is. But offering people a discount on tier 1s, now that is super valuable. And they're not offering that to us yet because it's all in beta. But I think we're supposed to get that later. I think so. All right, anyways, let's watch this. Okay, it's live. Okay, sick. It is working. Sick. Very Dragon Quest builders. Very Dragon Quest builders. What's up, Necro? And like, look at, like they showed off, like right here, I think they're already showing off the different times of the day. And my hope, I'm going to go through this trailer as if I already watched it for the record. So if you're somebody out there who has not watched the trailer yet and you're annoyed by me pausing, here's the link. Come back and we can talk. All right. But I'm going to watch this as if I already watched it, and I'm going to react to it because I have already watched it technically. So I'm just going to like actually take this opportunity to talk and share my thoughts. And right out the gate, you'll notice that they show off these different weathers and stuff. So like I'm already getting a lot of hope that the real-time clock is hopefully going to matter. And then my comment about Dragon Quest Builders, it definitely has that energy. When I first saw this Tangrowth, I thought he was... When I first saw the Tangrowth, I thought he was shiny. I had to get corrected. I was like, is that a shiny? I really hope this game has shinies. If this game doesn't have shinies, I don't think it's going to have the longevity that a lot of people are looking for. That's my... If they don't have shinies, I don't think it's going to have the longevity that people are looking for. Now, keep in mind, I say that without knowing anything about the gameplay loop. But from what I saw, the gameplay loop looks like it's decorate, catch Pokemon. Decorate, catch Pokemon. Decorate, catch Pokemon. And like, that sounds fun for a couple months, but that doesn't sound like it has staying power. So I really hope that there's more. You'll see, Runic Dave. You haven't actually seen any gameplay yet. They show a little bit. I actually think this is super cute. I like what they did with this professor. Every Pokemon game needs a professor, and I really love what they did with this professor. I think this is cool.
Would you look at that? Ditto's found a rather unique-looking Tangrowth to chat with. Let's have a listen. Oh, I suppose you might not fully understand what they're saying. So how about I interpret? Ahem. Gadzooks! A human? Wait a moment. Are you a Ditto? Please call me Professor Tangrowth. It's been quite some time since I last laid eyes on a human or another Pokemon. This place was once home to many humans, but now it's, well, what you see. The grass and trees are withered and dry, and all those humans and Pokemon who once lived here, they're gone. But that was then. Things have changed. Out of nowhere, I met you. Hope springs anew. What do you say? Will you help me restore this land to the lively place it once was? That might make it possible to see a world overflowing with Pokemon again, just like the old days. Oh ho! Overflowing with Pokemon again.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I can't with this Ditto. I just can't with this Ditto, man. Like, I just can't, dude. Oh my gosh, man. This voice is a bit too cutesy. I think it's just for the trailer. Yeah, I don't even think the game's gonna have voice acting. Are you kidding? In a Pokemon game in 2025? Yeah, we wish. This is all just for the trailer, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I can't with this Ditto's design. So now, just to kind of recap what people said, or what they just said. So apparently, it's been a long time since Pokemon and people have coexisted, and it's been a long time since Pokemon have been around at all. So not only have people for some reason disappeared, so have Pokemon, which is an interesting pitch. Like right out the gate, they're going with the post-apocalyptic vibe that's like very popular nowadays. It's honestly overdone. You have to be more creative than everyone died or whatever. But whatever, I'll take it because it's like every game nowadays. So they're basically it's like the old trope with Amnesia. That was a big gaming trope. It still is. Oh, your character forgot everything up until this point, and you're just like, okay, all right, because it's such an easy way for them to tell a story. You see it all the time in Dungeons and Dragons. You see it all the time in gaming because it's just such an easy in, and then you could start your story from there, and nobody has to know what you were like in the past. So it's like, okay, but post-apocalyptic is just so dead to me. It's like, okay, because you want to create this world that we're rebuilding. The best way to do it is to pretend that everyone disappeared or something. And it's like, all right, which is why I actually like what Dinkum did, because Dinkum, even though this is not a proper reference, Dinkum had us move to the Australian outback, and then we started fresh in an area that no one had ever really lived in. That is what I think I would have preferred if it was just like, oh, we discovered these islands and no one lives here and we're going there. Now, obviously, I'm criticizing something that we don't even know the plot of yet. So maybe there's a reason for this. Maybe there's a reason for the plot or something like that, right? Like, and we're going to find out together. But for those that missed it, apparently people in Pokemon have not been around for a while, according to Tangrowth. At least where we are now in the game. Right?
Just like the old days. Oh ho! So you'll help? Wonderful! I feel quite inspired myself. A ray of hope has finally shone on the lonely Professor Tangrowth. And heartened by that warmth, Ditto and the Professor begin rebuilding the world anew.
What's up, Raiders? Hey.
Create habitats and meet Pokemon. Creating habitats will attract Pokemon.
So this is what I said, decorating.
Different Pokemon
What? Didn't I turn off alerts?
to different habitats.
What the heck?
If you want to make lots of friends, you'll need to create habitats that suit each Pokemon's individual preferences.
So I just want to note, like, take a look at this. So I have a comment about the size. Now, I hope that some of the decorations are like big, like, take a look at the grid that appears when she puts this here.
Habitats.
You see that? You see the outline? My hope is that there's massive outlines. My hope is that there's mountains. Like, you have to create a whole landscape mountain scene to spawn specific Pokemon. The higher level Pokemon, maybe stuff that's already evolved if they don't have evolution in the game, or like the Charizards, the Tyrannitors. So like, this is cute. Okay, you create a little 2x5 space and you spawn a Charmander in. Cool. I want to see big decoration spaces. Now, we already know the game is big because later in the trailer, they show traveling, and we're going to get to that. I'm not saying that I need the game to be big itself, even though they've already confirmed that. I'm saying the decoration. So hear me out. I see that comment from Famed Guardian. I'm talking about the decoration itself. Like, again, look at this grid. So they're showing us that if you decorate within this grid, this is now you can spawn a specific Pokemon within this grid. And what I'm saying is I would like that if you had to create huge spaces that are really intricate and call for a lot of a certain type of item to spawn in a Pokemon. Like, let me give you an example. What if you had to create a space that had 75 rock items and 75 dirt items? So in that case, you needed a pretty sizable space. And that's how you spawned in Drillbur, right? Like, I want it to actually have substance, because if they're going to make the game about decorating, it has to have substance. Otherwise, it's literally just going to be decorating, catching Pokemon. It's going to die fast. I don't know about y'all, and not everyone here might agree with this, which is okay. But video games where the end goal is just decorating has really started to wane on me as far as enjoyment. The best example I have for you is Palia. When I quit Palia, there wasn't plushie hunting. They were limiting the only thing in the game that I wanted to do outside of decorating to nights or whatever. And the game was basically just a decoration simulation with a bunch of steps to get to that point. And I'm kind of burnt out of end game decorating. I want games to have more than decorating as the end game. But now I say, Palia has a lot more going on now. So, I know that. But my point is when I stepped away from Palia, there was like nothing but decorating. And I was like, I'm good on this, dude. I don't want to play games where all it is decorating. Because I have Animal Crossing, man. Animal Crossing is my end game decorating game. That's what New Horizons is. The whole game is decorating. So it's like I don't have a lot of room in my diet for more than one decoration game. So I really hope that Pokemon Pia here is more than decorating, because like otherwise I think it's going to die off after a couple months. And I think shiny hunting, I think massive scale decorating projects could be two factors to make it feel good. But now they have showed some other stuff off in this trailer. Let's keep watching.
If you want to make lots of friends, you'll need to create habitats that suit each Pokemon's individual preferences. What happens if you place a fishing rod and a chair by the seashore? Look, a Magikarp.
Cute. Oh, sorry.
Pokemon with big personalities will appear in the diverse habitats you create. I wonder if a Pokemon is rustling around in there. Surely it's only trash. Ah!
Cute. It's a Trubbish behind my big head.
Learn moves from Pokemon. Your new Pokemon friends may teach you their signature moves, like Squirtle's water gun. It can revitalize dried up things. Use the moves you learn to refresh the land. Clear paths.
I thought that was so cool. I love that there's like a punching rocks ability. There's a tilling ability. Now, keep in mind, they said a Pokemon may give you abilities. So not every Pokemon that you save or that you spawn is going to give you an ability, which makes sense. But it seems like some of them will. So you might be spending your time throughout the early game spawning Pokemon in, and then sometimes you're going to get a surprise. The Pokemon that give you abilities might be harder to get, right? Like that might be a part of the story progression. Like, all right, we need the ability to farm, so we need you to go figure out how to get that, and then you have to go discover the Pokemon that gives you that ability. So that's kind of neat.
To refresh the land, clear paths, till fields, grow vegetables, and more. Expanding the places
That's cool. The Scyther scythe was sick.
you can visit and what you can achieve. Certain Pokemon can
Now, this is when I went from being like, yo, I'm pretty excited about this, to being like, this game might actually be way bigger than we realize. And I'm wondering if they're going the Minecraft procedural generation route. They could be.
also teach you special moves. For example, you can transform into Lapras. While Ditto might not start out as the best swimmer, this transformation makes traveling to distant islands
So they said, while Ditto doesn't start off as the best swimmer, which means they're going to be limiting how far you can go from the main island. I just caught that. So no, I don't think it's going to be like Minecraft. I think there's a set world, and they're going to limit how far you can go into the world over time. They just said there's going to be progress blockers. That's good. That's a good sign for if you don't like procedural generation.
start out as the best swimmer. This transformation makes traveling to distant islands a breeze. By transforming
And look at, there's a
into
flying
Dragonite,
ability. Look,
you can reach far-off places in no time.
dude, look at that. So
Far-off places in no time.
definitely Minecraft vibes here when you see the character flying over the world. And it makes you wonder, like, how big is this world really gonna be? Like, this actually could be a super sick game. So derpy.
I'd wager we can make this place a lot greener if you use your water gun on the dry, tall grass. Ah! I haven't withered away yet, you know.
Cute.
Craft fun things. You can craft at a workbench using the materials you've collected. Take a few leaves and, ta-da, a straw bed.
I didn't need more games with crafting in my life,
From
but whatever.
furniture and
I'll take it.
toys to streetlights and roads, you can use the items you craft to build a beautiful town.
So there seems like there's some depth with the decorating. I had somebody mention to me that the game felt a little bit play school so far, and that the decoration items didn't have a lot of detail or substance. And I think there's some truth to that. I think there is an underlying worry that the game's going to be so targeted for a younger generation that they're not taking into consideration the like very adult Animal Crossers that would like to also play this game and decorate. But this scene right here did give me faith that there could be a pretty robust decoration system with a pretty robust amount of furniture and items for us to interact with. This looks pretty promising so far. I like to note the bushes and the little signpost here. And if you go to the other side of the screen above chat, I'd like to note the other signpost here. So like there could be some substance here. I like the fountain as well. But I'm a little worried, like it could be a little too simple. And again, what that means is staying power. I'm obviously going to love the game and enjoy it. The thing I'm mostly worried about is the game going to be good for like an extended amount of time past the honeymoon phase, because it's a new Pokemon game that kind of feels like Animal Crossing, and I love that, right? So I'm obviously going to love the game, but we're not sure for how long yet.
Or make Pokemon more comfortable as you transform your...
This little hay bed and the Pokemon sleeping on the hay bed made me think of Pal World, actually. Of all things, that made me think of Pal World. Yo, thank you for the lurk. Thank you again for the raid, Alto Girl, and welcome in, Raiders. Hope y'all are feeling good. Yeah, this made me think of Pal World, actually. And for a split second, I thought to myself, what if you can put your Pokemon to work? What if they haven't shown that yet. What if we can put the Pokemon to work? If we can put the Pokemon to work, this is straight Pal World vibes all day. I'm wondering if we're going to be able to do that. It would make sense if we could have the Pokemon tend to farms, collect fruit, collect materials. That like would make sense, right?
space into a vibrant place to live.
Oh ho! You made some toy blocks. I haven't the foggiest idea how to use them properly.
Grant Pokemon's requests. Pokemon can have unique requests for you.
So this gives me a lot of hope. It did show Pokemon watering and stuff. But I guess I'm talking about two different things, and they're going to show, I think, what we're going to talk about that in just a second. So this gives me a lot of hope because, okay, right? Like, okay, so you bring Pokemon to your world, right? And then they say, hey, I have a request. This is cool. This, again, it's more than just decorating spawning Pokemon. It's decorating spawning Pokemon, getting upgrades, doing requests, decorating spawning Pokemon. So you see, as we watch this trailer, the gameplay loop is slowly revealing itself and it's getting more depth. And that's what I want. I want more depth. I don't want it to just be decorate. I'm hoping that there's like cool stuff that they're not fully showing us, right? So I think this is really interesting.
Oh, looks like Squirtle wants to go somewhere.
Like, this is cute, right?
It's
Like,
up
look
to
at
you
this.
to find a way to lead them where they want to go.
Like, what a cute
You
little
may
mini
also
request,
find
right?
Pokemon who need your help stuck in harsh, desolate areas. And you'll need to work together with other Pokemon to complete particularly important requests.
Do I have a request? It would warm this old heart to see humans and Pokemon living happily together once more. Are you listening?
Now, that comment has me wondering if there will be humans in the game. And maybe this game is more robust than we thought. And that, like, maybe way endgame. And now I'm just starting to go, like, off right? Like, who knows? I'm just kind of throwing theories out there. But what if, like, way endgame, like, human villagers are an option, and you can have, like, people roaming your cities, living and coexisting with the Pokemon? Right? So instead of it just being cities for Pokemon, towns for Pokemons, spaces for Pokemon, what if you start pulling people here too, which would be really sick?
Work together with Pokemon.
Well, Gil, they're all gone. We don't know. At the beginning of the trailer, they said that people and Pokemon haven't existed in a long time. We don't know if they're dead. We don't know if this is just an isolated area and people aren't here. We don't know, and they're keeping that a mystery on purpose. All we know is the words, people and Pokemon haven't existed in a long time, and Tangrowth is seeing their first human, but actually Pokemon, in a long time. So they're going with this kind of pitch of like, we don't know what's going on.
Your Pokemon friends will help you rebuild.
So now this goes to the comment about having Pokemon help you. Now this is sick because you're going to be able to have Pokemon following you around and you're going to be able to issue them orders. Now this is a little different than what I was saying because Pal World allows you to give a Pokemon a specific job and they do that job permanently. I don't know if this is the same system, so hear me out. I didn't interpret this as that. I interpreted what we're about to see as you can have certain Pokemon follow you around, and then you could say, hey, do this one single task for me. And then they do that task, and then they're done. So less automation and more, do this one thing for me. And you'll see that.
Your Pokemon friends will help you rebuild your world. They can light campfires, water plants, help crops grow, get light shining.
Yo,
and
good morning.
So much
Welcome in here.
more. If you work together with several Pokemon, you can even build grand houses.
The Pikachu fountain is complete! Although, upon closer inspection, this Pikachu
That's cute, right? The surfing Pikachu, but it's a Ditto.
has a rather curious expression.
So many ways to play.
Now we get to some juicy stuff.
Snap a photo of your new renovations. Say cheese. You can capture your memories and add them to your album. Then
First off, take a look at that. What did they just confirm? Look.
you can capture your memories and add them to your album.
So while I was watching the trailer on my day off, I cheated. I usually save stuff for y'all, but I cheated. I said to myself, I hope this is like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon and we figure out how to evolve our Pokemon. Now there's two things happening here. You're either going to be able to evolve Pokemon or there's going to be pre-evolved Pokemon in the world to bring home. So it's either going to be you're able to evolve the Pokemon that you collect over time. So you collect a Charmander and then you can eventually evolve them. Or as you progress through the world, you're going to find zones that have fully evolved Pokemon already there. And you're going to be able to say, okay, I want to bring that Charizard home. I think both are good options because first off, some people don't like evolutions. So like if you bring home a Charmander at the beginning of the game, you wouldn't necessarily, not everyone would like if that Charmander gets massive and is in the way and is a Charizard. So I think what's going to happen is that you're going to be able to get pre-evolved Pokemon in the world. And they're going to let you keep your regular Pokemon that you got. And I think this is a super important part of this game because evolution is really special. And I think that it would be kind of lame if you couldn't evolve, or at least if you didn't have access to fully evolved Pokemon. Or second tier, like I like Charmeleon, I like Wartortle. So I wonder how it's going to work. And this is, again, this is a big part of the conversation because have you guys noticed something? There's never been a repeat of a Pokemon in any scene. So I've already personally sussed out that you're never going to get more than one Pokemon early game, in my opinion. You're going to find one Bulbasaur, one Squirtle, one Charmander. And I don't like this because it makes me feel like shinies might not be in the game unless they're endgame, which would make sense if they're endgame. And also it does feel limited because at that point you can only have one Squirtle. And like, so if you evolve them, is that it? So that makes me again say, I think that the pre-evolve makes more sense. So I think it's going to be that you can find these fully evolved Pokemon in the world and that your Pokemon don't evolve. But then the conversation still comes up. Are they going to give us shinies? Obviously, this game is not going to be made for a shiny hunter. This game is for Animal Crossers that also like Pokemon. But I don't think that means that shinies shouldn't be here. I think shinies make so much sense for a game like this. But I also think shinies make sense for every Pokemon game. So like, I don't know, man. I'm a little torn on it. And I really hope, I'm just going to say, I am hoping that we get shiny Pokemon in this game. It is my biggest request. It is my biggest request that there's something we can do to have the shiny variations of Pokemon in our world. Whether it's super endgame cosmetic unlocks, maybe endgame there's a catching mechanic. So it's like, I don't know, man, but I really hope. So I just wanted to point this out. Fully evolved Pokemon is really cool. It also makes you wonder, what's the size of this game's Pokedex gonna be? It can't just be like 150. I mean, it can. They made ZA work with only 230. But like, this game would be really cool if there was like a couple hundred Pokemon. Like 200 plus at least.
Then change up your look.
Character customization. So for anybody who was worried about this, character customization, and then a big bomb's about to drop, multiplayer.
Then change up your look.
So pretty good options for customization.
And don't forget.
And then here's our first look at interior design. And we can only hope that a lot of this stuff will also be accessible and usable outside. Because Animal Crossing has teased us. We want to be able to put beds and stuff outside. That's just where we're at as decorators. But this is a super cool first look at what maybe some of the interior design might look like. And it's like not bad, right?
Decorate your room.
Like it's not too bad, right?
With multiplayer, up to 4 friends.
And then the bomb drops. Oh, Slumber Islands, Dinkum, Pokemon? 4-player multiplayer decorating and island building? Say what?
Can join in the fun. So why not build a delightful life together with your closest friends?
Yeah.
Game share is also supported.
Yeah, multiplayer
so you can share the game
is
with
a
someone
game
who doesn't
changer.
own it.
Up to 4 players can play together and decorate together. That's pretty massive, dude. And then obviously game share. So if you buy the game and then you have your daughter or son or whatever has a Switch 1, you can game share down to a Switch 1 and they can play with you. Game share is a really big deal, but it always feels like I've never gotten a good review from game share. Anybody that's used game share has always said it's pretty laggy, so I don't ever talk about it too much. But for the record, it does have full game share capabilities, which is pretty nice for the price tag.
Or Nintendo Switch 2 systems.
Oh, you've changed up your look. Now, why does seeing you like this make my eyes a bit misty?
I think that's Misty's pose or something. Is this a joke about Misty? Anyways.
Whether solo or with friends, you're free to do whatever you want.
Community farming. And look at this. Look how big the farm is. Dude, this made me cry, dude. I think I'm going to be able to make mega farms. I think I'm going to be able to make mega farms in this game, dude. We're going to be rocking that farming sim hat. We're going to be mega farming, dude.
From granting Pokemon requests
They showed Tyrogue.
to building the town of your dreams. Set out on an adventure to create a flourishing...
Cute. They're revealing more Pokemon. Right? Espeon. So the Pokedex, I hope the Pokedex is pretty big. Litwick, Gardevoir,
world where Pokemon live in
Goodra.
peace and comfort.
Now, there's something that I wanted to call out real quick that I didn't. Did y'all notice that we talked to the Pokemon? I think that this is cool because this is the most Animal Crossing Pokemon game out at that point outside of like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I think that's really cool. I think it's neat that we're actually going to be able to, for like one of the first times ever in Pokemon history, get to be one-on-one, ground level, talking and interacting with Pokemon in an Animal Crossing style experience, something that a lot of us have wanted for a long time. The amount of times in this community that we theory crafted an Animal Crossing game just like this, but Pokemon focused. We talked about this. Or Pokemon villagers joining this game, right? We talked about this. Imagine having Eevee on your island and you could say hello to her every day. Welcome to Pokopia. That's it. Like, this is that game. Like, I didn't really all the way digest it until I was like, wait a second, you're going to be able to potentially log in every day and say good morning to your favorite Pokemon. Maybe they'll have good dialogue, right? Like, what if the dialogue is actually dope? What if like the interactions are actually interesting? I don't know, but I think like this could be really cool. And again, my only worry is that they're not going to go terribly hard with that stuff because the target audience for the game might make them get lazy with the depth. And the interactions with Pokemon might just be, hey! And like they might not give us that Animal Crossing depth that I'm looking for. And like, I'm not going into this with any expectations, but I do hope that the game considers the adult Animal Crossing gamers.
What else is waiting for you?
So I've heard Pokopia and I've heard Pokopia.
Pokemon Pokopia.
There it is. She said it. She said it. It's right there.
Pokemon Pokopia.
She said Pokopia. Oh, there it is. All right, and then this is the post trailer video that played that reveals new variations of Pokemon. Now, we already saw a new variation of Tangrowth, the Professor Tangrowth. But this also gives me a lot of hope because, wow, I never thought about them revealing new variations of Pokemon specifically for this game. And that's kind of cool because if you don't know, sometimes they'll take these variations and they'll bring them into the other Pokemon games. There's been Pokemon that originated in Pokemon Go that are now in mainline Pokemon games. So there's actually a chance, that's it, that in the future, the two Pokemon you're about to see could end up as real mainline Pokemon that you could be playing with in the future, which could be super cool, like actually. So it's like Ghost Pikachu is what people are theorizing. Or one of my theories is from this game I played called Flower, where it's not Ghost Pikachu, it's drained Pikachu. And for some reason, all the life or color has been drained from this world, and Pikachu was affected, which is why it couldn't use its electricity. So some people are thinking Ghost. I'm thinking like drained Pikachu, and they're going to put their own spin on it where it's not necessarily a ghost, because Ghost is the obvious one. So I wanted to do my own prediction. And I think like maybe some sort of like, because if you think about it, the whole world is like deteriorating. So like a drain from the life force, something like that, right? I don't know. And then they reveal Mosslax. Which is pretty cool. Which is pretty cool. So yeah, there's your trailer. And like I said, I did watch it myself, but there's my thoughts, and that's what you would have gotten from my reaction. Is except for, you know, maybe some excitement for seeing some stuff for the first time, but regardless, it looks pretty cool. Yes, it's only going to be a Switch 2 game. Yeah. Looks pretty cool, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what the fans think, and we'll see what our community thinks. I know I'm excited to play it. Like I said, I'm a little bit nervous about the staying power, because that matters to me, right? I don't go into a game with like expectations. I'm okay with the game only being fun for a month or two. That's fine. Games can just be fun for a month or two. But I think the potential of that game is that it could be like a lifer game. If they do that game right, it could be the kind of game that you play alongside Animal Crossing like daily or throughout, like for years to come. You know what I mean? Like it really could be that game. An exercise book. All right, let's get our alerts going again. Thank you for your patience alerts. Thank you, Mick Britches, for 5 months. Thank you, Gunblade Lad, for 78.
Good afternoon, folks.
Thank you,
Pokemon
Gunblade, for 100
Crossing
biddies.
sounds
And thank you, Exhaustion, for 8 months as well. I didn't see that I didn't see the Metroid trailer. I didn't realize there was. When did they release that? All right, we have the fishing dude here. Maybe we can get ourselves a fishing model. So yeah, not too bad. 10-minute extended trailer gives us a pretty good look at the world. I can safely say that I'm more excited for Pokopia than I was before that. I can definitely say that.
If it's drained Pikachu, would it be Leakychu?
Thank you, Sam Squatch, for 14, dude. Smurfscapes. I think that the potential's there. I think the potential's there for a Pokemon game with all the Pokemon in it. Sure. I think the potential's there. Yo, thank you, Cynical Cow, for 28. They also dropped a variant of Smurguru. There's also a Smurguru variant? What? Twitch sends notifications that you got a hype train on mobile so people can participate if they aren't watching. That's mega cringe, actually. I'm not gonna lie. What? So if you're not watching my stream, it'll be like, yo, come watch Hylian, he's hype training. What the frick, dude? Man, that's kind of weird, dude. Yo, what's up, Didius Maximus? Yeah, do you have to be lurking? Maybe that's different. Maybe if you're lurking, that's different. I don't know. I kind of like that. I'm not a big fan of it. I got that notification too. Yeah, I wonder if that hits people that aren't watching. That's weird for me. Not lurking. I've got notifications from streams I don't even follow. Wow. The reason why I don't like that, and I won't go too far into this, is because what it does is it makes notifications less powerful. I've talked about this. That's the problem, right? Because here's the thing. If you keep getting notifications from stuff that you don't care about, then the next time you get a notification that matters, you're not going to care about it. And as a creator, that's the worst thing ever. Why do you think I don't do @everythings in my Discord or @here's? Right? It's like, I want my notifications to matter. I want when you see my name to pop up for it to be something exciting that you want to click on, not some random hype train that's going to pretty much get you to turn off your notifications entirely, most likely, right? Like, yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. I do understand if you do like it as a viewer, though. That's cool. That's nice. That's nice to know that some people might like it. Okay, cool, Didius. I just did a PO box check recently. We'll try to get one here going soon. I think that would be a game that would put me back into Pokemon if they did it correctly. I love Pokemon, but my love for the games have gone down through the years. I miss 2D games. That's fair, yeah. Not everyone's into the modern stuff, you know? Stuff is always going to change over time. It's like your favorite musical artist deciding that they want to make different genre music. What do? You hope that maybe one day they put an album out that speaks to their original fans, but you move on and you go find new music to listen to and you go back and listen to their old stuff. And that's what Pokemon is doing, man. Pokemon has decided that they are making games differently and new for different people and different gamers. And, you know, some people are going to fall off in that process and some people aren't going to come back and some people are going to move on. You know, it's like that's just kind of how that goes. Sometimes your favorite content can't always stay consistently the same. It's gonna change, right? Like, look at Zelda and Breath of the Wild. You want to know how many Zelda fans don't like Breath of the Wild and that are so disappointed with Breath of the Wild's design? A lot. Like, OG Zelda fans actually don't necessarily like Breath of the Wild. A huge chunk of original Zelda fans are not on board with those games. They want original formula. So it gives you like, it gives you a perspective that this happens to every game, every genre, every movie, every television show, every form of media. Eventually, it's not going to be designed for you, the person who tried it out 10 years ago. It's going to evolve. It's going to change. And like, you have to either be on board with the change and have an open mind, or you have to move on and go enjoy something else. Or you could always go back and enjoy the classics. Go back in time and play an oldie. I just played Pokemon Gold for the first time in about 10 years. Original Gold, and I had a blast playing it, right? Yo, thank you, Sam Squatch, for the tier 2, by the way. I didn't even notice. Wait, did you just upgrade to tier 2? What the frick? What? And thank you, Epic Mimikyu, for the 58 months, dude. Good to see you, Epic. Also, Lily Tazi, that package never showed up, dude. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah. That package never showed up to my P.O. box, so it either got lost, got sent back to you. Something had to have happened. I'm sorry about that. I'm looking at emulators for my son and realizing I miss the old style games. Yo, appreciate you, Epic Mimikyu. Thank you, Dynamic Type, for 6 months, dude. Thank you for 14, man. Appreciate you. 6 months in a row. or 6 months total, or in advance, I think. Thank you. I've got hype train notifications from people I've never even been in their streams. Yeah, that's a little weird, right? Like, that's a little bit much. That's okay though, man. It's as a creator, like, it's okay to overthink things, because I think trying to create the best experience I can is like what I'm always gonna do. But I can't control everything, and you know, like that's why I don't use Twitch stories, because Twitch stories are an automatic opt-in, and you manually have to opt out, and they give out notifications just like my Twitch stream. And I always hated the idea of a story going out when I wasn't live, and then you guys thinking I was live and clicking on it, and then it was just a notification. So it's like it is kind of cringe, just a little bit. Just so, like, let me give you an example of something I used to follow, and then I'll move on. But I haven't looked at this stat in a long time, and this is a stat that I think as a creator is super powerful. All right, let me show you really quick. So this is a stat that I used to pay attention to a lot as a creator, and it's your notification. Look at this. So the percentage of your followers that have notifications turned on. I tried my hardest to keep this number at 50% for almost my whole stream journey. And slowly but surely it went down to 45, and then it stayed at about 45% for most of my stream journey. Guess what? Until stories. As soon as they released stories and started annoying everybody with notifications, I dropped down to a 37% notifications on per my followers. I lost 8 total percent of 33,000 followers because of the story stuff that I had no control over. So, like, think about that for a second. That's brutal, dude. That's 8% less people that follow me that are now gonna know when I go live. And this is why I don't like the over notification stuff. This is the stat that I was focusing on for like a long time. Right? It's like, it's brutal. It's brutal. And Twitch is they're just trying to oversaturate. Their goal is to just try to always be in people's minds. They're just throwing notifications left and right because they just want people on their app, and they always want you on their app. But they're not thinking about the creators themselves and like what we want. They're not giving us enough agency over our content and letting me say, like, what if I don't want that? So instead I just opted not to use stories. You know what I mean? And that's why you never saw me really use stories before. Because I was just like, yeah, I'm just not going to use stories, right? What's up, Dragon Librarian? Unfortunately, that makes a lot of sense because I shut off stuff, so many people's notifications because of story spams. Yeah, exactly. Except the one time for the AC announcement. Well, yeah, I've used stories about 5 times, right? Mostly jokingly, but the point is I don't use them regularly because I think they're annoying, you know? It always turns yours off by itself, also unfollowed by itself. Yeah, that's a thing that's been happening on Twitch for a long time. It just randomly unfollows people. Yeah, it's so goofy. Oh man, so how long is this Metroid trailer, man? Because I'm not necessarily against watching that as well.
My youngest son loves watching your old streams on. He's so picky about who he watches and watches you almost every morning during breakfast. Just wanted to show a little love. Smiling face emoji. Faith 22 love.
Oh, that was so cool. Thank you, Growing Faith, for the 100 biddies. And I appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much, dude. That's cool. I'm glad the Buddham enjoys the show. Let him know I said thank you. You can, if you want to, let them know that I said directly to them, thank you so much for enjoying my show. And I hope they're doing well. Thank you, man. That's cool. All right, sick. Metroid trailer. Let's watch it. Let's watch the Metroid trailer. We're just here to hang out for a little bit, and then we're gonna go cook some food. I don't need to see more of this game though. I'm already gonna buy it. I'm usually not like, I don't care too much. I'm already gonna buy this game. You know what I mean? Like, that's like the thing. It's like I don't need to see more of the game. I'm already on board, dude. I love Metroid Prime, so it's like whatever. There's nothing more that they can tell me here that's gonna make me more excited. But maybe I'm wrong.
Mysterious planet in this first-person adventure. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. When the Galactic Federation UTO Research Center is attacked by arch-rival Silex, the lone hunter Samus Aran answers their distress call and becomes entangled in an unexpected disaster.
I always thought it was Aram for some reason.
She awakens on an unknown planet called Vuros. Now, she must fight to survive the planet and find a way home.
Interesting take for a Metroid game. We're waking up on a strange planet and we're trying to figure out how to get home. That's kind of interesting, actually.
As Samus, you will explore lush jungles full of plant life.
Oh, this game looks gorgeous.
With thunderous storms. A research lab frozen in ice.
Sick.
And a facility nestled in a volcano, all of which contain remnants of a civilization long extinct.
Post-apocalyptic. Always, dude. I told you. What did I just say?
And intricately detailed. And ferocious beasts will stand in your way. The key to exploration is the scan visor, which you'll use to gather information from the environment.
I love scanning stuff, man.
Why did this planet's civilization crumble? And what have they left behind? Could there be a clue to your escape? Scan various objects to collect and analyze information to find a way forward. Your core abilities include Samus's Power Beam,
of course,
can shoot rapid fire or charged.
Or
highly
charged.
accurate target tracking missiles. The ability to jump.
The ability to jump.
Morph ball.
What? That was a little weird.
And dash it while locked on a target.
Okay, so classic Metroid
During your
Prime.
adventure, you will also receive mysterious powers passed down on Vuros.
Sick.
Psychic abilities. Direct the
Force
control
powers.
beam's trajectory with the power of your mind.
Okay, that's kind of cool, actually. That's like, it's like Nikita missiles in
the psychic glove to manipulate
MGS.
energy and activate machinery.
So like Ultra Hand puzzle solving
Harnessing
stuff.
these abilities, you can access new areas, greatly expanding the explorable world.
Some Ultra Hand Zelda puzzle stuff going on here. It's kind of neat. This is going to be fun, man.
The various zones are connected by a central desert called Soul Valley.
Okay, here we go. So this is the open world
By
stuff.
obtaining Biola, a machine left behind by an ancient civilization, you can freely traverse the roadless desert as you head for each zone. Certain actions can be taken while riding Viola. These include countering attacks from approaching enemies and smashing crystals at high speed to convert them into the energy you'll need on your adventure. Plus, if Samus is in a location where she can ride Viola, it can be summoned instantly.
Okay, that's kind of, I like
And by
that.
dismounting, you'll return to a first-person perspective to continue exploring.
That's cool. They did a good job with the bike. That's cool.
Like Samus, some Galactic Federation troopers were also transported to Vuros.
Wow, other humans. We don't get that often
Follow distress
in Samus
signals to
in
help the troopers
Metroid games.
and occasionally battle alongside them. They can even provide useful upgrades.
Yeah, they don't do this too often.
If any of you hope to escape the planet alive.
Interesting. They don't do like other people with you too often at all. That's pretty cool. Like, if ever at all, ever. Like, that's not a thing they do. Metroid is always about being alone. And then isolation's a part of the experience, so it's pretty weird. Like, in a good weird, though. It's a good weird, but it's not something I expect.
I had no interest in anyone but my family. Now it's a little different.
When we get home, I hope we can keep the band together.
I can't wait to see my family. When I get back home, I'll be taking a much-needed leave.
Ooh, motorcycle boss fights. Moldugas.
Unknown destiny await on planet Vuros. Samus and her allies' fight to survive is about to begin. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond.
Interesting.
Available December 4th, only on the Nintendo Switch 2.
All right, it's not too bad. What's up, Cheesy Buschetti?
Pre-orders are available now on Nintendo eShop. The footage shown was from the Nintendo Switch 2 edition of the game. You can use mouse controls for intuitive gameplay on Switch 2. Simply adjust how you hold the Joy-Con 2 controllers to seamlessly swap between standard and mouse controls as you play.
Mouse controls actually might be pretty cool for this game if you have the setup.
Explore the immersive world in 4K at 60 frames per second, or enjoy smoother action in full HD at 120 frames per second.
Now that is pretty cool. This is the first 120 FPS game I think we got on the Switch 2. I think this is it. And that's only handheld. Handheld can go up to 120. This is probably the first one I think that we're getting. So it's pretty cool. We're going to be able to see kind of what our devices really are capable of doing and why we spent the amount of money that we spent. So handheld gamers are eating good. And then again, my camera's covering it, but you can plug into your dock at 4K 60 FPS, HDR, or you can do, 1080p 60. The dock is only 60. Now, there is a performance mode and a quality mode. So for the record, performance mode handheld is only 720, 120 FPS. So while you're still getting your 120 FPS, you're actually going down to 720. And for those of you that care about that, maybe that's a little bit cringe. That is a little cringe, but 120 FPS might make up for it. And then the quality mode for handheld is 1080 at 60 FPS. So it's real interesting how they did this. So you're only getting your 120 FPS at 720. Otherwise, you're getting 60 at 1080. So it's not as much of a game changer as I think some people are going to want. There's a lot of people that are not going to like the resolution sacrifice. And I think some people will. So now, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but maybe it is going to be 120 FPS on dock. I think I just misunderstood. Yeah, so never mind. I think if you're docked and you're on a TV that can handle 120 hertz, you might have 120 FPS docked. Now that I'm reading this correctly, right? Because look, it goes quality mode, performance mode, and then under it is the handheld specs. You see that? So I misunderstood. So there is 120 FPS 1080p docked, that's nice for those that have the setup for it. That's nice, right? At 1080p, or you can do 4K 60 FPS dock. That's what I'll be playing on. And my stream is 1080 anyways. Interesting. So that's cool. That's pretty cool.
Second. Choose from these two modes, both of which support HDR, based on your preference and play style. The Nintendo Switch 2 edition of the game can be played on Switch 2. Please be sure to purchase the game edition that matches your system. Plus, Nintendo Switch 2 players who have Metroid Prime 4 Beyond on Nintendo Switch can upgrade to the Nintendo Switch 2 edition by purchasing the upgrade pack.
Yeah, we already know about all this stuff. This guy thinks he's freaking Solid Snake by purchasing the upgrade pack. And then here's our amiibos. Yeah, whatever. Get your amiibos out of here, Nintendo. Get your amiibos out of here, Nintendo. Get your amiibos out of here. We know there's an amiibo for everything. I'm sure they've made me into an amiibo by now. I'm out there somewhere. Let me get it. There's amiibos out there somewhere. I'm sure of it. The face statue nod. Yeah, there it is. All right. Now, we do have some cooking today. We're going to be doing Scuffed Eats live test number 2. And then we also have Adult Swim tonight. For those that are interested, we are going to be doing Adult Swim later tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern. So 5 p.m. my time. So if you're just tuning in, you can look forward to 2 streams today. So we'll be doing a split shift. So we'll be here for a couple hours in the morning, and then we'll come back for a couple hours at night. So that's the plan here today. So I am on an amiibo card, correct. Oh, let me make sure that's not just Animal Crossing. I might have to, I'm having so many tech issues today. I might have to restart my Switch dock real quick. Yeah, I think I actually have to. Give me 1 second here. Yeah. Adult Swim tonight. We'll go ahead and hide this for just a second. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, cool. Yeah, hopefully that makes a difference. You can tell you're getting sick. Oh, that's the worst. All right, so I fixed my patterns this morning, and like I said, I hit the realization when I woke up that I'm so sad that we don't have the ability to put trees and flowers into our islands right now, or in our storage right now, because I'm gonna have to pick a lot of flowers up for this redesign, dude. So the big thing that we're gonna be doing is likely expanding this forest here. Probably down, and I think I might actually completely connect Tangy's mountain with mine. And we might be gutting this whole center area with the campsite and moving the campsite elsewhere, or putting it right back, but just on the top of the mountain. So we have a lot of island renovation planned for getting ready for the Master Sword. The other idea is that we can convert this already created cave that we have, and we could flesh it out, and we could actually just make this for the Master Sword. And this idea would take a lot less renovation of my forest, but would maybe even feel like a little bit like a cop-out. Because, like, I like this cave. I don't really want to touch it. So, I don't think I'm doing that, but that is one of the options. So that's my idea so far. But we're likely going to be pulling this mountain all the way down, and we're probably going to be even gutting a lot of this river over here. I think this river right here is actually going to get cut completely. And instead, we're probably going to run the river, like, stop it right here at this cliff. And there just won't be a river going this way at all. Because, again, I'm trying to pull the mountain down. And we're trying to make our Lost Woods even bigger, so that we can really justify hiding a Master Sword in the heart of it. And maybe even create like a little nod to the Deku tree and stuff. So, yeah, I do use stunted trees, yeah. All throughout my forest. You have to check out my dream address if you're interested. You can see a lot of my design philosophies and stuff like that. It's an old one, but it should still be good. Should still be available. You can see it all in person for yourself. So yeah, that's something that I want to work on here. Is I have to decide exactly how I want to approach. I want to design exactly how I want to approach my Lost Woods, and then I think we are going to be attempting to move out. We are going to be kicking out Petrie for Mineru. I think this is where Mineru's going to go, but I also think we are going to redo this yard. And we're actually going to make the yard a little bit more sci-fi to kind of go along with Zonai technology. So a little less recycling plant and a little bit more Zonai technology here. And then I think Tullen will go ahead and live up here. And we'll replace the other forest dweller along with Tangy and I. But this area is also going to be manipulated. So this is not going to look the same. But I figure we can give Tullen a place in the forest. Or close to the forest. I think that would probably be cool. We'll see. We'll see how we do, what we do there. Does Happy Home Paradise unlock furniture for you if you don't have it? Yeah, it sure does. Lawseth, yo, good morning. Good to see you. What's your ideal next Zelda game? I don't know. Whatever they want to give me. I'm a big Zelda fan. I'll play whatever they want. Give me anything. Yeah, give me anything. So that's probably what's gonna happen there. The other day you mentioned talking more about your plans for your AC Island. Oh yeah, that's what I'm sharing right now. So I did mention that we would talk more about our plans for Animal Crossing and the return for full-time Animal Crossing content. And we could talk about that here briefly. But we'll probably save most of that discussion for Monday. Even though I did say I would talk a little bit about it today. So I'm thinking what we can do to talk about that is, so first off, for those that weren't here on Wednesday, and I'm assuming most of you here that are here now will probably hear Wednesday. So really, this is a conversation for the afternoon squad. And that's why I said I'll probably just save it mostly for Monday, because I realize in hindsight, this is kind of, I need to have this conversation with the afternoon team as well, the afternoon viewers as well. Sorry, itchy nose. But to go ahead and recap what we talked about Wednesday, for those that may not have been here, and feel free to jump in the chat and let me know if you weren't and if you're interested in what we're chatting about. So we announced an official return of full-time Animal Crossing content to the channel. And we're going to be bringing back what I have called AC Mornings for the foreseeable future, which means that we'll be starting most of our broadcast with Animal Crossing, and then we'll game switch to variety, and we'll game switch to other games in the afternoon and for night streams, and the occasional variety a day when I feel like it, because, you know, obviously variety's still on the table whenever I feel like it. So we will be going back to full-time AC content, and I have a lot of plans on what I want to do for that content. And a lot of it has to do with preparing for this update that's on the way. So this update is coming January 15th, and it has a lot of content that I'm looking forward to. And the Zelda items are a big one. So I just talked briefly about some of the island rehaul that I'm looking to do. And the biggest thing we're going to be focusing on with the island rehaul is we're going to be extending our Lost Woods to encompass the Master Sword, and then adjusting stuff around that. That's really what this is, the biggest island overhaul. It might not sound like a lot, but I promise you, let's go take a walk through my Lost Woods, and you can just slowly understand the gravity of why this is a big deal. This is not a faint of heart design. Like this, there's a lot going on in this design, and it's going to take a lot of energy to rehaul something that I've built slowly over the past 6 years, basically. Right? So the extension of this is gonna take a little bit, right? And this is the big thing we're gonna be focusing on. And then everything around it. And as I was describing, extending the Lost Woods means that we have to extend the lighter woods, which means that we need to then smush our village at the base of the mountain. So we do have a lot of work cut out for us. But before I do that island overhaul, what I'm really interested in is getting myself a brand new dream address set so that I can have a permanent dream address. Well, not permanent, but it lasts for a year, I think, or 2 years. But a dream address of my island in this state, because it's really important to me that before I go and gut, again, a lot of work that I've put into this island, I would like to maybe get a snapshot of it the way it looks right now. So one of our first goals is going to be getting ourselves a new dream address set up. And it's going to be a fall dream address. So we got to get some mushroom lamps out, and we got to get some mushroom items and some leaf piles out, and we got to decorate a little bit for fall. And then we got to set our dream address. And that's step one. Then the island overhaul begins. Another thing that I plan to do with our content is Happy Home Paradise, because I want to go and farm as many items as possible for the new update. Because Slumber Islands are going to require, to our understanding, to have the items in your catalog. So, if you do designs for villagers in Happy Home Paradise, you unlock items for them. And more importantly, you unlock the currency that you can use to spend on items at the shop there. And we're going to be farming Happy Home Paradise. My goal is to do as much Happy Home Paradise designing as possible until January 15th. And we're going to be locking in to the Happy Home Paradise vibes. All right. So that's my goal right now, is island overhaul, Happy Home Paradise, dream address, while we're preparing for January 15th. The return of full-time Animal Crossing content also means AC Mornings multiplayer, potential other multiplayer, potentially island tours, dream address style stuff if I'm into it, as well as design contest style content, the return of 10-minute builds and challenge content from a past Wend here on twitch.tv/HighlyInDescent, and much, much more. I have a lot of plans and a lot of stuff that I want to do with AC, and I'm pretty excited for the return of full-time AC. And again, really, full-time Animal Crossing just means the morning. We're going to be focusing most mornings to Animal Crossing, and then we'll do variety in the afternoon. We'll do variety on very specific days or at nighttime. And you can expect a lot more Animal Crossing content. And not just New Horizons. We're also talking about that good, that juicy retro crossing as well. Animal Crossing GameCube, Animal Crossing City Folk, and all of the classic Animal Crossing games as well. So that's what you can expect going forward with Animal Crossing content. And to give kind of some more details as far as some of the stuff that I want to do, we do have a 24-hour stream planned for January 15th, and we'll be celebrating the release of the 3.0 update. So you're welcome to join us for that. Mark your calendars. And I don't know, I think that's it. I think that honestly does pretty healthily sum up what I have planned for AC. And it's basically what I said on Wednesday. I thought I had more details, but not as much. There are a couple things I'm holding back from saying, but you'll just have to wait and see what's in store. Maybe stuff like making a tier list of Animal Crossing villagers and maybe some out-of-game Animal Crossing style content. And I'll kind of leave it at that. Maybe the return of a couple segments that I left on the table for a while. I'm pretty stoked overall, though. And we'll be focusing on Zelda, Animal Crossing, Zelda, Stardew Valley when it comes back, and then any kind of variety that I feel like splashing into the schedule here and there. For example, we do have 12 days of Christmas coming up, 12 games of Christmas coming up in December. So you'll be diving into that alongside us if you're interested. 12 games of Christmas here on the channel. So remember, they released the update the day before in Japan. Yeah, sure. I'll be streaming at 8 a.m. January 15th until 8 a.m. January 16th. So we're not doing a release party, we're doing a release day party. So I'll be here January 15th at 8 a.m. and it'll be a classic 24-hour stream. And then we'll go until 8 a.m. January 16th. So I have decided, for those that were curious, what we're doing. We're not going to be showing up at midnight and going until midnight. It just doesn't make any sense for the community that I have here. So we'll be starting at 8 a.m. just like usual, and then we'll be going until 8 a.m. the next day, right? So it makes more sense. People have to work, people have lives, and not everyone's going to be able to be here for the whole, for the whole event, right? So that works for my sleep schedule, as I'll be sleeping for midnight release. Right. So we'll be here 8 a.m. on the 15th. Yeah. All right, I think we have all this stuff in our catalog. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, checking this shop every day is a good start, UMT. And like I said, decorating for the villagers that show up at Happy Home Paradise also unlocks you items, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it does. I think you unlock the 3 items that they force you to use, right? I'm pretty sure that's what they do. So as you design for villagers, you'll unlock items in Happy Home Paradise as well. All right, let's head back home. If you press X on the search catalog, it'll bounce out so you don't have to backspace each letter. Oh, nice. Thanks. Excited for the new update. I'm thinking of using PTO for the update and having a 3-day weekend from work. Dude, Meful, that sounds perfect. That sounds absolutely perfect. All right. So yeah, that's the recap that I was talking about on Wednesday. Like I said, I guess I thought I had a little bit more to say, but not quite. Not quite. If you're hanging out over on YouTube, thanks for vibing with us. And if you're here for cooking specifically, I do have cooking content on the horizon. If you've managed to stick around and just hang out and you're new here, make sure you hit that subscription over there. And it's a free way to support the show. And Plop the Bard, thank you for 10 months, by the way, Plop. I want to make sure I say that. Thank you very much, Plop, dude. I hope you're doing well, bud. All right. And let's go ahead and decorate our seasonal back room here. I think we're going to go ahead and set our dream address in fall. I think we're going to go ahead and set our dream address in fall here. So we're going to be doing a fall design back here. All right, let's get some light in here. And let's go ahead and gut the room. And let's see if we can create something cool for fall here today. So this is the one room in my house that I consider a seasonal space. And I like to rearrange the room every season and how do I switch to wall? It's been a while. Here we go. So we'll do a nice little fall design for this room, and we'll keep the same theme. So the theme that I do for this room is that this is an old dilapidated ruins, and the forest is spilling into the ruins. Like the wall is torn down, the wall is broken down, and it's spilling into the ruins, right? So this is the vibe that we're going for, and we're gonna continue that trend. So first, let's go ahead and find ourselves a nice mushroom wall. Here we go. Nice autumn wall. Oops. I meant to make that just the accent. So let me go back to the ruins wall here. And then accent wall. Boom. Right, so we're going to start with this. This will be our build. And then we're going to make it feel like the forest is breaking into the ruins here, which should be pretty sick. Yo, B Kimberly coming in with 52. Yo, good to see you, B. What's up, man? If you talk to the villagers you design, but when they're on the beach around HHP, they'll give you a flooring, a wallpaper, and a rug used in the design. Oh, nice. I forgot about that. All right, and then let's see. Do we have a nice forest floor? I think we do. A nice leaves colored floor. Now, I actually like the forest flooring a little bit better because it's more muted. So I'm actually a bigger fan of the forest flooring in this scenario. It feels a lot better. It feels a little bit more muted. And then we can actually check the forest wall real quick and see if that hits a little bit harder. Because look, there's actually still mushrooms in the forest wall. Isn't that nice? I actually think we're going to use this instead. Yeah, I think we're actually going to use this instead because this is a look at that. Yeah, this is a beautiful fall design. Look at that. So now we have a more muted approach, and then we can start to build from here. Now, one of my favorite things to do, of course, is I like to use fake trees in this build. This is a bit more of a perspective build for me, and that requires us to use some, fake trees that we can change the patterns of. So we're going to take these trees right here, and we're going to go and redesign them at a crafting table. We don't need Reese and Cyrus for these. So let me grab a quick crafting table to pull out in this room. And I might actually have to go buy some customization boxes, Rip. All right, we'll grab the 2 Christmas trees. Actually, we'll just grab some of these summer trees because we probably can keep the Christmas trees. While we're at it, let's grab some hedge standees. And I don't think there's a good autumn option for grass standees at all, unfortunately. I don't think so. If I remember correctly. Yo, what's up, Soda Vigilante? Good to see you, dude. Yeah, I don't think so. Let's go ahead and put this back. Let's grab the first tree standees we grabbed. Yeah, we might actually have to go grab some DIY boxes, which sucks. I think they would be down here somewhere. Yep, sure looks like it. All right, let's take a quick breather and we'll go to the city and we'll go buy ourselves some boxes here. I accidentally killed another one of my pets in my house, unfortunately here. Hardy welcomes in the chat. Good to see you, Soda. Welcome back in here. Hope you're doing well. We took a day off yesterday for those that weren't in the know. We're back. Nice little day off. Went adventuring for a few. Watched some movies. Watched some TV. Ate some good food. All in all, good day. Boom, 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 boom. All right, let's get a session of Villager Snap going here. Wait, hold on. What the heck? Let's go ahead and get a session of Villager Snap in here real quick. Real quick, I'm switching the camera angle. Let's do the camera from here. Dang it, dude. No, he stopped. I was too slow. All right, we still might be able to catch him doing something. Ooh, nice. This is even better. I'm going to take a video of him. Look at him. He's so cute, dude. Look at him, dude. Oh, that's such a good shot, dude. Hold on. Let's see. If you don't use the actual, like sometimes the camera function gets blurry. It's weird, dude. You almost just want to take a screenshot on your Switch and it's like better than the in-game camera. Yeah, like look at that. That's like a little bit, like the focus was lost. Whereas this didn't try to do any of that blur that the camera's trying to do. And it's just like a straight up picture, right? Like there is a difference. I understand what the camera's trying to do, but it just loses it sometimes. Anyways, off the time nooks. Where are you in DBZ Kakarot? I beat it. Yeah, I beat Kakarot. And now I'm in post game and I'm doing Super. I'm doing the Super DLC, but like the Super DLC is weird and it's not what you would think it is. So it's like it's just weird. So like I actually have to play the regular game post game in order to go and play the Super DLC because I have to make my character stronger in order to become Super Saiyan God. So it's interesting. Yeah, I'll take a picture of my bedroom once I fix my bed from this morning. Yeah, I'll fix my bed. It's like half made, but I'll make it fully and I'll take a picture for y'all. Yeah, everything. I got my king size quilt and all that stuff to go with my bed. And one new king size pillow. And I'm gonna order another one online because I want a specific one that I like to sleep with, certain brand. My bed is like an island. It's like it's got multiple zip codes. My bed has multiple zip codes, dude. It's massive, dude. We were able to have 2 sprawled out humans on the bed at the same time. Like sprawled out, like starfish status. And like there was still room. Like we were both able to like be comfortable. Yeah, it's like crazy. Like a king size bed is actually massive. Like you don't think about it until you get one, and it's like, oh my god, this is crazy, dude. Celebrating my birthday today with a sinus infection. Oh, dude, that sucks, man. Happy birthday, Lazy Stoneheart. Sorry to hear it, dude. Good to see you, Crust Worm, by the way. Welcome to the show, man. Crust Worm. Oh. All right, we're customizing. It's a big one. Oh, dude. Yo, birthday love in the chat. All right, we want the fall tree for sure. Don't you know it's always chili season? Nah, not true. Now you can eat chili any season, but there's only one chili season. Is that fair? It's like you can eat breakfast any time of day, but there's only one breakfast time of day. That's the logic that I have, right? So you can eat chili and soup all year round, but there's only one soup and chili season for a Northern Hemisphere Ohioan boy such as myself. Got some good meds. Hopefully we'll feel better tomorrow. Got a little vacay planned. Dude, I'm HDES blessing for you, man. I'm HDES blessing for you, dude. I hope you feel better. We felt that way about our king bed until we had kids. Amazing how much room a tiny kid takes up, and we have 2. I bet that's so true, man. Nice, there are fall hedges. No, I've never had that, Terra from Gaia. However, I forgot a bunch of ingredients for my recipe today, so it's about to be the most scuffed eats ever. I forgot buttermilk for my cornbread, and I think the buttermilk in my fridge is bad, but like buttermilk can last a long time. Like it's literally sour milk, but I think that it's still. It's been around since I moved in. It's like, I probably should throw it away. And then I forgot the cocoa powder for my chili today, because my chili, I always add cocoa powder to my chili, and I'm really sad about it. So I'm not actually making my chili today. I'm just making some chili. I'm just making some chili. And then I couldn't find cornmeal, dude. Cornmeal was not at the grocery store. Like, what kind of grocery store doesn't hold cornmeal? They didn't have cornmeal. I had to buy a Jiffy box, which is not what I wanted at all. I'm like, what, dude? No cornmeal anywhere at this grocery store, dude? I was freaking out. I was mad about it. I'm like, dude, where's the cornmeal? So I don't even know what we're doing. I might not even make the cornbread. I'm just like, I don't even know, dude, because it's like, whatever, man. It's just a test, man. Scuffed Eats test 2. We're just here to test our equipment, just like my equipment tested me this morning when I was trying to start my stream today. It was like that. It was like that. We're just here to test the equipment, make sure that it looks good, make sure it sounds good. Jiffy works fine. Sure. I'm not criticizing Jiffy. I just don't cook with Jiffy. I want cornmeal. Is that fair? Yeah. Jiffy's fine. I just don't, that's not what I wanted. You know? I like cooking from scratch. I like cornmeal. I like knowing what I'm putting in my food. And that's just the kind of guy I am, you know what I mean? Just not interested in using a box of chemicals and ingredients that, when all I need is cornmeal, but at the back of the Jiffy box it's like hydrogenated bleached flour oil, and I'm just like, what the fuck? I just need cornmeal, dude. Like, I don't want any of that, dude. So yeah, it's like fine, but like it's not what I wanted, and I'm upset about it. All right, I think we'll use 3 trees. I think we'll use 3 trees here. Yo, what's up, Vega? Good to see you. All right, this looks about right. This looks about right. So again, we're going for a perspective build. So we want the trees to overlap and to kind of be... Right, we want them to kind of overlap a little bit and kind of be covering each other up like this. Now, I'm thinking maybe I'll extend this here. And we'll leave like a little space, because then what we can do with that space is we could try to fit something like this here. Because we want to have some depth, right? So you have like one of those here. And then like put one of these back here. I almost even think we want to do the reverse. It's like put that bush right there and then put this here, right? So this way we can kind of create a cool little looking scene. Now with these perspective builds, you really do have to use your imagination, right? Like that's just kind of how these work. Like you do have to use your imagination in order to make these like look good, you know what I mean? But I know my little pet died. How does anywhere in Ohio not have cornmeal? Yeah, dude, I was so thrown off by no cornmeal. The grocery store I go to really does try to like only hold stock of stuff that sells. And I'm assuming that cornmeal just doesn't sell well enough and that more people just buy Jiffy in that area. But I didn't feel like going to another grocery store, you know what I mean? So I was just like, whatever, I'll just take what I can get and we'll just probably cook with it. And we'll just like make something. We'll just have fun with it, right? Like it is just a live test. Like we'll probably just have fun with it and just mess around. You know? So because it's the Jiffy box, I actually don't need buttermilk. Because it just calls for like oil or something. Or butter. So yeah, I just won't be making my recipe. So my recipe, I use Alton Brown's cornbread, and I was gonna add jalapeno to it. So it's actually cream cornbread, and it's made to have like a nice moist bite. It's really good, dude. Cream corn goes in, cornmeal, buttermilk. I was gonna add jalapenos. But I digress. But we're getting ahead of ourselves, aren't we? We'll get to some cooking here shortly. This ruined seat actually might be the fall variation, and actually might kind of work. So the way that I like the design is I like to just kind of build a foundation and then adjust from there. So my goal right now is to just build said foundation, like kind of lay down the groundwork for what I want it to look like, and then we'll slowly adjust and manipulate from there. So I'm gonna go ahead and use the dark stones rug, I think, this time, instead of the light stones. And what I've been doing is using the light stone here. The light stone's still gonna be better. So what I'm trying to pretend is that this is actually part of the ruins that hasn't been broken and shattered yet. So it's a part of the ruins, like, ground. Whereas nature has taken back the rest of it in the room. And then how we can do this even further is we can go in here and we can grab some handy dandy leaf piles. All right. And if we grab some leaf piles, are they down here? I can't find them. There they are. If we grab some leaf piles, what we can do here is we can cover up some of the edges of these rugs so that we can kind of make it look a little bit more, like it is kind of broken down and run down, right? So it's always nice to have some leaves to walk through when you walk into the room, because it just adds such a nice effect. So you kind of cover up some of those sharp edges, and then it looks a little bit more realistic, right? Kind of cover up some of those sharp edges there, and it kind of helps with the idea that, you know, it's obviously just a rug. I almost think it's a little bit too symmetrical. So we can, like, push that back here. Leave that there. And that's kind of cool, right? I think I would like to switch the red with the yellow, because the red will stand out a little bit more over the yellow here, over the backdrop. So then, now this is the unfortunate thing about these leaf patterns, these leaf items, is that they take up a lot of space, which does suck. They do take up a ton of space, and it really limits how much we can really decorate this room. But we're gonna go ahead and go with it anyways. Now we have a maple leaf stone, and I love this. And I think I want this maple leaf stone to kind of be a centerpiece of the room. I think so. I think I would like that. Yeah, maybe let's do that. Maybe let's turn this into... Ooh, I like that. Let's maybe turn this into... like a circle space with stuff around it. I kind of like that. Give me that item back. I accidentally put it away because I don't remember the buttons. I haven't played in a while. I don't remember the buttons, so I didn't mean to put that away. Oh, and we have mushroom logs as well. All right, so the idea that I'm getting requires us to actually move this here, move this more like here, and then take this, rotate it, and put it directly in the center. I almost wonder if we can kind of try to get it in between the trees, like somehow, like right here, right? Like if I scoot this over, like really get it like in between the trees here. So it's kind of like surrounded by the trees, right? Like, this could be kind of neat. And then we could bring this back and put that in front of it. Right, and then over here, I would like to have a little leaf campfire as if somebody was staying here. It's like sitting here. I like it to feel like it's being used. So this one's easy. We'll just do a log stool real quick. I need seating. Here we go, seating. So we'll just grab ourselves like a nice log stool. We could even do a mushroom stool. Why not, right? Little mushroom stools are kind of cute. Mushroom stools are actually kind of cute. Maybe we'll do a mushroom stool on the opposite side so that it looks like it's growing out of the ground. And do we want to maybe use a red mushroom, or is that too much? Is that almost too much? Maybe we can instead use... We have a brown or we have a yellow. How is Impa the younger sister, but she looks crusty AF? Impa's nobody's sister. I'm not sure what that means. So Impa is just a guardian from the Sheikah tribe that protects the princess in multiple different versions of Hyrule and multiple different versions of the universe. She's never tied to like anybody specifically. Impa is simply just an entity who protects. Pura is the older sister of Impa. I don't think so. I don't think that's the lore of Pura. Maybe it is. In Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, she's Pura's sister. Well, you have to remember that Pura time traveled and stuff. Pura has manipulated her age multiple times. She made herself a little kid, and then she made herself perfectly 20 years old. So yeah. And sorry, I misspoke about Impa in Breath of the Wild. I forgot about that lore. Yeah, I forgot about that lore. Yeah. But to be clear, Impa in Breath of the Wild is very different from traditional Impa. Yeah, like if I pull up the actual lore of Impa, all right, is as follows. Impa is the family name of several female members of the Sheikah, a mysterious tribe that has served to protect the royal family of Hyrule for many generations. Many Sheikah of the name so far have been associated with and taken on the role of accompanying the incarnation of Princess Zelda, being like a bodyguard or attendant of sorts in some games. So like, that's why my answer to you was, Impa's not connected. She's not anybody. She is a literal, she's basically a guardian that comes back in every universe. Whereas Pura, so here it is. Despite being 124 years old, Pura appears to be a young girl. While Impa and Paya both have brown eyes, Pura is the only member of her family to have the Sheikah's traditional red color. In contrast, she also has white hair. So in Tears of the Kingdom, prior to the events of the game, Pura perfected her anti-aging rune, making her appear to be a young woman. There are a few things she retains from her previous appearance. So yeah, apparently Impa is the younger sister in Breath of the Wild, but that's only specifically because Pura is using age manipulation stuff. I guess it's never stated how old Impa is. I'm looking right now. I guess it's never stated how old Impa actually is in Breath of the Wild. So we actually don't know the age of Impa in Breath of the Wild at all. But we can infer that she has to be younger than 124, right? Because they just said Pura is 124, so. All right, nice. I think the brown is the best as well. Or maybe even yellow. We also need to move this over. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, that's much better. We have the brown here. And then maybe we'll put a log on the other side. Right, so this is kind of cute. And then what we'll do is we'll put a gyroid on the log. We'll put a gyroid on the log just to kind of add some life to the room. Oh wait, the gyroids are all the way at the end. In other. Yeah. Then we'll grab a nice gyroid that fits the forest sound, and we'll probably go ahead and use the crumpeloid because it'll sound like he's crunching on leaves. Or let's see what else we have. Or the scatteroid might work really well here. Sounds like people are walking through the leaves. And we can always use the tacoid for just some nice ambience. I kind of like the tacoid here, actually. All right, and while we're at it, let's actually go and adjust the soundscape. We are using the forest soundscape. We could do jungle instead. I like forest for this. The lighting... What do we want to do? What goes well with... Ooh, a nice green for fall might be good. A very light green. I don't like it that much, actually. We could go with orange, but we don't need to emphasize the orange anymore. Honestly, like the pink feels really good. The pink and the magenta feel really good because we don't need to emphasize the orange anymore. In fact, we kind of want to mute the orange a little bit. That's all Happy Home Paradise exhaustion. This is an interesting color. I think I'm actually going to go with the actual pink. I want it to be a little bit brighter. Yeah, I like just a little bit brighter. It looks like light's actually coming in. Could be moonlight, could be daylight. All right, and then let's add some fine details to our build. And the fun way to do fine details is... Fine details is my favorite part of decorating. So we need some, maybe a stack of logs, actually. We'll go ahead and we'll put that down. We could actually try to sneak a forest gnome in here. That could be a forest gnome. Sneaking in a forest gnome could be really fun. All right, what else we got? I'm looking for my bugs. Not my models, even though the models actually could work. I'm actually looking for... Ooh, I might actually add a Zelda pot. Oh, wrong pot. What I'm actually looking for is I have a couple bugs that sit on the ground. I have no idea what category they're in, though. It's like a centipede that crawls on the ground. They're toys. I'm not sure. I don't remember where... Oh, and I also think I want to add a mushroom log. Country Lee's our life. I'm being some... What's up, Lucinda? Good to see you, dude. All right. Where are my toy bugs at? I actually don't know. We're just going to scroll through here slowly until we see them. I think they're in the other section. I might have just missed them. Yeah, I think they are in the other category. I just missed them, yeah. I think you might be right. I'm tempted to do a paper lantern at the entrance. Nah, we're not going to do a paper lantern. All right, let's go back to the other category. Did I miss them? Let me just go back up to the top and let's just scroll down. I really love the unglazed dish set. Oh, that's such a good set. I hate that there's a dog bowl item, but then dog villagers. I hate the vision of a villager getting down on all fours to eat out of a dog bowl when they've been so heavily personified as humans, creatures in my mind. I hate it. I hate that they cross those barriers in Animal Crossing. Like dog and cat food bowls and hamster cages and bird cages. It's like, that stuff shouldn't be in the game. Like, I'm just gonna say it. Like, it's really weird. It really makes everything a lot weirder than it should be. Speaking of hamster cages, here we go. Boom, boom, and maybe another one. And then maybe we'll... Ooh, we're gonna sneak a cricket in here for some ambiance. Do I have a cricket to put in here? I might not have a cricket. That would suck. I almost want to steal it from the basement. I don't have a cricket in. That sucks. All right, we're gonna steal it from the basement and then we'll catch a new one. But I'm gonna steal it from the basement for now, just so I can finish this build. Does anybody know if crickets are in season right now? It would make sense. All right. So the mushroom log's going to go to this corner. Isn't there a way for me to... L. There we go. I think we'll put the mushroom log in this corner. I almost don't like it in the corner. I'm actually thinking... What I'd like to do is I'd like to move this. I'm going to put the pot in the corner because I do like the idea that somebody was maybe living here. I'm going to scoot this over. Maybe scoot this over? No, but maybe the pot? No, I don't like that either. Yeah, at nighttime, yeah. We'll have to catch a new one. I don't know if we can squeeze the gnome. Oh, yeah, we can. We can squeeze the gnome back here. But that's actually where I'm going to put the cricket potentially. Yeah, so the gnome we might want instead. Maybe around the campfire. The gnome could be silly around the campfire. Like, not even hidden, just like chilling, like right there. just chilling on the mushroom stool. Like, that takes away my character's seat, which is why that's weird, but okay, I like this actually. And then we'll put the gnome over here. Okay, and then just a couple bugadoos scattered around. Like, we have a space here for a bugadoo. I'm actually going to pull this down so that we can fit the mushroom log here as a kind of downed tree. And to be fair, the mushroom log would look really nice back here. Oh my lord, does that look good. I like that a lot. All right, so for now, we're going to move our little TikToker here. Can we rotate this? Little centipede kind of covering up that corner, that harsh corner, which is like perfect, right? Couple little bugs scurrying about the forest. We're gonna get rid of the wood. All right, and then Let's go grab this. Let's go grab this cricket so I can show y'all what I want to do with the cricket. We're going to put the cricket on the log in the back. Now, I'll just have to remember... Oh! We're killing all of our pets, dude. And they add to my vibe of my house, so I hate doing that. I hate killing my bugs because they add to the vibe of my house, dude. What's up? How you doing, Char Bear? What up, Superstitious Swifty? So we'll have to remember to come down here to steal this, to take this back. Actually, there's a live bug back there. Okay. This is not even a cricket. Nice. So we need to catch 2 crickets. Yeah. We need to catch 2 crickets. I must have also not had a cricket when I made this build. And I was just like, I'll get it later, and I never got it. So we didn't even have to steal it, to be honest, because we have grasshoppers. All right, we'll still steal this and take it upstairs for now. Yo, nice, dude. Happy birthday, happy belated birthday. Oh wait, I misread. All right, here we go. Pockets, grasshopper. Even that alone is a vibe. You can just hear it. You can just hear it. That's cool. We'll have to go get a real cricket, though. We'll have to go get a real cricket for sure. Nice. I would like maybe something else in this corner. That's about it. And then we have to do the ceiling. All right, so let's do the ceiling real quick and get that out of the way. We didn't touch the walls, so the walls are okay the way they are. Did we only have 1 spider web? I wonder if I stole the spider webs from this room. Oh, you know what? I took them down for winter. So we might actually have spider webs to use here. Spider webs are probably one of my favorite items in the game. Anybody else? It's so simple, yet it is probably one of my favorite items in the whole game. Dang, I don't have any more spider webs. Oh my gosh, I want more. I wonder what I did with all my spider webs. I think I gave them away. I remember somebody was looking for help and I gave them all away. Frick, I'm gonna have to go get some more spider webs because you can only get those from the bug catching contest, I'm pretty sure, right? Can you order them? I don't think so. I think they're only accessible from the bug catching contest. I'm pretty sure. Not for sale. The one item I maybe shouldn't have given away, eh? Dang it, dude. I'm always doing that though. I always give a bunch of my stuff away and then I look for it later and I'm like, oh man, oh well. For the good of the community though, it's fine. All right. Let's we'll get more webs later. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, it's really not that big of a deal. We'll get more webs later. I probably have some on my other account even. All right, so I need ceiling decor. All right, and then we need to take this stuff. All right, so first off, we actually have to do some customization.
Here's the 40 more.
Wait, I needed the storage. That's fine. I don't have any crafting tables anywhere up north in my village. Let me turn on the game. Sorry about the door slam there. Yo, thank you, Feisty, for 40, dude. The tier 2. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Bam, 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 bam. What's up, Scarlet? Good to see you as well. All right, get something out. All right, we're going to turn these vines into a more fall-like aesthetic here. There's a couple really good options. There's a couple really good options that we can use here. Brown being the obvious one. So we'll grab a couple brown garlands. And then I think we'll do a gray or two. Maybe a couple that are just kind of dead completely. But these vine garlands are some of my favorite items in the game as well. Yeah, like we could maybe use the gray. I usually use the gray for Christmas or for winter. We're going to do one gray. And we'll have the browns and then we'll just have one gray just to kind of show the transition of season. We could have maybe kept one dark green as well. Actually, I think I will. Maybe one dark green one. Yeah, again, to further express the transition of seasons, right? Boom, boom. Bam, 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 bam. Cowabunga, dude. Boing hop. Maybe we should have also grabbed something else to customize because I don't think we were done customizing. And we might have we might have to we have to go back out again. All right, and then ceiling, pockets, and then just let them loose. No, stop. Nobody. Yikes. All right, turn this light on so we can see. So I really enjoy having them in the background because, again, this is we are going for a kind of perspective view. So it's really important that the vines are in that back view there. But then we also want to make sure that they're still kind of just mixed about healthily as well. So we'll throw like another one here. I'm going to mix this one out for a dark green here. And then maybe hang this one closer to the door so you can kind of interact with it when you first walk in. Scoot this one back a little bit. Turn this one sideways up against the wall. And again, just to kind of add that extra flavor to the room. And you don't get a good look at it until... You won't get a good look at it until we're out of this mode. And then that corner. Is there something I want to do with this corner? I do have a couple ruined decorated pillars, but I think I want them to be a different customization. I've done this for a different room. I don't know if I want to do it again. Let me see if there's something else I like. Oh man, I really love these vine benches. Oh. And the chicken strips. Oh. I love these vine benches so much, dude. See if inspiration strikes me. Sometimes you just kind of have to scroll through and see if inspiration hits you. That's it. You just got to scroll through and see if inspiration hits you. I really wanted to try to fit one of these mushroom parasols in here, which I still could. I actually think I'm going to try to do that. Hold on a second. We'll come back to that. The decorated pillar is probably the best, and we're just gonna have to customize it to a different color, I think. I'm gonna leave it there. I'm gonna leave it there. Now, what happens if I take these trees? This is gonna kind of change the aesthetic of my build a bit, so I'm a little afraid to do this. But in theory, I might be able to fit the mushroom parasol right here. I think it's gonna be a tight fit. It might not fit, actually. I don't think it's gonna fit. I might have to readjust. Let's see. Did I pass it up? I for sure did. It's a little too big, dude. It's a little too big, isn't it? If I move this bench, maybe. Let's try one more time. Yeah, it's such a massive item, dude. It's such a massive item. That's the problem. That's why I wasn't gonna build with it at all. It's such a massive item. Now we could move this temporarily. Does it fit in the center here? It does. Now I think we would want it to be customized. There is a better color. This adds a lot of depth to the room, I'm not gonna lie. Why wouldn't this fit here? Wait a second. Hold on, I was lied to. Wait, hold on a second. I was lied to. Scumbags. I'm still not used to decorating, so I keep pressing all the wrong buttons. It's annoying, but it's just growing pains. It's been a while since we decorated in this game. And will we lose our mushroom here, but that's fine. We can honestly put the mushroom here. And that's actually sick. That's actually so sick. Put the bug back. And then let's see if we can get our leaf pile back real quick. How you doing today, Blackthorn? Perfect. I'd like to cover up that crusty corner there. That's my only beef, is that crusty corner's not covered up there. I really like to try to cover up these crusty corners. I really try to cover those crusty corners up. Which I can't do. But it's not that bad. I can deal. I think I can deal. There we go. All right, let's back out. It might be a little too dark for all of you watching at home, so I will brighten it up for you, so you can kind of see. Now we're going to change the mushroom parasol in the back, I think, to one that's more autumn color, but the black is actually okay. And it's not too bad. It's not too bad. We did a pretty good job on this, actually. Nice little quick 30 minute build, maybe 40. No, I do like this here. I do like this here more. We need to get a cricket. This room will be complete for the dream address once we get a cricket and we change the color of this and maybe this pillar. And then this room will be good for the dream address, I think. We can actually scoot you up. And I think I like that a little bit more. And then we could actually brighten the lighting up a little bit, so you really get that nice pink hue. Yeah, look at that. That's perfect. Look at that. And if you look at the top, you can see the vines. You see how you can see the vines coming into the scene? That's what I wanted with those vines. To go back to that, you could just barely see the vines up above the tree. You see that? And the same on the other side and the other side above my camera. That's what we were looking for, right? We wanted there to be just enough vines in the scene. Right, just to brighten it up a little bit for you. Just enough vines in the scene, and you can kind of see them. And then if we walk in and back out of the room again, you'll get like a quick glimpse of them as well. That first walk-in, you see it hanging down. You see it right at the top of the screen, hanging down. That is super important to me, because your first impression when you walk in the room before you have control over the camera matters. And even though I'm doing a perspective build, I still wanted you to feel the depth in the room as soon as you walk in. Then you start to turn the camera and you start to create more depth, start to look around, get a feel for everything. But that first walk into the room is important to me. You'll notice that I do a similar thing with a lot of my rooms. Now, some rooms, you walk into them from the side and it's a completely different angle. It's a completely different angle when you walk in here as far as the camera. So you don't have the same luxury of creating an experience. But what did you notice when I walked in here? Look at the top of the screen. Got him. Instant depth. Instantly, you're like, okay. Right? You notice that depth. It feels like a jungle. It feels right, like, and that's the vibe. I'm going for that feeling. When you walk into the room, I want you to be introduced to the depth of the room right away before the player has agency over the controller. Right, like, and that's kind of an interesting thing to do when you're doing interior design in this game, is to keep in mind that everybody has the same angle as soon as you walk into the room, and you have a lot of control over that. Look at how gorgeous this room is presented when you first step in. Look at this. Perfectly in view. The wooden stakes the bonsais, the centerpiece of the room, the butterflies. And you instantly know the focus of this room when you step in. Then you pan the camera and you see the canopy of the forest. You see the vines. So for me, this is a big part of designing in this game. In interior design is the only designing in this game where you have control over the person who's interacting via the camera. Look, right when you walked in, you see depth, you see dark vines, you see the light, the mushroom light behind the dark vines. Instant vibes as soon as you walk in the basement. Now you have control over the camera, you start to look around and you start to see the designs. So this is a big philosophy of mine when I decorate and design, and it's pretty cool. It's something I really try to create nice experiences when you first walk into the room. Now, it's funny because this really only matters for interior design for Happy Home Paradise houses and then houses on your island. But because villager houses are so limited, I don't do it as much with villager houses. At least I wasn't really too hip to that style of decorating when I was doing villager house designs. So yeah, pretty cool. Nice. Nice. So we got our fall themed design locked in. Again, we're trying to set our new dream address. And in order to set our new dream address, we have to build new designs here. This is one of my favorite areas in my house. Take a look at this beautiful camera angle. If you perfectly line it up, and then let me move my camera real quick. Look at this. The subtle bit of light on my head from the candle. The camera being out of focus at the front with the pillar, covering up that doorway, but kind of still showing the mystery of it. This is one of my favorite chill spots in my whole island. I love this area. Yeah, it's super, super chill. That's one of my favorite spots to sit. One of my other favorite locations to go is my ancient bathhouse because I love running water. So I'll come hang out in my ancient bathhouse and I'll pop a squat like right here. Because I love the sounds of the jungle in the background. This is actually one of the rooms I tried to get really froggy with over the years. If you're not noticing what's going on, this is the wall that you're looking at is my accented wallpaper. And I made it look like, again, the forest was bursting into the room. Like if you look here, I put a pillar. So it's the wallpaper, the pillar, and then it goes to the two centerpieces. And I did the same thing over here, but it's more obvious up here. Super fun, dude. This is one of my favorite builds I've ever done, especially for the vibes right here. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude. I love this build, man. That's one of my favorites for sure.
This build is so peaceful I could almost fall asleep.
Yo, what's up, Ron? Thank you for 43, Ben. I appreciate you. One sec. I just realized I want to rotate this. Nah, it really is supposed to be like this. I gotta give Past Me more credit than that, I guess. Pan the camera up a little bit, right? And it's like you're peering through the vines. Like you're watching somebody and you're not supposed to be. Hear this? You're kind of like creeping on them. Yeah, my island is a mountain forest village theme. But I didn't design my island with a theme necessarily. It was like, the theme was called real estate at first, but it wasn't really a theme. It was just a style of designing. And then over my 5 years of decorating, I slowly but surely designed myself into a theme. So over years of building on top of my original 2020 designs, I slowly shaped and molded into a theme. So instead of going into my island and saying, I'm going to build this theme, I just said, I'm going to build stuff. And I slowly shaped it into a theme. So now I can tell people I do have a theme, Mountain Forest Village. But that wasn't the theme when I built the island. I was just building, and it all just slowly came together. And then I started getting a vision. And then I was like, okay, this is what I'm going for now. I feel pressured to label it. Yeah, you shouldn't. That's the big problem with the Animal Crossing community and the designing is that over all these years, all these designers that are super talented put all this pressure on regular players to have to design themed islands and stuff. And that's actually one of the negative sides. It's almost a negative byproduct of such a beautiful thing as people shining through their creativity in this game. But unfortunately, through all of that wonderful creativity and all of these crazy, insanely talented people who have manipulated this game and designed something amazing, it has put a natural pressure on every player, you know, who is susceptible to it, to like design a certain way, and that everything should be themed and everyone should have the most gorgeous, you know, every space of your island needs to be filled with something. And through that, this byproduct, we lost just open spaces on islands. Even I don't just have open spaces on my island anymore. And that was such a core component of original Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing GameCube, Animal Crossing New Leaf was the first that stepped away from this, but everything up to New Leaf was all about big open spaces and fields of grass and trees and flowers. And New Leaf introduced this idea of over-designing islands and making them these really beautiful experiences. And New Horizons followed up on that. But the truth is that I think that there's something lost with all of this over-designing. There's something lost with the overusage of patterns and pathing, and I think that we kind of lost that simplicity in the game a little bit. And to go back to my original point, I think it put a pressure on all players to play the game a certain way. And that's why one of the things I try to showcase with my channel here on Twitch through my Animal Crossing content is that there is no wrong way to play this game. And that I try to encourage more people to get out there and play Animal Crossing as a life simulation game, not a decoration game. Let the decoration happen slowly over time. Just do micro builds. Design as your heart content. You know what? I just got a new villager. I'm going to now design a farm because they're a farmer. That's what I did. You know what? I have a new villager. I'm going to design an orchard for them and they're going to run my island's orchard. Eventually that orchard went away. I did something new. You know, I had an apiary at one point for a villager who wanted to run an apiary. I do little role plays. I had a blown out tree farm for around Christmas in a winter build I did because I wanted to have a villager design a tree farm like you would see in real life selling Christmas trees. You see, I think that as players, if you are somebody who's susceptible to that feeling of pressure to label your island and to design a certain way, take a step back and remind yourself this is a life sim game first, or at least it was. And that pressure to design and decorate, I think, started getting people to stop wanting to play this game. How many people here stopped playing Animal Crossing? Maybe one of the reasons was because you kept logging into your island and you felt stifled in creativity. You would log in and you would feel overwhelmed. Oh, what am I doing with this island? Oh, I can't do this right now. I can't put my mind to this right now. Oh, I can't. Oh, you would log in, you restart your island, and then you're like, now I'm overwhelmed. What am I going to do? That's taking away from the essence of Animal Crossing, dude. Animal Crossing's meant to be a life sim. You're just meant to log in and just enjoy the world. All this extra pressure to decorate and to design these beautiful landscapes, who cares? None of that should have ever been the forefront of Animal Crossing, in my opinion. Animal Crossing was a life sim game first. You log in, you live your life. You don't compare yourself to other islands. Don't try to put yourself into some creative mojo. At that point, that's like a lot of pressure for a video game. Animal Crossing was never meant to do that to you, man. You're supposed to just log in and relax, dude. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lot of pressure, dude. Like, you're supposed to just log in and enjoy the game, dude. Like, that's all extra. And we have all of these content creators and YouTubers who put out this content that makes it feel like we're not even playing the same game. And it's like, well, that's cool and that's beautiful. And what they're doing is pretty awesome. But let's not lose sight of what Animal Crossing is about at its core. A comfy life simulation game where you live life the way you want in a video game. You live life in a beautiful video game space. I think the creative license aspect of New Horizons is easily the strongest aspect of the game, but I agree people get peer pressured too much when playing. So I'm not sure what you're disagreeing with, but I never said that the creative license aspect of New Horizons isn't the strongest aspect of the game. In fact, I said that the essence of Animal Crossing was supposed to be a life simulation, but New Horizons changed that. So I'm not sure if you misunderstood what I was saying, but for the record, I think you're disagreeing with something that I didn't say. I made it clear that this is a decoration game, and I made it clear that New Horizons changed how Animal Crossing really gets approached. And that's what I'm criticizing, because the older games were about life simulation. You just logged in and had fun. But now there's this pressure for some people who are susceptible to it to do more than just play the game, to be creative and decorate and do all this stuff, turn it into a hobby. It's like you're out here crocheting or painting in real life. And it's like, it was never really meant to be that way. It was meant to be a game that you just enjoy. It was a life sim above everything else originally. And now New Horizons kind of built this pressure around it. And again, what New Horizons is doing is beautiful. It is the strongest aspect of the game. People's creativity is absolutely phenomenal. This game is a decoration game. However, it did lose the essence of Animal Crossing. And that's what I'm here to say. Those players out there, and I'll say it for the 8th time, who are susceptible to that pressure might want to take a step back and try to enter the true essence of Animal Crossing, which is a life simulation game. You were never meant to be pressured to decorate. That's something that you were supposed to do if you felt like doing it. Let me give you an example of what I mean by pressure from social media. Listen to this for a second. I want you to pretend that you never met anybody else who has ever played New Horizons. I want you to pretend for just a second, chat, do a thought experiment with me, that you've never seen any other island and you've never seen any other person play New Horizons. When you logged into this game, would you have had that same pressure, Lucinda, Gothic Plant Witch, JR Prisma, Exhaustion, all of you that said that you felt that pressure the way that I just commented? Do you think you would have felt that same pressure if you didn't see other people playing the game? If you didn't see what other people were doing with the game? Not at all. You would have just played the game like a video game, and you would have just decorated to your heart's content. You would have enjoyed what you built. You would have moved on, and you would have been happy. This is what I'm talking about. Because of content creators, because of social media, and because of this new era, this game got unfortunately manipulated into this weird creative thing that wasn't necessarily meant to be that way. Yes, the creative outlet that this game can be is awesome, and it's obviously the strongest aspect of the game. But it doesn't mean that that pressure is coming from the outside sources. But the essence of this game was always meant to be relaxing, dude. No pressure. You log in when you want, you turn it off when you're done. You go play a different video game. And that's my point. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what I mean when I say that this game wasn't meant to be a decorating game. Because if you really put yourself into the perspective of never seeing anybody else play the game, would you have set out, put this accidental pressure on yourself to design these super amazing, insane-o landscapes? Maybe some of you would have, because some of you are probably super creative souls. And some of you would have took these tools and you would have said, I'm going to design the coolest stuff. But some of you would have also been like content and a little bit happier with your gameplay. I personally enjoy this direction, and I do think it's smart of them to double down on it. Prioritizing the sim part would have resulted in a weaker experience, though I do agree that downgrading some features for accessibility was a misstep. I don't know if I'm clear enough. That's a cool opinion of yours, yeah, and I disagree with that opinion. I think that the life simulation of this game was actually the strongest part of this game in the past, and that's where you and I can agree to disagree. I disagree with that statement. I think if they were to prioritize the sim part of this game, it would have resulted in a stronger experience in long term, but it wouldn't have hit as hard in the pandemic. And that's where I disagree with you. I think that, sure, because of the pandemic, everyone needed a reason to play the game and decoration became the reason. But I think that the long term of this game would have been more successful if the sim part was prioritized, because you and everyone else would have had more of a reason to log in over these past 5 years instead of waiting for 3.0 to come out. Because the simulation part of Animal Crossing was the longevity, was the reason you log in every day, was the reason you keep playing for years. And the sim part is the reason why people are still playing New Leaf and still playing GameCube 20 years later. So that is one thing I disagree with, but everything else you said there was totally fair. And I think you're right on point. I think you're right on point with everything else you said. And I think it was smart for them to double down on decoration. I think it is what people want. But to be clear, don't downplay the sim part of Animal Crossing, especially if you never played older Animal Crossings. And that's all I ask. And again, your opinion is valid. It's your opinion, right? You've been here for a while, Dankroot. So this isn't a you're right, I'm wrong. We're not here. We're not even debating. We're just sharing our thoughts. But like, to be clear, your opinion is totally valid. I think there's a lot of people that would agree with you. So to wrap up, I always like to wrap up a moment like this with a conclusion that shows that I'm open to other perspectives. I think that most people, Dankroot, that like New Horizons 100% agree with you. So isn't that funny? That even though you're right and most people agree with you, I personally think that the life sim part is more valuable than most people would realize. Especially if you played the older games, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. We're talking about villager dialogue. We're talking about shop upgrades. We're talking about content that lasts for years because you come back playing more and more because there's always something to look forward to. That's the life sim. The stuff that, if you've looked around you, is the stuff that people have complained about with New Horizons, haven't they? If anybody here can join in on this, how many of you have heard the take over the past 5 years that the villager dialogue is dry and Animal Crossing is boring? I'll go ahead and raise my hand. I'll start. How many of you have heard the complaint that there's not enough shop upgrades? I'll go ahead and raise my hand. I'll start. I'm not saying you complained about it. I'm saying you've heard that complaint. Why are you hearing those complaints? How many of you have heard the complaint that there's not enough multiplayer interactions in mini games? Now, let me point something out. Everything I just listed off has nothing to do with decorating, does it? Now, why is that? I'm just saying. Think about that for a second. Well, one reason is because the decoration system is good enough in this game and it doesn't need to be criticized. Fair. Right. Like, so that's like, that's true, right? Like, why would you complain about decorating if it's already perfect? It's really good in this game. So you don't really want more of it because you have that. So you're really, when you're looking to complain, it's about stuff that you don't have to make a fuller experience. So just to be clear, the decoration is good enough. So obviously people aren't going to be criticizing it. But the point that I'm bringing up is everything that's being criticized is life simulation stuff. And it goes to show you that life sim stuff matters more than you think. To some of you, this is just a decoration sim and nothing else. For some of you, this is just The Sims and nothing else. And that is totally fine. But for a lot of you, don't realize that this could be so much more than that. Do you not see that? Animal Crossing was always so much more than just decorating. Why can't we have both? Why can't it be all of the experience? Why did they have to sacrifice the life sim to double down on decoration? While that made them more money and made the franchise more popular, it took away the core of the franchise. The franchise is lacking at its core because of that. And you notice this because of the complaints. And that's my point. If you look around you and you see the criticisms of the game, all of the criticisms are about the lack of life sim. And that is my point. So despite the fact that the decoration system is robust and healthy and the thing that most people look forward to, the life sim aspect is super important to this franchise. And you see it in the longevity, right? Nadine says, I personally don't think I would have put 15,000 hours plus if the decoration wasn't an aspect of the game. That being said, New Horizons is my first AC game, so that's why it feels that way to me. All right, but let me ask you a question, Nadine. After you put those 1,500 hours into the game, how long ago did you stop playing it? So yeah, you're right. For a lot of people, if decoration wasn't in the game, you wouldn't have put 3,000 hours in. Sure. But you also wouldn't have quit playing the game. I would argue that you would have played consistently over 5 years for less hours. Do you see what I'm saying? Whereas decorating and the pandemic gave everyone this explosion of gameplay that they just completely stopped playing the game after the years. They called the game boring. And again, this goes into my philosophy that the life simulation side of this game is about longevity. That is what keeps you coming back year after year, because decoration is only so powerful. You can only decorate so much, and your average person doesn't have that much creativity. Some people do. Some people come back for decorating when maybe they don't play The Sims, maybe they don't play Hello Kitty, and this is their one game they come back to decorate. But I would argue, sure, maybe you wouldn't have 1,500 hours, but maybe you would have 500 but that 500 would be scattered across the 5 years. So while you wouldn't have put 1,500 hours in, I think the 500 you would have put in would have been more quality. And that is the difference between old AC and new AC. In old Animal Crossing, outside of maybe New Leaf, you didn't play it all day. Anybody here play GameCube or Wild World? What did you do when you played that game? You log in for an hour, 2 hours, maybe 3 hours if you're really bored. You turn the game off, you go do something else. A life sim. You incorporate it into your life. So yeah, you wouldn't have played the game for 12 hours a day. You wouldn't have played for 8-hour sessions decorating masterpieces. You would have logged in for an hour a day, 2 hours max. You would have went and did something else. You would have came back the next day, the next day, the next day. Right? So that's the difference, is I think it's long-term versus short-term. It's not about enjoyment quality. It's not that you can't enjoy the game in any different way. It's about long-term versus short-term. It's not that Nadine, sorry to use you as an example again, didn't get just as much enjoyment out of her 1,500 hours that she would have in the 500. It's not about that. That's not my point, right? The point is just longevity, right? When I was a kid, I played GameCube the most. I mostly just remember running around begging villagers for errands. I'm not an interior designer, and no one's paying me to decorate, but giving gifts to a cat and a deer to get their framed selfie, I'm here for it. I'm just enjoying giving a different perspective. Yeah, right. I've got 3,000 hours in AC&H, and decorating's not really my thing. I still play regularly and have since release. I think what gets me is I got a second Switch a few years ago and started a second island. I reset it once a year. And when I get to the point when I'm bored with it, being able to reset your island makes a huge advantage for sure. I believe that, yeah. Yeah, super cool perspective though. Either way, to be clear, Animal Crossing New Horizons and decorating goes together like lamb and tuna fish. And it's not that I want less decorating. It's just that I want more life sim. And I am kind of asking a lot there, but that's what I want. Yeah. It's not that I want less decorating. It's just that I want more life sim. That's all I ask, really. If I had to make a wish list. My issue with New Horizons is that I made too much money by going to Treasure Islands, and ever since my new island in 2023, I've slowed down and enjoyed the turnip grind and all the money farming. Yeah, right, Totota. And like, that kind of goes along with that social media pressure and stuff that we were talking about earlier. Whereas like, because of social media and because of content creators and because of Facebook and all that, Animal Crossing turned into this weird, I gotta go, gotta get all the items, gotta decorate, gotta create masterpieces, go, Treasure Island, time traveling, I'm gonna make certain systems in the game not matter at all. Bells are supposed to matter. Like when you go to buy something in the store for 300,000 bells, that's supposed to feel bad. Have anybody here ever felt bad making a purchase at Tom Nook's shop? I'm going to tell you right now, never. Because I stream this game and the community's always hooking me up with goodies, I basically go to Treasure Islands. You see, you're supposed to care about your bells. That's a system in the game that is a form of progression. You're supposed to care about your money and paying off your debts. You see, we skipped past all of that. Like that, like that's what I'm saying. Like that's the life sim, dude. You're supposed to log in and be like, damn, dude, this table's 300,000 bells. What am I gonna do? Until you really get far enough in the game to make yourself cash and build systems in your game. You know what I mean? It's interesting, right? Like that, those systems are supposed to matter. Money trees, farming crops, selling fruit, like this stuff is supposed to matter. Like, but it doesn't, because they kind of ignored the life sim side of the game, but more so because social media kind of rotted our gameplay a little bit. social media kind of rotted our gameplay a little bit. Like a little bit. Like it really did kind of affect how we all approach the game. And we were all kind of left like, well, I better play this way. And then before you know it, it's like, right? Yeah, like you're supposed to be excited when Leaf shows up once a week. You know what I mean? When Red shows up, it's supposed to be like, oh my God, Red is on my island. Sound the alarms! Like, I better go to Red and buy some art, dude, because this is insane. But now it's like, oh, Red's on my island. Who cares, dude? Like, whatever. Does anybody need some paintings, dude? It's like you're supposed to care about that stuff, but none of us do, and probably none of us ever have. Unless you made a point to play the game slow. You know what I mean? Unless you made a point to play the game slow. And if you didn't make a point to do that, none of that stuff even matters to you, right? Leaving a quick message, not very active in chat. I'm a lurker at heart, pretty shy, but I want to express how much this community and your streams are a safe place for me in times of anxiety. I would watch your content and with that, manage to finish university and now have a big girl job. Aw. Congratulations on your journey, It's a Quee, and thank you so much for the kind words, dude. I appreciate you. How does one eat sugarcane in real life? I don't know if you're supposed to. I think you're supposed to process it. But anyways, that was a fun rant. But like, obviously my opinions on stuff isn't the end all be all. And I hope that people understand that when we're having these types of talks. Can I say a big shout outs to Dankroot, the legend? He's been with me for a long time. And I like that I can have talks with people. Listen, I'm a very passionate person, and my passion sometimes gets mistaken for like anger or like I'm trying to debate you. And I knew in my heart that Dankroot would be chill with me interacting with this message and saying the words like, hey, I disagree with that. But you can't always say that, because sometimes when you say the words, I disagree with that, people freak out on you. So thank you, Dankroot, and thank you, Nadine, and thank you everyone who jumped into the chat and joined us on the perspective and stuff, dude. Because I like being able to chat about that stuff, man. You prefer New Leaf because of the long-term goals? Dude, for some reason my alerts are like not always working today. Oh well. I guess I have to make the alert sound myself. In my opinion, ACNH has changed its focus. Like, think about New Leaf to New Horizons. The dialogue stopped being good, in my opinion. Fair. Custom designs have more focus, less focus on multiplayer. Fair. Less focus on story and anything not related to building or creating. Fair. Now we Dream Islands. They're giving us, you know, we don't really care about our villagers, only like building what we wanted, which is the creative mode. They fully moved away from the old ways. It wasn't just social media, but Nintendo. Yeah, you're right. New Horizons is fundamentally a different experience. And that's what Dankroot was trying to say earlier, to go back to that. That's what Dankroot was saying. He was like, dude, in my opinion, and you know, he admitted he didn't play the older games too much, that this game is perfect the way it is. Like, it is a decoration simulation. It works this way. People like it this way. And Nintendo succeeded in their goal of making it this way. Yes, it is a very different experience fundamentally, and they knew what they were doing. It's purposefully that way. And for a lot of people, it's better this way. It's just us old heads who are yearning and attached to something from the past. And like, we have to get over ourselves. That's the truth. Like, I'm sorry to say this to all the old school heads, but like, we have to get over ourselves, because we have to realize and accept that this is a new era of AC. And it's just as fun, but it's a different style game. Because yeah, Nintendo did switch their gaze and their focus. And the truth is that, you know, not everyone's into a video game that isn't a real video game. Think about that for a second. how many people would have actually enjoyed New Horizons if decorating wasn't really the focus? Really, like, ask yourself that question. Like, would the pandemic have hit really as hard? Think about your family. Think about somebody in your house. What up, King Zenny? Think about somebody in your house or somebody in your life that started playing Animal Crossing because of the pandemic. Do you think they would have actually stuck around as Animal Crossers without decorating? You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Like, I bet you we could all identify at least one person around us that would never have become Animal Crossers without the decoration system. That would have never committed fully to the game. That they would have played it because it was hype, and they would have never committed. They wouldn't have put thousands of hours in. They would have never become Animal Crossers because the hook isn't there. That's the thing you have to realize. The hook of old Animal Crossing is really weird and niche. There's no hook. It's super niche, dude. It's like the hook is really, really weird, and you have to be a weirdo with an open mind to be willing to play a game like Animal Crossing Old School. Yeah, like you can't, there's no hook. The decorating was the hook for this game, and that's how they pulled everyone in. You know, so it's real interesting to talk about different perspectives and different ways to play the game and different focuses from Nintendo and development, because really, this was kind of the inevitable future of Animal Crossing. And you know, this makes me think to myself, you realize this is why I've always said that New Horizons is the best Animal Crossing? It's funny because if you guys remember over these 5 years, I've always said that New Horizons is the best AC. People argue with me all the time. No, New Leaf is the best. No, it's not. New Horizons brought this game to the forefront, and I think this is the best Animal Crossing ever made. And with every update, they keep proving me more and more right. While my favorite Animal Crossing is still Animal Crossing GameCube. I still prefer the older stuff, but I'll be the first person to stand up and admit that this is the best Animal Crossing game ever made. Ever made. This has everything we ever wanted, everything we ever needed. This game was like almost a love letter to Animal Crossing fans right out the gate. It checked off so many boxes for what we wanted to create our own spaces. It's really insane what this game did for the space. It's really crazy. Yo, Jess, that's pretty cool. I didn't know that about you. Do you think AC Pocket Game affected the emphasis on decorating? Partly, but I think it was more Happy Home Designer from 3DS. If I had to say, it was Happy Home Designer from 3DS and Pocket Camp, and I think they came together to create an experience that appealed to that market. Those two markets, yeah. Nah, no teasers yet, Zenny. When it blew up, my main question was, why is everyone suddenly playing Animal Crossing? Yeah. I agree with you. Harvey's Island stuff did make it a little bit too easy to interact with things. But on one hand, that was meant to be kind of an more endgame thing, so maybe their logic was like, it's all about player agency, right? It's like, we're just going to give the players what they want. Everyone complained that it was too hard to finish the museum, so they gave us a way to finish the museum. You know, and just like Spacey said, it really does just come down to preference, player preference, and many ways to play the game. You know what I mean? It's like, it's interesting, but it really does feel like a lot of the changes they made to AC&H from the beginning to now was actually player wanted features. Players complained that Crazy Red wasn't showing up for months at a time, so then they forced every NPC to show up at least once every 2 weeks. See, when this game first came out, it was all RNG. You never knew when Red was going to show up. You never knew when Leaf was going to show up. You never knew what NPC was going to be there. Eventually, they were like, well, now, every 2 weeks, no matter what, every NPC has to show up at least once. So they slowly made the game more approachable. They slowly made the game more accessible and made the game a less frustrating to play, and in some ways less life simmy. And here we go back to that life sim conversation. You know what I mean? Like, less life simmy. While they less of a life sim, oh, now you know for a fact that you can get your art every day, every week. So it's interesting. Again, it all comes back to the difference between the life sim and a decoration sim, and how they kind of blurred the lines. And I've said this before, they leaned a little too far over here, and I just want them to go back a little bit. That's all I want. But this conversation isn't about what I want. We were just talking about Animal Crossing, and then we just fell into a soapbox. I actually wasn't planning on sharing what I want. It doesn't matter. We were just chatting about AC, dude, you know. What's up? What's up, Smitty? What's up, Akia? Yo, Hardy, welcomes in the chat. I think I agree with Jitterbug. I think you have to mention New Leaf in the conversation. I think you're right about that. Yeah, Jitterbug. Regarding the influence of New Horizons, yeah. Minigames would have been nice. You know, it's funny because every video game I've ever played in my life, almost every video game, has always taken a step back with multiple steps forward. Anybody else notice that? Like, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas had the ability to train your stats and you could swim. I think you could swim. No, you couldn't swim. But then Grand Theft Auto 4, you could swim, or was it the other way around? Like, they're always taking steps back. It's like game developers sometimes cut features for no reason. And this is across the board, man. It's always so weird, dude. Almost all the time. It's like, okay, here's this new game with all these new features, but there's no mini games. Why? Why would you take that out, dude? That's so cool. The mini games were sick. I'm always so sad when game developers make those decisions, and it's so confusing. It's like, but that feature was good and made sense. Like, why not? Like, what is happening? And I get it, because games are hard to make. Almost nobody here probably understands the gravity of making a game. And there's probably just stuff in the way that stops those features from being there, you know? But it still always makes me wonder, why? Like, what are you doing? I remember being 7 and fishing on my bro's ACGC when he wasn't looking. Nice. I saw people who don't even play video games buying AC&H just to interact with friends and family. I even played with my coworkers. The game definitely reached audiences it didn't have before. I tried to code a block to change colors and it took me 3 hours. Yeah, exactly. So when you ask those questions on like why there aren't certain features, you just have to remember, like, video games really are really hard to make, and I don't really know how it all works, but I know it's not as easy as them just clicking a few buttons, right? As someone who started with New Leaf, I'd like to make a note that personally something I haven't seen anybody mention, that after New Leaf playing with the idea of exterior decorating in the form of town projects felt like a logical next step for the franchise. I look at this and I see ideas that were missing with the New Leaf. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. I think New Horizons is the natural step, right? I agree with that 100%. My hot take is that AC&H paved the path for the entire creative life sim industry. Now, you could say Stardew, but in my opinion, Stardew became popular because of AC&H's boom. Yeah, I don't even think Stardew's in the same conversation. I think you're right. I don't think you could say Stardew at all. The truth is that The Sims started the entire creative life sim industry. And let's just not forget it. The Sims was that game 100% through and through. But AC&H brought the idea of gaming and creativity like into the forefront, right? No, I agree with that. I've never said that Sims isn't even a life sim, funny enough. Like Sims 4 is a social simulation game. not a life sim game. And there's a massive difference. I've said this for a long time. This Sims is not even anywhere close to what the Animal Crossing is. Sims is a social simulation game. A life sim is a game where you are playing as the character. The Sims, you control the character. There is a huge difference. So Animal Crossing is a life sim. You play as the character, then you decorate within your space. Right, yeah, there is a big difference. So if you're looking at the entire life sim industry and you're not counting the Sims, I would say AC&H was the thing that kicked it off. Agreed, yeah. Maybe my time at Porsche a little bit, because I think Porsche came out first, but it just wasn't popular, right? Yeah, the Sims are basically God, right? All right, we're going to do some cooking here this morning. I am going to change my title, and you might get an ad because I'm going to the food category. Just a quick heads up, I don't run ads on my channel, but Twitch seems to feel the need to run them even when I tell them not to. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, and we're going to go cook some food. If y'all are down to hang out here, we're gonna go do some Scuffed Eats here this morning. We're gonna do Scuffed Eats live test number 2, so that we can prepare season 3 of Scuffed Eats here officially. On that note, for those that missed it, we are coming back tonight for Adult Swim. So we do have a full feature presentation going on today, and we are gonna be adult swimming tonight, playing some Katamari and drinking a brewski or two. And you're all invited. That's at 5 p.m. Eastern time, or 4 hours and 40 minutes from now. We'll be back because we will be taking a break today. Now let me go ahead and find some music really quick, and let's find our cooking music, Zelda and Chill, and let's go ahead and get the kitchen room set up, shall we? I'm partly expecting some tech issues because I had so many tech issues this morning, but we're gonna sit here and hope that everything is as smooth as eggs today. All right, let me go ahead and take off these headphones really quick. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Point down to my mouth a little bit more. Okay, trying something new with the headphones. I'm trying to tuck them a little bit better so that I don't have to adjust it so much while we're live, because the headphones pick up noise when I adjust them. All right, and then we're gonna mute one mic and we're gonna activate another. Y'all down? Let's see. It should work. We should be good here. Hello? Hello, hello. All right. I think we're loud and clear. I think everything's good. Thumbs up. I think we're good here. I'll see y'all in the kitchen room. Let's go make some chili today. Go make some chili. We'll be right back. All right. We are locking in. Just a little lighthearted cooking session today. Just a nice lighthearted cooking session. The music, ! Song, it's Zelda and Chill from Game Chops. And oh frick, I forgot that I need to put on my apron over the microphone. So I'm actually gonna leave this on the table. I'm gonna mute my mic so I can get my apron on, okay? Okay. I think we're good there. All right, sick. Did anybody get an ad when I switched categories, by the way? Sorry about that, y'all. All right, sick. You didn't get one? Okay, good. Yeah, it would only be non-subs. Just checking. I just like to know for data, because Twitch just be doing stuff I don't want them to do, man. They be out here. Hold on, I'm gonna get this cord. Sorry if you're hearing some fuss on the mic. Okay, there we go. Free up that cord a little bit so I'm not so attached. All right, and then I want to pull this mic back a little bit and turn it like that a little bit. Okay, I think this is the perfect setup here. All right, everyone, we're back for our live test of Scuffed Eats. Animal Crossers, if you're somehow still here, sound off with one of my follower emotes in the chat, Animal Crossers, and I'll gift you a sub, at least one of y'all. If you're still here, and welcome to my show. We do Scuffed Eats here. This is our testing for our next season, season 3 of our Scuffed Eats journey, and I'm super excited to be back, but we have to do a couple test runs, all right, to make sure that my technology is working the way I want. And it's a very finicky technology, so it's almost like every day that I end my cooking show, I have to like restart it. I can't really explain it any other way. It's just a lot, dude. All right, it's just a lot, and that's why I needed to do 2 live test streams, so I know what I'm working with this new technology in this house, so that I can further create the experience that I'm looking for. All right, so that's what this is. This is all about us testing our technology and figuring out, are we going to be able to have a successful Scuffed Eats stream so we can start to build here in our new space, my home that I moved into in April. Now, to talk a little bit about my thoughts real quick and to introduce Scuffed Eats again, I've been doing Scuffed Eats for almost, holy heck, 5 years. Our first Thanksgiving together in 2020, I think it was. 2020, we did a cooking episode, and it was just fire, dude. And ever since then, I've wanted to incorporate cooking into my journey, and we officially got onto a season 2 that happened at the beginning of this year, and we had a bunch of wonderful episodes, probably about 10-15, and we are close to episode 50, and season 3 is going to be starting next week. So next week we're kicking off, we're making a homemade pizza from scratch. I've never done this kind of stuff in a home kitchen. It's going to be scary, it's going to be fun, it's going to be scuffed. Welcome to Scuffed Eats. So season 3 does kick off next week, and I'm looking to kind of lock in. It's going to be a bit of a soft season reset because we never really wrapped up season 2. So I'm going to be 100% straight up. I don't even have new visuals. I haven't reached out to an artist or anything for season 3 because I've just been busy doing other stuff. So it really is going to be kind of just a soft entry into a new season. I'm only even calling it season 3 because we haven't cooked for so long. Does that make sense? Like, really, because I haven't cooked for so long, we're just calling it season 3 because there's been enough of a break. But like, it's still kind of season 2. I don't know. Anyways, we're going to be back locking in for season 3 next week. So come on by. And then the week after that, we're doing Thanksgiving. So you're getting a homemade pizza, and then you're getting Thanksgiving Day, full Thanksgiving meal. We're going to be doing Thanksgiving for one guy. I decided this year I'm scaling down Thanksgiving. Instead of cooking these massive turkeys and mashed potatoes, I don't have a roommate to help me eat this food anymore. And I certainly don't need to be eating more than my body wants at this point in my life. So we're doing something special for Thanksgiving. We're creating an experience just for me. And let me show you the bird that I got really quick. Now, I don't know if I'm going to get another turkey. I actually might get a turkey because I'm like interested in getting a real turkey. But look what I bought in case I get lazy. I got myself a Cornish game hen. Perfect little Thanksgiving turkey for me And then we'll do all the fixins and stuff around it. You know, the good stuff, the mashies, the yamsies, the whatever we want these, you know? So we're going to have some fun with this. Shout out to the babe. The babe was the one who reined me in and gave me the suggestion to do a smaller Thanksgiving because she knew that I'm always looking to do these big, massive productions. And she was like, you realize you live alone now? And I'm like, true. And she's like, do you really want to be cooking a massive turkey again and then having all this food to deal with? And I was like, yeah, I do. Because I love turkey and I love cooking. And like I just said to you, I might still go buy a freaking turkey if I can order one. And I think we might be doing a turkey anyways, because I can freeze the bones, I can make broth and do all this cool stuff for Scuffed Eats meal prep. So I still might do the turkey anyways, but for now we have a backup plan. We do have the Cornish game hen, so we can have some fun and do something maybe for just one guy kind of vibe, right? So yeah. So it should be awesome. That'll be on, by the way, that's Thanksgiving Day we're doing that. That'll be Thanksgiving Day for the record. So that's going to be our celebration for the holiday, right? So 10 pounds of turkey for one could be a lot. Yeah, you know, so I just wanted to give you all a heads up. That's what you're looking forward to for Scuffed Eats. It's going to be a lot of fun, and hopefully I'll see y'all here for it. Here, like I said, next week, pizza. I don't have a date, but I think it's going to be Sunday. And then the week after that, Thanksgiving. I'll get dates and stuff figured out. Also, next week, we're doing Spaceballs in the Discord. We'll talk more about that later. However, here we are. Scuffed Eats live test number 2. I'm really just here to test my technology. I'm really just here to test my lighting and make sure everything's the way I want. I already have a list of equipment that I want to purchase just from the first test. We'll be getting a new camera tripod because I want my camera to be a little bit further up. I would prefer my camera to be eye level. So that's the first piece of technology we're upgrading. Secondly, we might be getting another light for over here in this corner, because I would kind of like to have a little bit more even lighting. But the truth is this lighting isn't too bad. I think when I was looking at my camera in the other room, it was a little grainy and it wasn't all the way my favorite. And I think we could kill that graininess by just getting one more light in this room. It doesn't have to be a powerful light. It could be anything. So those are the 2 pieces of equipment we're going to need. And then last but not least, I'm also looking to maybe get another camera set up. So we have this camera. All right, we have this camera, and I'm looking to maybe get another camera set up. Let me turn off the cooking cam for the moment. Well, we'll just leave it on. So we have this one, and what I'm thinking about doing is using this camera. Let's watch this. Let me just see what's going on in here real quick so we don't dox ourselves for something weird. But what I realized is that what I can do is I can actually take this camera and I can actually turn this camera. I see it's because I have the cord taped. Oops. Hold on. Let me untape the cord. Okay, perfect. And I can actually turn this camera and we can actually go into the rest of my house and we can do like more real life streams and stuff, which is pretty cool. And I'm gonna actually get a proper swivel for this. And I'm actually gonna put this camera on a proper swivel so that I can do this without all the tape and everything you just saw. And we can actually have this camera being multi-purpose, since the angle that I put this camera is literally perfect for like everything that I would like to do in my house. Cause I do have other streams I'd like to do throughout my space and like, you know, building stuff, you know, whatever. So that could be really fun as well. And then other than that, I want to get, so I want to get another tripod for my last camera. So I don't know where I put it, but we're going to be getting a camera for the food. So what I mean by the food is, or right here. So where I have my cutting board, I want to have a camera directly aiming at the cutting board so that we can have a really nice close-up of the food. which is going to be sick. And we did that. If you guys remember, at the end of season 2, we were getting those pretty nice close-ups of the food. And it was kind of cool to have that option every once in a while. So that's it. So honestly, I just wanted you all to know that the first test was already that successful. I've managed to already build a list of 3 or 4 items for this setup to make this setup even better. And that is me saying thank you to all of you for joining in and for helping participate, because I couldn't do this without all of you. And that's what I'm saying. Without the luxury of doing these live tests, I wouldn't be able to find exactly what I need. And I just want to say thank you to all of you that are coming in and hanging out, because these aren't traditional episodes of Scuffed. They're very goofy. They're very Scuffed. It's me figuring stuff out, tinkering. And I just want to say thank you to my core audience for coming through and hanging out while we get this all ironed out. And then we really get back down to the cooking, right? And we're not quite there yet, but we'll get there. All right. So let me go ahead and get ourselves set up for our little mini episode of Scuffed here today. So let's quickly grab this towel and wet it. So we want to have a nice wet towel here, and we're trying to kill off that glare. So what we need to do to kill that glare off is we need to use a different towel. Hold on a second. All right, I just need a bit of a bigger towel, and then we're gonna put a little bit of water on the towel, because this is going to allow us to not have a slippery, slidey cutting board. So you just wet it a little bit. And you see, this is how we kill that glare. And so this is a new setup. I'm going to be buying myself a new cutting board, another bamboo cutting board in the future. But this is going to have to do for now. This towel kind of blocking the glare out. And then let's jump over here to the full cooking screen here so we can kind of get a feel for what we're doing. All right, nice. So now my cutting board won't move when I'm cutting because it's a little wet under. See that? So that's really nice. So yeah, I don't know what version of Spaceballs we'll watch, but we'll watch whatever version that the chat wants to watch. Uncut, whatever. All right, sick. So got our cutting board all set up, ready to go. We can jump back over here. And then I just need to adjust my camera to be hidden behind food. That's our goal with our current setup. So we're trying to set up our face camera in a way where I can still talk to you directly, but I don't have this camera creeping in too much. Okay, so see, I'm hiding that camera behind the cooking cam. You see that? Like actually perfect, right? So that's super nice. And then we can kind of hide that and manipulate that a little bit. And then let me go back over here to make sure this looks the way I want as well. And then don't we have a scene? There it is. I was going to say with cooking and... All right, sick. So then really we'd want this to maybe be scooted over just a bit here. Let me go back down here. I figured I'd set this up live so that I have a better idea of what I'm going to be doing on the daily, because like I just said, setting up Scuffed Eats is kind of like you're hitting the reset button, because I have to live my life. And I have to live my life, and like I can't like leave Scuffed Eats set up permanently, right? Like all the time, because I want to be able to sit in here and eat breakfast on a regular day. So every time I end Scuffed Eats, I take all my lights down. I take all these lights off. I put all these cameras back and put away. And the only thing that stays out is the monitor and the computer and the mouse and keyboard. And then I have like a place to actually live my life and do my personal cooking and stuff like that. So for me, it's all about having this life-work balance and getting a checklist, a mental checklist to help me better understand what I'm going to be doing every day that I want to do Scuffed Eats. Because I've said this before and I don't want to reveal too much, but I'd like to do more lifestyle content in which it's something I've been dreaming about for a long time, but stuff where, you know, we break off into these rooms more often than we used to. And we've talked about this on the channel. And while again, I'm kind of being vague on purpose, you know, the idea of coming and making a cup of coffee in the middle of Blather's broadcast like we used to do, that's really cool. Busting out the French press and making a cup of coffee while we're just hanging out and playing games. The idea of, like, I just showed that camera's capabilities, even though I know it was all sideways and goofy. You know, being able to use different cameras from this and being able to maybe do more lifestyle streams and fun stuff with all of you and all of the different spaces in my house, but while still keeping all the spaces in my house personal and special to me, right? And like that matters. I think that matters a lot, because I don't want to sacrifice my life, but I also want to do a bunch of really cool content with all of you, right? So this is kind of the future and where we're moving. So a lot of these live tests are for me to kind of figure out, what is this all going to take for me to do this every other week or once a month? And then what would it take if I wanted to do surprise sessions where we're sitting there playing Animal Crossing and it's like, you know what, let's go make a grilled cheese sandwich. I'm hungry. You know what I mean? So like we've already tested these waters. We've done some of that. We used to do a coffee session on Mondays where I'd grab my French press and we'd make a cup of coffee together. And it was so cool. We've done it like at least a handful of times. So it's really neat. And I'm super excited to kind of bring that kind of vibe back to the channel now that we're here and we're in this new house, we're in this new space, and it'll be super sick. So I'm really stoked for sure. What's up, FD? Good to see you here. All right, so people are asking what we're cooking today. We're making some chili. So let me go ahead and get the ingredients and we'll talk a little bit about what we're doing today. So, well, I've done chili on the channel a lot, and I was going to do it again for fun because it's easy, and this is just for the live test, so I can get a feel for what my cameras are doing, what the food looks like, and I can make this all better for all of you. So, that being said, we're just going to do some traditional chili. And again, we've done a lot of chili on this channel. I think this will be our third time. And I usually do like what I would call my famous chili. And really, it's just the way I season and spice it. And I usually use cocoa powder in the end of it to, or just in general, I'll use cocoa powder so that I can cut that acidity out a little bit and add a little bit of a depth and balance to the flavor. And that's really all I do to make my chili extra special is cocoa powder. And we don't actually have the cocoa powder. I, like a goon, completely forgot the cocoa powder. So I don't have all the ingredients. Today is very Scuffed. This is a very extra Scuffed special episode of Scuffed Eats, because I don't even have half the stuff I need. I don't think we're doing cornbread, but we'll see if we're going to do it here in just a minute. Let's see. We have the Jiffy. All right, we'll see. So the other thing is that at the store, I could not find cornmeal. So I had to get this like Jiffy box. I never use this kind of stuff to cook my cornbread. So I guess we're going to make ourselves some Jiffy cornbread or something. I don't know. We're just having fun, dude. We're just having fun. And then I got myself some cumin. Let's get all of our spices and everything together, and we can figure out what we're doing. We do have some ground turkey. I decided to do turkey instead of beef today, which seemed choice. Seemed like a choice decision there. We got ourselves some ground turkey, a little bit of turkey chili. We got ourselves an onion. Ow, my foot. Got ourselves an onion here as well. All right. And then we'll jump back over here for a second. And we also got ourselves a jalapeno, which the jalapeno is for the chili as well as for the cornbread. And I got myself some nice extra sharp cheddar so that we can do some of our own cheese shredding at the end here. All right, so let's go back and we can pull this camera up a little bit so you guys can see everything. So just like we start every episode of Scuffed, whether or not it's a live test, is we get all of our ingredients out. And this is pretty much all we need. I just need to grab the beef broth. We got ourselves some broth here to use. And I think we're good. Some garlic. I even have some potatoes. Dude, should we put some potatoes in our chili? That sounds fun, right? Should we do some potatoes? Dude? The potatoes in our chili could be sick. Got some taters to use up. At that point, it's like a stew, though. I'm not gonna do the taters because at that point it's a stew. Like we're crossing into different barriers. Listen, I'm gonna just stick to the beans. I'm gonna stick to the beans here. All right. What does Adult Swim mean? Exclamation point Adult Swim in the chat, Akia. Yes, I can read your comments, but my content when I do Scuffed Eats is a little different than my traditional content. So let's just make it clear. When I'm doing Scuffed Eats content, it's not the same as my normal sitting and gaming content. And I'm not going to be reading every single message and interacting with every single message. Instead, I am focused on creating a wonderful experience through the world of culinary arts. And you are going to be being skipped every once in a while. I can't read every single message when I'm doing Scuffed Eats. It wouldn't be fun for everyone if I read every message. It's more about providing a show and an experience than it is about reading every chat message. So I do understand that I have set the bar pretty high as far as interacting with my chat, but out of respect and patience for me, I would appreciate it if you understand that during Scuffed Eats, this is a bit of a different vibe. It doesn't mean that I'm asking you to not interact with chat. Like, have fun, jump in the chat, feel free to ask questions. Between myself and the mods, I'm sure somebody will help answer questions. And speaking of, if we have any mods in the chat that can kind of help answer some questions, that would be really appreciated. I am currently the only one here besides I see LPK here. So yeah, please don't be afraid to help ask questions as well. It goes a super long way when I'm doing Scuffed Eats mod team, because I can't be as attentive to the chat, all right? So again, exclamation point Adult Swim will give you a little bit of an explanation of Adult Swim, but we just crack some brews, we play some games, we hang out. It's called Adult Swim because I usually drink a little bit, or I let myself be a little bit of Hylian after dark, and we get a little bit rambunctious. So what I encourage you to do is just come on by tonight at 5 p.m. and you can see what Adult Swim is like for yourself. If you're that curious, because we're here and we'll be here and we're only a couple hours from now. So you could just show up and just see what it's like if you're so curious. And I would recommend you to do that. So thank you for asking, and thank you for tuning in. All right. So here we go. I think we have everything here. Hello, mod. He. May I ask what's on the menu today? Oh my gosh, Gabby XO. All right, you don't have to turn what I said into a thing. All right, I'm just trying to make it clear how my channel is working when I'm doing this, all right? Hello, mod. I will be a smart ass after Hylian is trying to be kind to his chat. Like, okay, thanks. You didn't have to hit me with the smart ass remark, all right? Chill. All right. So I think we have everything we need for our chili today. I think so. So we like to do everything in their places. We like to have everything out and in front of us before we start cooking. And then from here, we can start to get our food together. So I think we have everything we need here. And I'll go ahead and I'll grab this stuff and move this stuff out of the way here. And we'll start off, as always, with cutting up our vegetables, because that's just the easiest thing to do. And get all of our spices over here. I got some turmeric. I just picked up some turmeric. I was out. And I picked up some more garlic powder because I was out. or sorry, ginger powder. I love ginger. All right, we got some more salt. We got ourselves some cumin, which is a staple in chili. We'll just be doing salt, pepper, cumin, a little bit of turmeric, and some ginger. Pretty and then like I said, I usually add cocoa powder, and then we could add some chili powder if we want as well, so we can get a little bit of spice. What I prefer to add instead is some cayenne pepper. Here we go. So we're gonna go ahead and grab the cayenne pepper, because that's actually what I would prefer to use here. And then I am going to grab my chili powder because, you know, chili powder. You know. Chili powder, you know, whatever. What's up, Blood Raven? Good to see you today. Welcome in. What else do people in chat like to add to their chili? I don't know, there's lots of different things you can do with chili. Like, yeah, dude. That little mic is so powerful. Well, this little microphone is attached to about a $300 receiver device that I purchased for my cooking show. So, little mic, big backing. Big backing. All right. We'll start off and we'll do some vegetables. So, I don't have celery. I saw somebody say celery. I don't usually add celery to my chili. All right, we'll be using our Instapot today, which is exciting. I got the Instapot right here. And we'll start off by sauteing our onions and garlic together in the Instapot because it does have a saute setting. And then we'll add everything else to it. Super easy. Honestly, the reason I chose chili was because this is super easy, right? And we also have to brown our meat, and we'll do that on the stove behind us. So let's start off by getting our vegetables going, and I'm gonna quickly grab my butter because we're gonna need that for the saute session. So, and then last but not least, let's grab another cutting board. And this is where things get a little weird. I know chat might be saying, what? Another cutting board? Well, I kind of like this little cutting board to be a bit of a showpiece right now. Once I purchase my bamboo cutting board, I'll feel less inclined to do this, but I don't feel like cleaning my Hylian Descent cutting board. And in fact, I kind of would like to retire it as far as putting food on it. Let me grab some towels real quick. I'd kind of like to retire it as far as putting food on it because I kind of just want to keep it nice and have it be just a cutting board that I have as a showpiece because it's so cool and it's like official merch. Okay. Get some towels for the kitchen here. And I think we're all set. Yeah, meat board, veggie board, exactly. All right, grab our knife and then kitchen starts. Now I'm cooking for myself, so it's not as big of a deal. But it all starts with washing our hands. All right, so let's go ahead and jump over and we'll get our hands washed really quick. Wearing this sweater was maybe not the best idea because the sleeves tend to droop. So we're gonna have to be extra careful about that. And then we can actually go ahead and start browning this meat now. This on low. All right. Yeah, cocoa powder is my chili. It's how I've been making chili my whole life. Cocoa powder. And there it is. That's it. Boom. Some meat. Boom. Go ahead and get this browned. Put it on low so we can forget about it. Here. Is it common to add bay leaves to chili? Yeah, you can add bay leaves to anything. But truly, bay leaves just add depth to anything that you put them in. Anything that's going to be cooked for a long time benefits from bay leaves. The way you want to think about bay leaves is if it's going to be cooking for a long time, it likely will benefit from bay leaves when it comes to like a lot of the soups and stuff. Now, to be real, there is a specific flavor profile that bay leaves bring to the table, and you maybe you don't want that flavor for everything, right? Like I can imagine there are some like really flavor sensitive chefs that would cringe at the idea of putting bay leaves in every type of soup. But so this is all my frozen vegetable ends here, and we're just going to be adding our frozen vegetable ends to this bag real quick. And then I'm going to eventually use all of these vegetable cuttings for some homemade veggie stock. Vegetable cuttings for some veggie stock, my dudes. All right. Get this stuff back in the freezer. Because I'd love to get back into making all my own stock again. What's up? What's up, dude? Thank you, Spaceman, for 26, dude. You know we're out here killing it, baby. You know we're out here killing it, baby. All right, sick. Let's dive in. Let's dive in. Get that camera back down. Boop, 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 boop. And then we can also zoom in the camera a little bit more if we need to. Anytime I'm cutting white onions, you always deal with this glare from the onion. It sucks. And you like can't really do anything about the glare from the onion without changing the whole profile of the camera. All right, let's we're dicing, right? So we're gonna go ahead and score our onion just a little bit. Like I said, once we get back our food camera, I think the food camera really does make a pretty big difference. So all I do is I score my onions, just like the last test episode. Once I score them, I turn them sideways, and then we dice. And because I scored them, they're all pretty perfectly diced right out the gate. And all it takes is one extra step, and you got some pretty good diced onions. And then, of course, I'll run my knife through them a couple extra times and just kind of make sure that everything's the way that I want it to be. And then I'm going to grab these extra pieces over here, and we'll do the same thing. Boom shakalaka. I actually think I would like this camera to be a little bit more zoomed in. So let's go ahead and do that real quick. Because again, we are here for Scuffed Eats live test number 2, which just is an excuse for me to say, if the show sucks, well, it's a test. You see, this is why it sucks. It doesn't normally suck. It's just a test, bro. Broski, dude. It's just a test, dude. That's why it sucks. I just won't have an excuse next week for the pizza. But, you know, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out when we get there. We won't have an excuse for pizza week. We'll have to bring our A game. Let's hope my computer and setup brings its A game. Holy heck. I still haven't gotten over the frustration that I was feeling this morning. I'm not gonna lie. Not my favorite feeling to come back after a day off and to have so many tech issues. It started off and it was just like, oh, okay, I just have to restart my computer. And then like this computer wouldn't turn on. And then like my main computer was acting up. And then like I had to update OBS. And then updating OBS broke a bunch of stuff. And I'm sitting there and I'm like trying to drink my coffee and start the show and come chat with y'all. Holy heck, did it suck, dude. It's okay, we're here, we made it. We put on a pretty good show today, despite starting my day off on quite a frustrating foot. But you know, what can you do? So once I score it, what you see I'm doing with my hands, which is why I need that other camera. So I'll show you like this. I'm doing it like this. Is I'm literally just going in and I'm scoring it. So first I put it sideways and I score it and I don't cut all the way through. Then I do this. Put that aside. So I did it like this. You can see right there. Kind of the lighting. And then I did it like this. So then again, when you come back over here, you have perfectly diced onions. And because of the scoring, you don't need to do all that extra work. You don't need to cut them into half crescents, right? Like half circles, and then cut them again, and then you have all these weird arches, and you're like, how do I cut these arches up? You know what I mean? Like you don't have to do all that. If you just start off by scoring, then you don't have to deal with all the BS. And like, that's the thing that makes cutting onions suck, because they're all misshaped and weird. All right, let's rinse off this and let's check our meat behind us. That I definitely 100% did not forget about. Nope, not me. Not this guy. No, I didn't. We'll grab one of the official Hylian Descent branded spatulas here. Go ahead and turn this heat up. All right. Definitely did not forget about my meat over here. Nope, not this guy. All right. Here we go. And let's get some seasoning in here, shall we? Yeah, cracks of salt. Stir it up. I turn the heat up a little bit. If you've never browned meat before, it's not too bad of a process. You are literally just cooking the meat, but you're cooking the meat so lightly that it still has more time to cook. Browning is a term. It means exactly what it sounds like. You are browning the meat. So you shouldn't see any pink, really. And it's okay if you do see pink if you're going to be putting it in a soup for hours anyways. So the luxury of browning meat is that if you're going to be putting it in a chili or a soup for 5 hours sitting on slow cook, then it doesn't matter how far you go with the browning process, as long as it's mostly brown. But if you're browning meat to put into some, let's say some tacos, well, then you better fully cook those gosh darn meat, that meat for those tacos, because you're not cooking that meat again, right? So you brown it, then you season it, and then you have your taco meat. So there is a difference, but generally browning does just mean cooking, but it can also be on the lighter side. You don't have to cook it fully, especially if you're going to be putting it into a cooked, soup. But just keep in mind that, like, we're talking about a soup that's cooking for a couple hours. Like, don't be putting raw meat into a soup that you're serving in 30 minutes. Don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah. Don't do that. I do have the meat chopper. Yeah, it's in my cabinet. I could grab it right now. I do have the meat chopper. Since we're doing Scuffed Eats test, I'm not trying to pull all the equipment and stuff out. You know what I mean? We're kind of just here to make sure the lights, camera, action is all working the way that it should be. Oh, you guys are talking about not crying when you cut onions? Oh, I have a super easy answer for you. You just put them in a freezer, dude. So listen, you peel the onion and you put the you put the onion in the freezer. You peel the onion, peel off the skin, put it in the freezer for about 5 minutes, because when the onion is in a cold state, it cannot release the chemicals that make you cry. So put your onion in the freezer for like 5, even 10 minutes. You're not freezing it, you're just getting it really, really cold. And then you take it out of the freezer and you quickly cut it while it's cold. And it can't release the chemical, and GG's. No crying. GG's, baby. No cry babies around here. No cry babies around here, baby. No baby cry babies. I don't know what I'm saying now. The word baby's becoming a fake word. I don't know what's happening. All right, sick. Let me turn this down a little bit. I don't need it to be browning that fast. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Move this out of the way really quick. I spilled some out of the pot like a schlub. Can you believe it? Hold on a second here. I never do that. I swear, I'm always the perfect, best, cleanest cook that's ever clean cooked. Making messes, dude? No way, man. I never do that, dude. I'm way too cool. All right, let's go ahead and grab this. We're gonna put some ginger powder in our meat as well, because ginger in everything I do is the way it be. And then we'll go ahead and we'll also do some cayenne pepper on this meat. My goal is to make this turkey meat super flavorful on its own, so that while you're eating the soup, the meat itself is something that you're loving to bite. The meat itself is something that you're like really looking forward to, not just the whole experience. All right, I didn't feel like switching the camera. I didn't think I'd be back there that long. All right, let's go ahead and do our garlic real quick. So garlic requires a little bit of a dry board. Otherwise it's a mess. So let's go ahead and dry that first part off. And then we're gonna go ahead and do our garlic crushing. So I like to smush my garlic. And that's how we can get even deeper here. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. Now we're getting deep over here. That's what I like. Boom. So we're gonna crush it, because then we can just take the paper off of it super easy. That's been my go-to method for a long time. And this is definitely one of the best ways to get your frustration out here in the kitchen space. One of the things that kitchens are actually good for, like for example, if you have to pound some meat nice and flat, oh boy, do it on a day where you're real frustrated. Go up in the kitchen and pound away, my dude. Pound away. Creative outlet, yes. Stress release outlet, yes, please. Yes, please. All right, I'm streaming Katamari tonight. Once Upon a Katamari. Come on by, even if the game isn't something for you, because it's not about the game. It's about the absolute lunacy that the game represents. Not about the game. You don't play Katamari, all right? You don't do that. Nobody plays Katamari. Katamari plays you. All right? That, like, don't even try to play Katamari. Katamari plays you. We're here for the experience. All right. And we'll go ahead and we'll rotate our camera over. And we got our meat here pretty brown. You can see. Right? There's like a little bit of pink left in there. Not much at all. So we can actually turn the heat off of this here in a second. Because again, we're throwing this into the pot anyways. And we don't need to fully brown it because we're going to let it cook in the chili. And we can still get some of that fat and some of that juiciness. Floor feet. I know. I thought about it as I started the stream. I'm like, I didn't put freaking socks and stuff on. People are going to be talking about my feet. I knew it, dude. If you can't have garlic due to something like Crohn's disease, but a recipe calls for garlic, what would you use instead? Ginger. I think ginger is just as spicy. And while it's a different flavor profile, I think that ginger is a really good alternative to garlic because it provides that same level of spice. So now I've been trying something new with my garlic here at home. I've been cutting my garlic up in slices instead of always dicing it. And I've been using this in my cooking. And I actually love this. Now, obviously, you don't always want to do this. Depends on what you're making. Love this. I love this. I'm going to cook this just like this. And then I'm going to stumble across this nice juicy piece of garlic that's going to be swimming in all of these wonderful chili juices. And I love that. And this is something I got inspired from here, I'll cut it in half here. Iron Chef inspired me on this because I realized that everywhere that I've ever cooked has been afraid of the customer biting into like a big piece of garlic. That's what you get taught in a lot of kitchens. Like, oh, you don't want your customer to bite into a big piece of garlic. Like, that's the end. That's not good. And I'm starting to realize, like, actually, that's bullshit. And, like, biting into a nice cooked piece of garlic, like something that's been in, like, a savory soup for a long time or something, actually tastes really, really good. Now, maybe if the garlic's not getting cooked a lot, and like it would maybe make sense, but like especially in some kind of soup or something, like dude, it tastes really, 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 really good. Right? So I really enjoy. I'm starting to use garlic a little bit differently here in my journey. So I'm using a lot. I'm not dicing all my garlic. That's the point I'm trying to make. We're not dicing all of our garlic. All right, we have our pan. We're gonna go ahead and get our saute setting going. All right, sick. We're gonna turn off the heat from our meat. It's already turned off. I'll put the lid on it. We're gonna grab this bad boy. We're gonna use that in here. And we need some butter. Does depend on the customer's tolerance. Listen, if you're coming to my restaurant and you don't like garlic, I don't like you. No, I'm just kidding. I get it. When you're serving food in a restaurant, you're serving food to a lot of people. And you have to make the food approachable by most people. I get it. That's why Iron Chef's just cooking for 5 people. Not a restaurant. All right, we got our butter in there. We're going to let that butter get going. And I can actually pull this over to us because my setup allows it now. But I don't know to what extent. And that's what we're here to learn today. So, boom. And then let's go ahead and get the zoom. Let's unzoom here. Nice. So we get to go ahead and actually show off the pressure cooker on the inside, which was actually something that was hard for us to do with our old setup. Which is really nice. And now we still do have our super expensive Dux top. And we can bust out the Dux top if we ever need. But now with our new camera angle, and I do have a plan in the future to maybe try to get a camera wired up across this wall, aiming directly on the stove. So you would have like a camera like right here looking directly at this burner. That is a future plan for the channel. And then we can actually show you the food on the stove nice and up close as well. Or maybe like a little higher up that just shows the whole stove. Pretty much this angle right here, but closer. I tried zooming in, by the way. It doesn't work. This camera that I'm using doesn't zoom well. I tried zooming in on the stove and it just like doesn't look good. Let's test it again for fun here. I might break something if I do this. Yeah, I tried zooming here. Oh, that's what it was. I have to use a whole separate software to zoom here. Yeah, screw that. Anyways. Chef Hat POV cam. That's a little bit more complicated, and it's something I would like to do, but that's not as it's not as easy to plug a webcam to my hat. All right. Now there are some options because I can get a device to put my phone over my head with a strap. I've actually already looked into this. The funny part about that comment is I've already looked into it. I've actually looked into it, and I can get a strap to attach to my head, and it puts my phone on my head. Like, it's actually really goofy. And like, I thought about it. I've looked into it, dude. I've looked into it. And then I can use my phone as a camera, because that's a thing you can do. You can use your phone as a camera pretty easily, actually. Anybody can do that, by the way. To all streamers out there, you can use any phone as a camera for OBS if you have if you have Wi-Fi. All right, nice. So we salted and we peppered, and guess what we're doing? We're gingering. Always gingering. Ginger is the lifeblood of my whole existence. We're gingering, and we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna hit these onions with a little bit of cumin, because cumin's directly on onions smells amazing. Oh my gosh, cumin smells so good, dude. That is so nice. All right, so now we're just gonna saute these bad boys up. So we are here to get these to be translucent, and we're here to saute these bad boys up, all right? So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna do a flip. We're gonna move this over here, boom shakalaka, and we're gonna move this so that we can cut up our jalapenos, because our jalapenos are going in next. All right. Ginger and chili, curious. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, and Scuffed eats ginger goes in everything. Plus, you have to realize that the amount of ginger I'm putting in here, do you really think you're gonna taste it over all the other flavors? Ask yourself that question. Do you really think you're gonna taste the quarter teaspoon of ginger I put into this food over cumin, turmeric, onion, garlic? No, if anything, it's a very light background note, and I do it for the health benefits because ginger is super healthy for your digestive. So yes, I do put a little bit of ginger in everything I cook. It's not there for taste. If it's there for taste, you'll know it's there for taste. It's there for the health benefits because ginger is super healthy for you. Oof, all right. Let's go ahead and get ourselves, so now we have to be careful. Once we bust open the jalapeno, it's go time. So we need to be super careful here. And I think we can just go ahead and, you don't have to cut the seeds out of jalapenos, do you? I don't think so. Do you generally keep the seeds in jalapenos? I don't remember, I'm gonna be honest. Generally speaking, the seeds are okay in jalapenos. It's not like green peppers where they're super bitter, right? Right? Yeah, it's just the heat, which I know that. Yeah. It depends on the spice level. Okay, good. Just making sure, because I know with green peppers, it's about the heat, it's about the bitterness, and you don't want that bitterness from green peppers. So you get those seeds out of there. All right. Now be careful. Watch the streamer closely, because if I rub my eyes, this stream's about to end early. Watch the streamer closely, because if I rub my eyes, this stream's done. We're wrapping up early. All right. Washing my hands real quick. Guess I'm not one to add flavor if you can't taste it, but every kitchen is different. Yeah, that's okay. And you're the chef in your kitchen, and I'm the chef in mine, so shut the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding. That was a joke. That was a joke. Sorry, a little taste of the real kitchen world coming out of me. My bad. My bad. All right. Little taste of what it's like working in a real kitchen. Yes, chef. Yeah, exactly. All right. Let's get our jalapenos in here. Now, to go on the conversation of adding flavors that you can't taste, that's a really interesting take, because how many people here can call out a recipe that has an ingredient in it that you don't even know is in the recipe, but it's there for flavor, or it's there for balance, or it's there for some sort of like technical science thing like combining agent, or it's there for some sort of coloring agent, or for some consistency or texture agent. So interesting enough, I think that logic might be not always foolproof in general, because I think a lot of times you put ingredients in food that you don't taste outright. For example, you don't taste salt and pepper. You salt and pepper until it's like, you don't take outright. If you're tasting salt and pepper in your food, you're over salting and over peppering. Does that make sense? Like, if you actually taste the salt and pepper, you're over salt and peppering. You're not supposed to taste the salt and pepper. It's there for balance. See what I mean? So funny enough, a lot of food and a lot of ingredients go well in food without ever like actually needing to be tasted. See what I mean? So funny enough, and I think that you'd be surprised how often that how common that is actually in a lot of cuisine. So for me, ginger can add a lot of body to a lot of food, even if you don't taste it, because ginger is actually partially spicy. So because ginger has a bit of a spicy undertone to it, right? I find that ginger can actually add body to something, especially if you're not adding garlic, which is what I just said earlier to that person, Blood Raven, asking about an alternative to garlic, because garlic does the same thing. Garlic also adds this spicy flavor to the mix that also provides body as well. So it's real interesting. There's a lot you can do in the cooking world, and to be fair, again, every person is a chef in their own kitchen, and you know, you should always approach cooking as a creative outlet, as if you're using a crayon on a coloring book. All right, you should always approach it as if you're using watercolors, right? Watercolors on a canvas, because that's what cooking is. You see, I don't ever really follow recipes. Rarely do I follow recipes. What I do instead of following recipes is I look up a recipe to get an idea of what I'm making, and then I make it myself based off of my own intuition. Now, obviously, not every cook is going to get there day one. Don't worry. You're not going to be there day one. You're not going to be, have the gumption to make combined flavors and stuff day one. That's why you start with the basics, and that's why you start by following recipes. But after a while, you start to find freedom in cooking, and you start to say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and add ginger to everything that I eat because I like ginger. And you can create new dishes and ideas where you could take a flavor palette that was never maybe considered in your household, and you can make it something very special, right? And I really enjoy that side of cooking. Now, what I just did...
Your streams
What's up, Dom?
so many of my days with chill vibes and positivity before I head to work. Shouts out to Hylian, 2020 Shred.
All right. So what I just did is I just added chili powder, cayenne pepper, turmeric, and I'm going to add a little bit of cumin because I didn't add a ton to the dish yet. So I just added some cayenne pepper, turmeric, chili powder, and a little bit of cumin in here because I already added some cumin to the onions. So now we have a very nice flavor palette here for the base of my chili. And now we get to have the fun part. We get to add all these other ingredients. All right. We got that nice fog happening here. You know, we love that. You know, we love that. Thank you for being a good sport, Mike Travis. I just felt like giving people a little taste of that real kitchen life. And I figured if there was anybody who could take me cursing towards them, it'd be you. But, you know, I don't normally do that. So thanks for being chill about it. Holy heck. Holy heck. Are you browning it in the Instapot? So yeah, the Instapot actually has a saute setting. The Instapot actually has a saute setting, and you can use the saute setting. And that's what I'm doing right here. We're actually using the saute setting. So this is really nice for my stream, and it makes it super accessible. I'm going to take it out because of the heat, and then give me just a second here. All right. You know what? I just realized I have tomato paste. I just realized I have tomato paste. I have tomato paste in a tube so that I could keep it in my fridge and it never goes bad. And then I bought tomato paste anyways. This is what I get for going to the grocery store without a list, man. This is what I get for going to the grocery store without a freaking list. All right, and then I'm gonna run a little bit of water in my tomato paste can, and I'm gonna shake it. Because we were gonna add water to this recipe anyways, and we might as well just try to get the most out of our tomato paste. So easy peasy lemon squeezy there. I need to grab a new towel because I used that other towel for jalapeno hands. And all right, now we got dark red kidney beans. Oh, excuse me. I got dark red kidney beans here. 1 can of dark red kidney beans. I am going to drain them. I know some people prefer not to drain. I will drain, but what I won't always do is rinse. I am, however, rinsing today because I want to control the salt level in the chili. And if you're not going to rinse your beans, which is totally chill and it's totally a valid way to cook, then just make sure you're not adding a ton of salt to your dish. That's all you have to worry about, depending on your usage and how you want to approach your beans. And then we also have pinto. So we're doing red and pinto today. You know, I usually only do kidney. I think I've done pinto once in the past. And today I wanted to mix things up a little bit. So I decided, why not go ahead and do some pinto as well. And again, you have the choice between how you want to do this. Has anybody ever made dirty rice where you don't rinse the beans and you just pour it all over rice and mix it? And like you don't rinse the beans completely. And then you get this nice flavor with dirty rice. That's one of the best examples of a situation in which you might not want to drain your beans. All right. So look at this beautiful melody going on in here so far. And yeah, sure, this recipe's been posted in the past, and I can make a point to get it posted again for you. Not a problem at all. Not a problem at all. All right. I'm glad this can opener is working because my old can opener was not. All right, tomato sauce is going in. The can's not fully opening, so I guess we're just kind of dripping it out. Hello, can? Thanks, can. And we'll do the same thing here because we are adding a little bit of water to this recipe because I didn't buy a ton of beef stock. You can use vegetable stock, you can use beef stock, you can use water. If you're ever curious about the difference between stocks, all of that stuff really just adds more flavor. So if you're a first-time cook at home and you're like, I don't know about stocks, I don't know about all that stuff, don't worry about it. Don't think too hard about it. Just use water, but stocks really do change the game. Chef that goes from using water as a base for their soup to chicken broth is a chef that has stepped into the new generation. Like how do I express this? Like the difference between an amateur at-home cook and an at-home cook who has a good idea of what they're doing is literally chicken broth versus water. The amount of flavor you will pull out of your food by just switching from water to broth is insane, especially if you're making it yourself. All right, so Dom, thank you again, Dom, for 5 months. Thank you, Porky Bird, for 19, by the way. I'm sorry I missed it. You still out there, Porky? All right, so we added diced tomatoes. We added diced tomatoes. What were they, stewed? What were they? Let me see. I added fire roasted diced tomatoes. All right. And then I added tomato sauce. And I added dark red kidney beans. I added 1 can pinto beans. And 1 nice little can of tomato paste. And that's what you're all seeing in this pan right now. We also added 1 pound of turkey meat. We also added 1/2 of a fat boy jalapeno, onions and garlic. But the key here is that the onions, garlic, and jalapeno were cooked first at the bottom of the pan to really create a nice, rich flavor before we stacked everything in here. That's key, especially when making soups. Mike Travis, one of our in-house chefs, is dropping some knowledge in the chat, and they said, fun substitution, stewed tomatoes for a chunkier chili. I like the stewed tomatoes, and I used to not like them, Mike, and nowadays I'm starting to really come to terms with stewed tomatoes. I agree with you. Now, let's go ahead and get our beef broth. I do have some beef broth to add to this. And it's going to loosen up my chili, and it's going to make it a little bit more of a chili consistency and a little less of a stew consistency. Now, you might be wondering what's the difference between a stew and a chili. Well, the truth is that there's a very fine difference, and usually one involves potatoes. Chili is usually just as hearty or can be just as hearty as a stew. And Mike was just talking about it. Do you like a chunkier stew? Then go for a chunkier ingredients, go for less liquid, but you have to keep in mind that this liquid is going to cook out. So I am starting off with what maybe feels like a lot of liquid, but a lot of this is going to cook out because we're slow cooking this, right? So it's not going to be as liquidy, but I do like my chili to be a little looser. I do prefer a hearty chili as well. I have kind of a taste for both. Give me a nice hearty chili that's literally just ingredients and very little liquid. Or give me a nice kind of soupier chili and give me some cornbread to sop up that liquid with. So for me, it can go both ways. But we have a pretty nice looking chili here. And I said a little on the looser side, but I still think it's gonna do what I want once we get done with the slow cook process. I imagine most of this liquid is gonna be cooked out over time, especially the day after when I'm eating my seconds, when I'm eating my leftovers. That's when food truly shines. The second reheat of the chili, that's going to be the good stuff. That's going to be the good stuff. All right. So let me go ahead and rotate some stuff here. And step 1 of today's Scuffed Eats is looking good here. I'm gonna move the slow cooker. We're gonna throw the lid on it. We're gonna switch off the saute setting, and we're gonna go to the slow cook setting. We're gonna put it on medium, and we're gonna fire off for about 4 hours, but we'll stop back and come eat some in about 30 minutes to an hour just for the show. And then I'll let it keep cooking throughout the day, and I'm gonna come back and eat it later. So that turned out pretty dang good. I'd say so. All right, now we do have some cheddar we're gonna be putting on top. Freshly grated cheddar, aged for 2 years. I like to get a little fancy for Scuffed Eats, and I just really love cheese. So we'll be freshly grating this on the top to wrap it up. And if you wanna get really, really culinary with it, save a little bit of your jalapenos or some scallions and put that right on top of the cheese for a nice color contrast. And that's your choice, because in your kitchen, you're the chef and you can do whatever you want. It doesn't have to look good, it just has to taste good. Don't forget that, all right? It doesn't have to look good, it just has to taste good. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and throw this cheese back in the fridge because we don't need it for a while. Throw the garlic back in the cabinet, and we can take a quick... All right. Now, we're going to be using this Jiffy mix to make ourselves some stuff. I've never used this. I've only ever used cornmeal. All right. We're going to preheat our oven to 400. Okay, move our Nessies. Move our little Nessies off in case it gets too hot. And so this is calling for 1/3 cup milk. Y'all think my buttermilk is bad? It's been in the fridge for like 6 months. Buttermilk doesn't go bad right away. For those that are wondering why I'm asking this question, buttermilk can last a really long time. Would you consider doing a segment on how to use Instapot? Yeah, we could do that. Okay, it's bad. Okay, it's bad. All right. I just wasn't sure. I know buttermilk can last a super long time. I was genuinely asking. I will post this in the Discord for you, Saltiest Wife. Thank you for your patience, and good morning, by the way. Yeah, okay, so it's all right. Throw it away. All right. So we're not going to use the buttermilk. So apparently I can use butter instead. Is that what somebody said in the chat? Can I replace the 1/3 cup of milk in this Jiffy corn muffins with 1/3 of melted butter? And is that going to do the same thing? Is that what somebody was saying? Somebody in the chat was saying that I can use... Somebody in the chat was saying I could use butter instead of milk to do this. Because I don't have any milk in the house. No, I don't have any milk in the house, unfortunately. That's the problem here. That's why I was saying we might not make the cornbread, because I dropped the ball and forgot to get forgot to get the good stuff. Speaking of the good stuff, let's take a shot, shall we? Let's take a shot. Some apple juice. Wait, can I just use the can of cream corn? Is this going to replace them? Is this going to work? Is this going to work, Mike Travis? Because I have cream corn. Like, because that's how I normally make my cornbread. You have sour cream? No. That'll work? Okay, cool. So is the milk only in here for moisture? Is that what it is? Is the milk only in this freaking box for moisture? Is that what the recipe is asking milk for? Is it literally just the moisture? Kind of, yeah. Moisture and body. That's super interesting. So what you're saying is that this cornbread's going to be a little drier. Not going to have as much body, which is fine. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, I mean, I have coconut yogurt, but... Oh, that is some delicious apple juice. Ooh, that's some good stuff right there. That's some good stuff. All right, let's get some mixing bowls. Yeah, exactly, Mike Travis. Yeah, like, I was so mad. I don't like using... I know I sound like a broken record, but... I just really wasn't into using Jiffy, but I grew up eating this stuff, you know what I mean? So, it's not like, I'm not above it, all right? I grew up eating food from the food bank. I know my way around some Jiffy corn muffins for dinner. Like, it ain't like that. I just prefer not to use it. I am mostly dairy free. Outside of cheese, the occasional dairy creamer for coffee. And what else? What other kind of dairy do I do? A little bit of ice cream. Not too much. I'm mostly dairy free, yeah. What's wrong with Jiffy? Nothing, it's not just cornmeal. That's the problem. So the reason I didn't like Jiffy, again, it's just a personal preference. I don't want anybody to feel out of place here. But let me go ahead and read the ingredients of the Jiffy box. And then let me tell you what I wanted. So what I wanted was literally just cornmeal. One ingredient, that's it. Cornmeal. But this is what I got. Wheat flour, degermed yellow cornmeal, sugar, lard, 2%, less than 2% of baking soda, tricalcium phosphorate, sodium acid pyrophosphorate, monocalcium phosphorate, salt, wheat starch, Nicene reduced iron, thiaminate mononitrate, riboflavin. Like, I just wanted cornmeal, dude. I know how to cook food. I like my food to be single ingredient. I like my food to be low ingredient. That's how I'm trying to live my life right now. And that's why. So nothing's wrong with Jiffy. I just wanted my food to be low ingredient. That's like literally all I wanted. You know, like, that's it. Like, so yeah, I'm not trying to talk down on the Jiffy, man. Like I said, I grew up eating this stuff, dude. I don't have any problem. I'm not above this stuff. I grew up eating this stuff. My mom used to make it all the time. All right, so we just need to add an egg real quick. I think he just cast a spell. Yeah. I might have just cast a spell. Those all give you a nice glow. Yeah, that's why it costs 50 cents. That baby gets me, man. You really do understand, dude. I might have put too much in here. Oops. I only needed a third of a cup. Yikes. Do we try to take some out real quick? Hold on, let me get some out of here. Hold on, I got this. Slurp it out. I'm slurping it out. We're glorping it out. We're glorping it out. I got this. Welcome to Scuffed Eats, everybody. Welcome to Scuffed Eats, baby. This is where we're at right here. Look at the look at this is Scuffed Eats, fam. This is the tried and true experience we've been doing for 6 years. This is it right here. All right, that's good enough. If we think it needs more, we'll get more. All right. This is Scuffed Eats, baby. This is what we do here. Wouldn't want to have it any other way. This is what we do here, baby. This is what we do here. You could go watch professionals on YouTube and Cooking Network any day. All right? But what you're here for is to watch this big dumb baby attempt to figure out how to cook at home, because I've only ever cooked in industrial kitchens and it's just a very different vibe, dude. And I don't remember everything that I cooked in those kitchens over the years, you know what I mean? Like, I retain some of it, but a lot of this journey of Scuffed Eats is me learning alongside all of you. This actually looks like really good batter. This actually looks like really good batter. Look at this. This is actually really good. This turned out really good. It's a little bit chunky. It's wet all the way through. There's no dry pockets. It's not bad. This is good. Solid batter. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. Not bad. We can add a little bit more of our corn if you think we need more liquid. It's all the trilathafame. Yeah, here, what? This is for you, Toad. There's a little bit more liquid for you. Just to make you feel better. There it is. All right, I don't have a cast iron, and unfortunately, I ended up getting rid of it when I moved. Wait, or did I? Oh, the cast iron lives! Never mind. It's thick. Hey, the cast iron lives, dude. Dope. It needs to be re-seasoned, so it's gonna stick. It needs to be re-seasoned. We can use it, but it's gonna stick, but that's fine. But we'll use it anyways. It's clean, just needs to be re-seasoned. Scuffed iron, that's right. All right, so we're gonna use some butter because I don't have any cooking spray or anything. Oh, but before we do this, we have to cut the rest of our jalapeno up. Yeah, let's do that real quick. We're gonna add some jalapeno to our batter here because Chad inspired me to not be disappointed. This is why I love you, Chat, because it goes both ways. People come in here all the time and tell me that I inspire them and that I help them provide a space. I want you all to know, like, that's mutual, man. I get inspired all the time by y'all. I get inspired. I honestly should have took the seeds out for this. I didn't think about it. That's fine. Scuffed eats. I get inspired all the time by y'all. Sometimes I show up and I'm like, I feel defeated like I did this morning. I'm not gonna lie. After coming off of a day off, I don't always feel that way, but I felt super defeated this morning, man. My computer was set up was being weird. I was kind of tired because even though I got good rest, it was still just like a little bit of a rough night of sleep last night for me because I kind of injured my shoulder a little bit while putting the bed together. And my shoulder just kept bothering me all night, and I was being ignorant and not waking up to take some ibuprofen. So I just sat there uncomfortable all night with a ton of shoulder pain, old man vibes. So I was like kind of tired this morning, and I'm like, and then my computer starts crumbling in front of me. Both computers, mind you, not just one computer, both computers in my house are crumbling in front of me, and I'm just like, dude, please. I literally at one point said, dude, please, to the universe. I remember I was just like, dude, please. I'm like, can I just get a break, man? It was rough. It was a rough start to my day, dude. So, and then my point is, like, y'all inspire me. As soon as I got here and got settled in, took me about 30 minutes of drinking coffee and staring at Animal Crossing, and I finally came to life. If y'all were here this morning, you know what I'm saying. Took me a little bit to come to life this morning, right? I was like, but I got there. We woke up. We're putting on a good show today, so just want to let y'all know that y'all inspire me a lot to keep pushing and to do my best every day, because I know that it's worth it in the end to push through my trials, because I did it in the past and look where I am. So why not try again, right? Pretty special stuff, man. Thank you, everybody. All right, we got some jalapenos. Somebody's telling me to add a little bit of honey. And sure, we can do that. We'll add a little bit of honey before we wrap up this. We're cooking cornbread right now to go with our chili. We're cooking cornbread to go with our chili here. Yeah, at one point I almost was like, we're just going to not do Scuffed Eats and we're just going to go live and play games. But I didn't give up. I tried one more thing and I got everything working. It was super nice. I've never actually added honey to cornbread, but I've heard of honey going in cornbread. It's a good idea. And the honey's going to go really good with the jalapenos. The honey's going to go real good with the jalapenos, so I think that's a super nice little touch because we're not adding any sugar. Now, there's already sugar in the Jiffy Lube mix, so it's not that big of a deal. But normally, if you make cornbread from scratch, you need sugar, just a little bit. What is jalapenos? Dude, Dom, Phil, dude, thank you for that. Thank you for the Doom reference. Not the Jiffy Lube mix. That'll help with the spice of the seeds. Yeah, I really should have took the seeds out. I'm not gonna lie. All right, and then I'm just gonna grease this bad boy with my butter stick, since I don't have any cooking spray or anything like that. I know I sound like pretentious, but I really am trying to go to a single ingredient life. And I don't want to say this to people to make them feel bad for not doing what I'm doing. which is why I don't have these talks often on my stream. But as I go through my health journey, that's one of the biggest things I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go to like single ingredient food. Like what I mean by that is like making a stir fry and just not having soy sauce. Unless I know the soy sauce is 100% just like exactly what it takes to make soy sauce and nothing extra. It's like stuff like that. Like I'm trying to move away from processed food entirely. Like my freezer is empty right now. I have 2 tuna steaks in my freezer and nothing else. And the Cornish hen I showed you this morning. Right? My refrigerator is nothing but vegetables right now. Chicken, vegetables, some beers, and some coffee creamer. That's probably the worst I do is coffee creamer. Right? So like I'm trying to avoid ultra processed mostly and then processed as well. Yeah, to clarify the difference. Yeah, I'm really trying to cut out like super ultra processed stuff and then additive ingredients and stuff like that. I'm really trying super hard in my life and it's not easy, you know what I mean? So all right, sick. Let's go ahead and get this going. And that butter will be nice. That butter coming off of the pan will probably be nice. Dude, I'm so happy that I still have my cast iron. I was so sad when my large cast iron didn't recover. Like you can always recover cast iron, but I just chose not to recover the big one I bought. I bought this massive cast iron for like $50. And I just chose not to even recover it because like I didn't have the technology at the time and I was feeling lazy and like a bum, and my cast iron got covered in, and this is going to be a little gross. Sorry if anybody's eating, but my cast iron got covered in a bunch of mouse poop and stuff. And at the time I was so disappointed because like I put so much effort and money and stuff into my cooking setup that like one day my large cast iron, I found it in like the cabinet and it was just like covered in mouse poop and stuff. And I'm just like, now that's the thing, cast irons can survive a literal trash dump. You can bring that home and you can season it and you can fix it. So you have to understand, cast irons are like literally like impervious like this. But I specifically chose not to use it because it was like so gross to me. I was like, ugh, I don't want to do this. And I just threw it away. Like a straight crumb bum. I just straight threw it away, dude. Yeah. All right, we're going in, dude. Here, let's quickly switch cameras so you guys can see the oven. Yeah. We're going in. Cast iron in. And then I don't even know how long we're cooking this for. I'm going to be honest. What, 20 minutes at 400? I'm going to guess 20 minutes. 20 minutes. 15 to 20. 15 to 20. All right, nice. Not bad at all. Now, we do have a little bit of downtime. So let's chat a little bit. We could go play some games, but instead we'll chat a little bit, actually. Grab the stool. I'll jump over here. And what I'd like to do is, I'd like to make it to where I can maybe adjust this camera on the fly. So that when I sit, you guys can still kind of see me fully. The only thing I can do right now is like not on the fly. I have to like unhook it, mess with everything. Yeah, you know. But that'd be the goal. So we can sit and relax and chill out for a minute here. And then we'll check our chili here. You know, we're going to let the chili cook for a bit. It's only been 20 minutes, but I'd like it to cook a bit longer before we check it out. Check it at 15th and do the toothpick test. Cool. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate the help. Anytime we're doing stuff on the fly in chat, it's always nice to get a little bit of chef expertise. I saw LPK out here hooking us up with chef expertise as well. Appreciate that. Yo, it's Liz. Good to see you today, dude. Welcome to the show. Scuffed Eats live test number 2. It's about the same as it was at the last house at this point. There's still one major flaw with my setup. and it's just the way that my computers are communicating. There's such a large margin for error and issues to occur. But if I have it all setting up straight, like if it's all set up, it's good. And usually the setup will last for the whole stream. But the setup process is a lot harder than I would like. That's the thing. It's weird. It's like the setup process is hard, but once it's set up, it's usually good for the whole day. About a day or two before I have to kind of redo things. So, but it's not too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad at all. I think we're doing pretty cool things here and figuring out how to make this new space pretty awesome. Oh, you got plenty of time to do chili. Chili season is here. We should probably get some water, yeah? Grab some water and then we'll clean up our spice rack over here. We got a big old spice rack. Ah, frick. I just like that I can sit in here with y'all. You don't understand how happy I am about my new kitchen, man. I'm so happy. I'm gonna have to take a picture and show y'all what the table looks like the behind the scenes. You all can't really see the table, the behind the scenes here of like what the computer's actually on. But my kitchen actually is pretty nice. Like I thought it was gonna be like mega cluttered, and I thought it might be like kind of a sourpuss thing to have this table in here. But it's actually kind of nice. Like it really is. Like it actually brings the whole kitchen together. It just makes it slightly cramped. I have a nice little lamp. I can sit in here and drink my coffee in the morning and watch streamers. I can sit in here and drink my, eat my cereal or breakfast in the morning, and I can like watch videos and stuff, and like it's super nice, right? So I really enjoy my new kitchen and how this is all working out. Scuffed feet. Okay, no feet for y'all. You know what? That's it. We're covering them up. We're hiding them. The feet are going away. The feet are going away. They're gone. You like that? They're gone. No feet for you. You bunch of hooligans, man. You can't. The feet are out. That's all the chat's talking about. Feet this, feet that. Oh my gosh, dude. Unbelievable, dude. These hooligans, man. Oh. Okay. The cool part about this microphone is that I can actually walk around the whole house and y'all can still hear me. My whole house is up for grabs with this new setup. And this is what we were talking about earlier with potentially doing lifestyle streams. Is like my whole house, like right here. Is that the camera angle? No, it's the other angle, but my bedroom's right here. So here you guys go. So my bedroom's right here. And then over here's my dining room through this door. It's nice. I can walk through my whole house. I can go anywhere in my house. Oh, it's really, really cool, actually. Gonna paywall those grippers. Free the grippers. Free the grippers, dude. Oh my gosh. Been wondering for a while, when and why did feet become a HDS browse thing? You don't want an answer to that. Get that bag, Highland? Oh my gosh. Speaking of getting bags, we did bag ourselves a sponsorship for DDV. Next, it's coming back. DDV next week, Wednesday. Right? Wednesday the 19th? So we'll be playing on Wednesday the 19th. Well, I switched to the wrong scene, sorry. We'll likely be playing on Wednesday the 19th. We'll also likely be playing again on December 10th. And then we might even be playing again in January, because they tried to book me for 3 dates into the future, which is crazy. Like, I don't know, man. I'm so blessed, but I also find it to be super silly. Like, why do you guys like me so much? Like I don't know what it is, dude. Like, they just like me so much, dude. They reached out to me. They're like, dude, we got like 3 dates that we want you for. And I'm like, here's the deal. I'll sign up, but I don't want to be stuck to the dates because what if something happens? And they're like, fine. So they're like, we're going to have you sign a contract for the 3 dates, and then you're going to only invoice us for the days that you actually do. But I'll likely do all 3 because, you know, the bag's okay, you know? Plus, it's a nice excuse to play DDV. Let's be real. It is a nice excuse to play DDV, and we're always kind of looking to splash it into the schedule. So, yeah, it's crazy, dude. I was so shocked when they were like, yeah, we want to book you for all of them. I'm like, what? Okay, sure. Like, if that's what you want, man, like, it's really hard for me to say no. It's hard to say no. Like, I tried saying no a bunch. I even said no in the past because I needed a break from it. You know, I wanted to try other sponsorships out. Like, I've said no before because I was like, you know, I want a break. I don't want my channel to become a Disney ad. I think there is something to having some integrity and making sure my community is comfortable with what I'm doing. So I went and I asked all of you, right, like, are you guys comfortable with this? And everyone said they were cool. So, you know, but I am going to continue to keep checking with all of you, making sure that this community is content with me accepting these sponsorships, because without all of you, none of this would mean anything. So I will keep checking in with all of you to make sure you're comfortable with this. And then I would still like to try to take some other sponsorships. Unfortunately, the sponsorship with Sega and Sonic Racing, I think, fell through. I can talk about it now. I offered them my price and I don't think they took it. I think they probably just took some cheaper streamers that offer, you know, less. But I sell myself where I'm valued. You know what I mean? Like, I don't sell myself short just to get a sponsorship. So I went to Sega like, this is what I'm worth. This is the proof of what I'm worth. And this is the value I can bring to you. And here's my price. And they haven't replied to me. So I think they probably skipped out on me, which is totally cool. But there was a chance maybe we still have a chance. Maybe they'll come get me this weekend for Sonic Racing, but it might just be DDV. Are there any simultaneously events? Yo, what's up, Bonnie, dude? Hey!
Hope you're doing well today.
And thank you, Dom, for the 5 months again, by the way. Thank you, Dom. Thank you, Dom. Yo, Clover with the 7! Oh my gosh, Clover, dude. Thank you. We actually have a sale going on right now. Anything over 5 gifted subs is 35% off. Twitch is allowing me to set sales, and I take half of it out of my cut. So normally when Twitch does sales, they cover the sale. But now Twitch is allowing me to start my own sales, and Twitch covers half of it. So Twitch is covering 13%, I'm covering 13%, and you all get 35% off gifted. And in the future, they're supposed to be giving us the option to do it with tier 1 subs. That is gonna be nice. And that I can kick you all off with a nice discount every once in a while on your tier 1s. They're supposed to be doing that later, but for right now, it's only for gifteds, and it's something I can activate anytime I want, which is pretty cool. I activated it for this whole weekend, so if anyone's feeling extra generous, you're welcome to drop some subs. Obviously, don't do anything out of your comfort zone, please. Rarely do I ever shill, but I figured I might as well shill a little bit. So yeah, thank you, math. I wasn't doing the math. Thank you, 18%. Thank you. I knew my math was wrong, and I was just like, Does anybody remember what time we put the cornbread in? I think it's been like 10 minutes, right? Oh my gosh. You have 9 minutes left. Okay, thank you. Master Dude, you're such a legend, buddy. Appreciate you, man. Daz's pockets is missing 10%. You're such a punk, dude. Thank you, Cozy. Thank you so much, Cozy, for the 11 gifted subs. You absolute hooligan, dude. And thank you, Clover, for the 7, of course. What's up, Aurora? We're making chili here. Let's go ahead and take a look at our chili. Go ahead and take a look at our chili here, and then we're getting ready to take the cornbread out for the first viewing. Thank you again, Bonnie, for 3 months, by the way. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. Since I started over my island, how do I NFC ACNH cards? Was thinking of ordering some. So yeah, you just have to have a pair of Joy-Cons or a Pro Controller official from Nintendo, and then you scan the villager in at the kiosk inside of Resident Services, and you scan them in, and they show up to your campsite. And if you do that 3 days in a row, and you fulfill their little request, you can have them move into your island, and you can choose who they kick out. So you scan in Tangy day 1, you do a little crafting request for her. It's nothing. You scan her in day 2, you do a little crafting request. Day 3, you do a little crafting request. And then on that 3rd day, she'll offer to move in, and you can kick anybody out for her. And that's the difference, because normal campsite villagers can't be kicked out. That easy, right? Like you don't have the choice is what I mean. Sorry. Normal campsite villagers choose themselves, but with the amiibo cards, you get to choose who gets kicked out, which is really, really nice. Yeah, so that's pretty much the rough idea of how they work. And if you get yourself the Sanrio ones, UMT, if you get the Sanrio ones, you can get items as well. No, you can do it before you have a full island, and then you just don't have to go through the process of kicking anybody out. So yeah, you can do it anytime you want, as soon as the kiosk is available, which is like right after you get Resident Services, right? All right, sick. So here's our chili. And we've been cooking this for just about 20 minutes. So it's honestly gotten nowhere and nowhere fast. But that's okay. That's a good thing. Don't I have a spoon in here somewhere? We'll use this spoon because I want to feel like Sally from from Nightmare Before Christmas. Slotted spoon. Mmm. All right. I'm going to turn the heat up a little bit on it. It's a nice spicy, this is a spicy chili. This chili has gumbo spice levels. This chili has gumbo spice levels, dude. This is going to be a spicy chili. I kind of knew that. I kind of knew what I was doing going in, but I don't know how to put this on backwards, dude. I don't know how to put this on backwards. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. You can taste the ginger? No, not at all. Not at all. It's gonna be, it's because I put so much chili powder and cayenne pepper in it. I'm a nerd, and I put a lot of cayenne pepper in that, dude. All right. Yeah, a lot of cayenne pepper. All right, let's put down our tray here. That just protects my cutting board. And then I do have oven mitts, but I'm just going to use this towel, even though that's a little dangerous. Don't try this at home. Okay, I can just kind of tell that it still needs some more time. I can just tell by looking at it. Cool. All right, sick. We'll give it a couple more. I can just tell right away by looking at it that it's still pretty mushy. Here, I'll pull it out and show you guys. That's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. Normally, you don't want to interrupt the bake, but here, let's pull it out. Let's take a look. So it's got a nice color, but you could tell it could use a little bit more brown. And it's still a little bit mushier than you'd want. But let's go ahead and do a knife test because I don't have a toothpick. Maybe I'm wrong. I like being wrong. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Actually, I think I'm wrong. That looks good, right? Like, that's actually a pretty clean test, right? Dang, here, we'll do one more over here. I'm just crushing it, poking holes in it. Huh, it's actually pretty good. I'm gonna throw it in with the broiler to get a little color on top. Yeah, and then we're done. I'll throw it in with the broiler. You'll actually, wait, I think this oven has an old school broiler in the bottom. It does. It's not like my old oven. It does. It's not like my old oven. It has a broiler down here. That's what that is down there, isn't it? That's what that is at the bottom of the stove. That's a broiler. Yeah, down there. That's a broiler down there, isn't it? I think that's what that is. I haven't had a stove with a broiler in the bottom for a long time. That's, yeah, I haven't had one of those in a long time. This is an old school house, man. I think that's a broiler, is it not? No, maybe that isn't. I can't tell. I don't feel like getting so low. Wouldn't there be something at the top to provide heat? Here, let's go ahead and just turn the broiler on. I want to see. Let's see what happens. Let's turn the light on in here. Let's just see what happens, dude. That's what we're here to do, man. This is Scuffed Eats. Oh, the broiler is in the oven. Oh, it is in the oven. It's on the top. I see it lighting up right now. Yeah, nice. I see it lighting up right now. All right, we'll broil it for just a little bit, and we'll get a little color on top. We have to be careful, though, because it'll burn fast. Nice. Sick, sick, sick. What's a broiler? A broiler is a device to provide heat from the top instead of the bottom. So a broiler is used in a lot of different styles of cooking, and it provides heat from the top. And so you can like get a nice crust on top of your mac and cheese bake, or you can get a nice crust on your French onion soup, or you can get some color on top of your turkey before you take it out for Thanksgiving. Take off the lid, take off the foil, put the broiler on for just 2-3 minutes. Not long at all. So it's actually just like a really nice tool for chefs to use to get a little bit more color, or to melt some cheese on the top of something. Something like that, right? Wait, the tier 2? Hold on, be right back. Hold on. The tier 2! All right, I'm back. Thanks, Zoldar, man. Appreciate you, baby. Hungry Snitchel said, "What is happening?" Just being an absolute chode. Don't worry about me. just being a chode, man. Oh. This is the first time I'm turning my broiler on, so I'm getting that nice, fresh oven equipment kind of vibe going. That smell. Sorry, 1 second here. You can probably hear the beeping here, right? I'm gonna go grab my phone real quick. I'll be right back. All right, sick. So because we want to make sure that our show has a good ending, we're actually going to go ahead and switch to pressure cooking our chili for just about 5-10 minutes to kind of bring our chili up to a nice, hot, eatable temperature so that we can serve it with our cornbread and we'll be good. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that we're not sitting around for like an hour here. Oh, now that is a good amount of color on here. Almost a little too much. Scuffed Eats, everybody. Welcome to Scuffed Eats. Now that is a good looking cornbread, dude. Hey, that look good though. That look good though. That look good though, dude. It's that Jiffy lube coming out here providing that color. Is that? Yeah, the broiler's a good device, man. Oh my gosh, yo, what's up, Tech? What's up, Tech? Tech says, you know what's good about a broiler? You can control which parts heat up, just the center part or the whole element. Oh, that's so sick, dude. Holy heck. Holy heck, dude. Is the babe still in town? No. They only stayed out. They only came to visit for like a day. Big shout out to the babe. They just wanted to make an effort to come out and visit when they had a little bit of time off. And it's a pretty long drive, so I'm super blessed to just have them in my life and to have them coming out to visit me. It was fun, man. We got to set our bed up. I'll take some pictures of the bedroom when I get the bed set up again, and you all can see my new masterpiece. My king-size bed is sick. And we watched Princess Bride for the first time ever in my life. I thought I had seen Princess Bride before. Apparently, I had not. Apparently, I had never seen Princess Bride. I'm not even trolling y'all right now. I am literally not even trolling y'all. Apparently, I had never seen this iconic movie. As you wish. As you wish. And I watched it for the first time, and I actually loved it, dude. It's actually so good. Blasphemy. I know, dude. I know. Blasphemy, dude. It was so good, dude. Yeah. Inconceivable. Yeah. And I also watched, listen to this. Not as iconic, but just as important to mention. I watched Fern Gully for the first time. This gorgeous movie, animated flick in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, 92, I believe, called Fern Gully. I've never even heard of it. And the lady puts on the trailer for it, and I look, and the trailer is only the scene of the main pixie, a main fairy, and the human kind of being romantic. And I look over and I'm like, what is this Disney corny ass? And she goes, no, dude, this is not a representation of the movie. And I'm like, what? And she's like, no. And she goes, we're watching it right now. And we just put it on and we watched it. And boy, was she right. That little romance scene was the most Disney thing about the whole movie. The whole rest of the movie was more like Princess Mononoke. It was fire, dude. It was so good. And they had Tim Curry voicing in there, dude. Tim Curry, Robin Williams. Like, it was actually so sick, dude. I had never seen the movie. I had never seen the movie either. So I watched those this past 2 days. Yeah, it's such a good movie, dude. Princess Bride and Fern Gully. Oh, wow. You watched Interstellar, dude? Shut up. What? What? Dude, Interstellar is amazing. I want to do a movie night of Interstellar with the community. Are we talking about the movie? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I want to make sure I'm talking about the right movie because I want to do a movie night with this movie. Yeah. I want to do a movie night of Interstellar, dude. I've thought about it. We talked about it on stream once before. So we're gonna be doing Spaceballs next Saturday, by the way. I forgot to set up Spaceballs this week, so we're doing Spaceballs next Saturday. Just a heads up. Spaceballs in the Discord. Community movie night. I haven't watched Spaceballs in probably 20 years. It's gonna be like watching it for the first time for myself. It's gonna be sick. And this is all inspired because apparently they're making a new Spaceballs in the future, and we wanted to watch and brush up. So that's gonna be next Saturday. Mark your calendar, join the Discord, and we'll be watching in the Discord live. I'm real excited about it. I haven't seen it in like 20 years. I don't remember anything about Spaceballs. I swear to you, dude. I don't remember anything about it. Yeah, Robin Williams the Bat. That's right. So, all right, let's go ahead and see. It's been long enough, I think, to give ourselves a little taste test here. What do y'all think? That's pretty good. That's a spicier meatball. You know what, Mike Travis? I can taste the ginger in it. No, I didn't put any in here. I'm just kidding. Look at that. Not bad. Do I have a pie serving knife? I think I do. Hold on. I just want you guys to see that. You see it? Hold on. I'll try to get you another focus. I'll try to get you all another focus. Yeah. So this is cornbread with fresh. This is cornbread for those that weren't here with cream corn. Cornbread with cream corn and jalapenos. And it turned out great. Turned out absolutely great here. Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was gonna stick. Do you notice it missing? Do you notice the milk missing? No, I don't. You know what? I do notice the milk missing because it would have rised a little bit more, but that's literally it. Yeah. And that actually just could be because it's Jiffy Mix and it's not regular cornmeal. Normally when I make cornbread, it's with cornmeal. And usually I managed to get it to rise a little bit more. I think this one didn't rise as much as I was expecting. Maybe that's the only difference. I'm not even sure if that's even true because it could have just been because I didn't have a lot of mix. Normally I have a lot more mix. Does that make sense? Because my recipe calls for more than what the box calls for. So that's probably not even it. It's probably just the amount. Yeah, in your experience, Jiffy doesn't rise as much. Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Otherwise, I don't notice the difference. It's very moist, dude. It's very moist critical. Seriously. In fact, it's probably more moist. It's probably more moist than my normal cornbread. I'm not gonna lie to you. It actually might be more moist than the last time I made cornbread. I'm not gonna say my normal. I'm gonna say the last time I made cornbread. I remember it being kind of dry. But I made up for it by just slathering it in chili. So interesting enough, I think this turned out more moist than my last recipe that I did, my last batch. Yeah, maybe, Tara from Gaia. When I normally make cornbread, it's baking soda, baking powder, right? The recipe's in the Discord. I'll post it for you. It's cream corn, cornmeal, baking soda, baking powder, and an egg, I think. There's an egg in there. And then a third of a cup of buttermilk. And that's my recipe usually. And sugar, a little bit of sugar, salt. All right, I'm excited for the chili. It's pressure cooking right now. It only takes about 10 minutes to pressure cook chili, so it shouldn't be too long. Any butter on top? We could do butter. I do add butter here. Stick around and we're gonna plate it. Stick around and we're about to plate it. and you'll see how I played it. A simple name. I am about to blow you away. I guarantee you are gonna be hungry when I plate this. I guarantee you. You are going to be hungry when I'm done plating this. Yes, sir. I'm jealous. I love a good cornbread. I'll have to make sure I take care of you next time you come out. I'll cook for you, buddy. What do you think of cinnamon rolls with chili? That's the second time I was asked about that today. Cinnamon rolls with chili. That's the second time I was asked that today. I've never heard of it, but it sounds great. Wait, Twitch gave you bits for those gifted subs? Wow. So you got a discount to bless the community, and they gave you bits as well. Wow. That's a wonderful bit of information. Oh, yeah, no worries. You too, Alto Girl. Thanks again for the raid today. Hey. Hylian, the hero of ha-has. I'm just out here trying to farm Keck W's, man. I'm just trying to farm H-Des ha-has, man. Of course, that's exactly how she used those. Thank you, Lewd Fame. Of course, that's how that works. We need that laugh as a sound clip. I'm not gonna lie, that laugh was because I was looking at my face while laughing, and I was like using my face as like a prop to make the laugh. Is that real confusing? Does that make sense? You know how like voice actors will like use an item or something to like help them create a voice? For some reason, when I looked at my face, that's the laugh that came out. Like, I guess that's how I truly see myself. Cozy said, homie, what? Yeah. As long as it makes sense to you, yeah. I guess that's just how I see myself or something. I don't know. All right, we've been fully pressurized. And now it's cooking for 5 minutes. We could have it go for 10 or even 20, but I'm just going to do it for 5 because it's already been cooking for 30 minutes. And then we can get ourselves set up here for our second episode of Scuffed Eats Live test. Is all coming to a full here. Nice. Nice. Not too bad. Not too bad. I'm pretty proud of bringing the setup together. I like what's going on here. I think there's still some improvement. Like I said, I think the camera's a little grainier than I'd like, but I think we will be able to improve by getting one more light. I really could use just one more light in that corner, kind of soften some of the shadows on this side. And I think we could pull this whole thing together and make it really, really nice. But I think for right now, this actually is a solid setup. I think the camera actually looks pretty good. It's acceptable, right? That's the word I would use. It's acceptable. However, I'm definitely wondering, you know, if I could make it even better. So I'm pretty happy about the setup here today. I have a couple beefs with the cutting board setup and what we're doing with the cutting board and how we're approaching that. I think over time, I will try to make this all a little bit better for me as a cook, and then for all of you to enjoy the show. This is a pretty choice setup though. And like I said, we just need that extra camera coming in from this down angle. And then we could have a camera looking directly at the food. That's my priority. And then once we do that, we'll start talking about getting a camera here on the stove so that we can look at the food on the stove a little closer as well. So we have some plans. We definitely have some ideas. For now, this is the stove camera, and it's the best it's going to be for now because this camera is just not the best. but not too bad, right? Like we have a pretty good idea of what we're doing. I think Scuffed season 3 is still going to have a lot of growth involved, and I'm still going to be doing some stuff throughout the season to like make things better. But I think right now we're in a pretty good place, and I'm pretty proud of being able to move my whole setup and move my life and still provide a pretty similar experience of Scuffed here for all of you. Because it's tough, man. I know it might sound like I'm overplaying how tough it is, but it's tough. You know, I don't want to make it sound like it's so insane or anything, but kind of coming back into this new house, and you know, it's been a little bit much trying to pull everything together. Right, we'll do a couple dishes here so I don't have so many dishes to do later, and then I have to rinse all these cans so that we can throw these cans in the recycling. So I'm gonna do that while we wait for these 2 minutes here, and then we can just keep chatting, of course. So I kind of like that you guys can at least somewhat watch me do dishes. Now I know obviously you're watching the back of my head right now, but it's still cool that I'm still in the frame while I'm doing dishes, because there's at least some context to what I'm doing, which I think is pretty cool for the viewer, so that you have at least some context of what I'm doing, even if I'm not looking at the camera or tending to you specifically as the audience. And then, of course, having my voice, it makes it less disjointed, right? Like, in my other setup, when I would go to cook, when I would go to do dishes, I turned into a talking, like a floating, what do they call it? A floating head, or I'm like, you know, that it's that term where you just hear a voice, a headless voice. Yeah, right. That's what I would turn into, is a headless voice. And then and that's cool, but I think this is a lot more professional. You can at least kind of see what's going on. And, I like that. I like that a lot. I think this is what I prefer. All right. Get all this stuff over here and out of my way. These towels gotta go. We'll still need our butter. And then let me grab my second towel here. This is how I dry my dishes. I don't have a dish rack. The future of this setup is, though, I'm gonna get myself a pair of earbuds. I have them already, and I'm gonna make it to where I can hear the alerts playing, and then we're gonna be in a really good place. Because right now I can't hear the alerts playing in this setup. I can only see them. But I'm gonna get myself, I have some AirPods, like knockoff AirPods, and those will allow me to hear the alerts, and then you can all use bits and alerts and stuff to still interact with me, even if I'm not directly looking at chat, which could be a lot of fun. All right, sick. Boom. Let's go ahead and get our chili here. I think this is good. So, boom. We're gonna get ourselves a nice hearty slice of cornbread. We'll show it off again for those that missed it earlier. And we're gonna center the bowl with that right there. Then we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna take a nice little pellet of butter, and we're gonna put it directly in the center, just right there. Dang it, I forgot to save some jalapenos for the end. Dang it, do I have anything green I can use really quick? Hold on. We're about to get mega scuffed. I have some spinach. I'm gonna do it. Just pretend that this spinach is scallions. Hold on, dude. Hold on, I'm hustling. Just pretend that the spinach is scallions. We got this, dude. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna put this all aside. All right, let's go ahead and grab our chili. Pressure cooker! All right. I had it a little too close to my umbrella light. Keep it coming, baby. Keep it coming, baby. Don't burn yourself on the steam. Yeah, we're just gonna let it go. It's gonna take its time. Taking its time, we're gonna just let it go. Just squint. Fried parsley flakes, yeah. Holy heck. I did a clip. Thank you, dude. If you wouldn't mind, Random 18, if you could do another clip here once I finish the bowl, I would super appreciate it. But I do appreciate that clip right there. Thank you for that, dude. Because that looks really good on its own. All right, so our pressure cooker is just slowly draining from all of the pressure and the releasing all of the air and the pressurized steam in there. And then it'll let me know when it's safe for me to open it up. It actually won't even let me open it up until it's done fully releasing. And then this little knob's gonna fall down back in, and that lets me know I can actually crack this baby open. Lime, Skittles are green. Lime. Holy heck. And dude, I'm not gonna lie, pressure cooking is insanely cool. And that's like one of the things watching a lot of Iron Chef, that's how Iron Chef managed to cook stuff like really gourmet food in such a small amount of time. That whole show's lifeblood was the freaking pressure cooker, man. That whole show's lifeblood was the pressure cooker, dude. All right. Let me go ahead and grab something to serve this with. I guess we'll just use Nessie. All right, here we go. So here's our chili, nice and pressure cooked just to make sure that the flavors are married, but I'm still gonna slow cook it. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for the steam to go away. I'm still gonna slow cook it so that we can get some of the liquid out of here. But I kind of made a wet chili because I'm gonna be eating with cornbread, so it doesn't have to be a stew consistency. I'm gonna be eating it with cornbread. So I just wanted to show you all this. And then let's go ahead and serve. So what we have here is we have cornbread. Give me just a second here. With a little bit of butter in the center. And what I like to do is I like to serve this for people and like have a lot of fun with it. So I like to serve it to them when I'm hitting the table. So then what we're gonna do is we're gonna take and we're gonna just pour chili directly over it. And I want you guys to see that process, so I'm gonna make a bit of a mess here while I drag the chili from the pot over here. And then you just pour it directly over. You let that butter kind of just instantly start to melt and just pour it directly over. Now this is how you serve chili, my dudes. This is how you serve chili. So then we're gonna go ahead and put this aside. All right, and we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're gonna grab our cheese really quick that I could have totally ground here, but that's fine. And we're gonna use the large side. I want the nice large cheese. Because you want that nice look, right? You want that nice large cheese. We're not turning it in, we're not grating it in that sense. You know, like Parmesan grated. And then I was gonna save some jalapenos for this. And actually, I usually would like to use scallions. So you have choices. Scallions are always a great option for this. And then you would simply just go ahead and take some of those last bit of jalapenos that you had left We'll grab this knife really quick. I'm gonna go ahead and just roll these bad boys up so we can get like a little bit of a funky shape. All right. And then we're gonna kind of loosen them up. And then we're gonna put these bad boys directly at the center. And there is your highly in descent homemade chili, baby. With fresh cheddar, grated cheddar cheese on top, followed by a nice garnish of jalapenos, scallions, whatever you choose. Just don't tell anybody what's actually being used here. Don't tell on me. Don't. Don't. Oh man, and here it is. Let's go ahead and do our taste test because again, all that matters is flavor. So we're gonna get in here and we're gonna get a nice piece of that cornbread. Look at that. Oh, look at that cornbread sopping it up, right? Oh my gosh, let's go. Oh my gosh. That is some chili, baby. Chili season is in full effect. This is the most scuffed chili we've ever made. Turkey chili. The Jiffy cornbread. Didn't matter. Look. Oh. The pressure cook really helped marry all the flavors, and that's what I was hoping for. The pressure cook really helped marry all the flavors, and that's really what this needed, because you want to cook chili all day. You want to cook chili on the slow cooker all day. And we didn't do that. We didn't have time to do that. If you're following this recipe at home, I cannot suggest you enough. Throw it on the oven or the slow cooker on low for 3 to 6 hours and just let that baby go. You don't need to even take a look at it. But I wanted to make sure that we could eat this food for the show today. And I didn't want to do a split. Now, in the past, we've done some splits, right? We would put it on and go play some games and come back. But today, I wanted to just make sure we could have this be one segment since it's just Scuffed Eats live test. But if you're new here, hit that follow button. And if you're on YouTube, like and subscribe, because we do a segment called Gaming and Cooking Combined. Scuffed Eats, Gaming and Cooking Combined. We game, we cook, we game some again, and then we eat some good food. It's a wonderful segment that we've been doing for honestly a couple years now. And you will get those days where we cook the food at its fullest. And we let that bad boy slow cook for 3 hours, and then we come back in the kitchen. But I wanted today's episode to be nice and tight. And I wanted to take advantage of my technology and to show myself and all of you that we can have a nice episode that's nice and concise without it being separated and disjointed, right? So this was kind of a nice little treat to kind of prove. Now I'm gonna go ahead and put this back on slow cook. All right, this chili's going back on slow cook here. All right, and we're gonna just leave it on low. And I'm gonna leave this bad boy here for like the next 4 hours. Oh, I moved my camera. Oopsies. I'm gonna leave this bad boy here for the next 4 hours. That's done. That's done. Oh my gosh. Scuffed Eats live test success, dude. That is out of this freaking world. I am so impressed that I just made that so fast. Dude, the pressure cook literally makes it feel like you just cooked it for 6 hours. Why is the pressure cooker so crazy? Like, dude, it tastes like it just cooked for 2 or 3 hours, dude. Wow. Absolutely stunning, dude. All right, let's jump into the bed. Let's go jump into the office, and then we'll come back and we'll chat a little bit here, and we'll eat our chili. So let's go ahead and back into the office here, and actually, you know what? No, we'll just chat right here, and I'll just grab my seat, and let's go ahead and enjoy some of our chili. Yeah, boy. Nice. All right. Oh man, look at that, dude. Yeah, a little cornstarch. Nice thickener. The cornbread thickens it up. That's the thing. The cornbread thickens it up. So putting the cornbread under it is like perfect. That is a spicy meatball here. This is a spicy chili. This has got gumbo spice. This has got gumbo spice for sure. Oh man. Holy heck. Yo, thank you, Random. I appreciate that, dude. If you want to add it to the Scuffed command, I can do it when we get back into the office. I'm just going to hang out here for a second. I'm just going to vibe for a sec. I like to thicken my chili with a little corn flour. It adds a subtle, nice aroma. Yeah. Gumbo's one of my favorite dishes to make. I've never made gumbo. I guess that's going to be on our list for future Scuffed eats, shall we? I guess just the final clip is okay. But if you want to add both, I think that would be cool too. Yeah, why not, right? I'm sure they're both nice clips. I guess I didn't answer you at all, did I? You decide. Oh my gosh, yo, what's up, Crystal Kamu? The secret's a little bit of cocoa powder. That's my secret as well. But I didn't have any cocoa powder today. I forgot all my ingredients. I didn't have my cocoa powder. Oh, wow. It only shows one of the clips anyways. It looks like it only shows one of them. Oh, yeah. It might only show one of them anyways. Weird. I don't know. I guess I never tried to make a command with 2 clips before. Yeah, I never tried to do that. Interesting. I'm good. I just finished making some tuna onigiri with your stream in the background. Nice, dude. Yeah. Cocoa powder and chili is the play. It adds so much body. In fact, I can taste the lack of it here right now. I actually truly can, which is, I'm not always one to discern flavors like that. But it's such a nice addition. Just a little cocoa powder goes a long way. I'm gonna wipe off my cutting board here. It happens, Random. Thanks for helping out, bud. Shout out to the mod team. Exhaustion, dude. That's all right, man. Come on by. I'll serve you up. All right, let's go. Come on by, dude. I'll serve you up all day. Let me grab this real quick. And this. I thought I was going to hang out there, but I decided to we're just going to hang out in the office. Because I'm not going to eat a bunch of food. I thought I was going to smash, but... Okay. We're back, y'all. Oh, frick. Pack some of this in a Tupperware and toss it my way. Dude, I would love to feed y'all. I would love to feed y'all if I could. Boom. Turn this off. Wow, and my game's literally waiting for me. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Our setup's pretty cool. How long were we even cooking for? It couldn't have been too long. About 2 hours. About 2 hours of cooking time. Not bad. I'd say we made good time today. Yeah, I wasn't planning on spending too long because, you know, chili is literally just a bunch of ingredients tossed in a pot. So it wasn't going to be a long boy episode. Yeah, it wasn't gonna be a long boy. All right. Okay. Successful Scuffed Eats live test, my dudes. We freaking did it. Look at my line from my chef's hat. Look at this. I just recently had brain surgery. Don't mind me. I just recently had brain surgery. Yeah, I'm just healing up still. Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. We're gonna get out of here. We'll be back in a couple hours for our night stream. That's right, fam. Beautiful episode of Scuffed Eats. Live test number 2. That means next week, our pizza, full homemade pizza from scratch, baby. Scuffed Eats season 3. I'll get y'all a date here by the end of the weekend. I think we're gonna go with next Sunday, but I need to see what the schedule looks like. I need to see some dates. So look out for that, all right? We'll schedule it. We'll post it in the Discord. A lot of fun today, man. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out. We're going to fade out. We'll be back in just about 2 hours for Adult Swim. All right? Again, 2 hours and 12 minutes. We'll be back for Adult Swim. We're going to be playing some Katamari. We're going to crack a brew or two. And we're going to chill out for a couple hours, maybe 3-4 hours. I always try to go for 4. So I'll see y'all here in just a couple hours. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to go clean my kitchen. I'm going to finish my chili and maybe take a little nap. Maybe. All right. And we'll be back here in just a little bit. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate y'all, dude. Holy heck. What a beautiful episode. I think it went pretty dang well. Cheers. I'm going to take another bite right now. Still hot. Still hot. All right, y'all. Thank you for coming out here. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for supporting my content outside of games. It means the world to me, and I really appreciate y'all tuning in for some Scuffed MFN Eats. We're going to wrap up the show right there. We're going to go ahead and dive into some games in a couple of hours. But thank you, everyone, for being here. Thanks for all the support, by the way. Lots of support coming in here. I appreciate you. I respect you. I never expect that good love. Thank you all for coming in here, tuning in after my day off. The Animal Crossing vibes are strong, man. We are so back, baby. The Animal Crossing vibes are strong, man. We are so back, dude. We even designed this morning. If y'all missed it, we did a whole design this morning on my island. Go check it out. We designed our seasonal room. Anyways, man, this is Hylian Descent signing off from another wonderful Hyrule Gaming Group production. If I don't see y'all here later today or tomorrow morning for the Saturday show, I'll see you when I see y'all. Don't forget to game on. And of course, as always, peace. Wrap it up. And on to the next episode. Peace. All right. Scuffed Eats Gaming and Cooking with your host, Hylian Descent. Next week, after that, we got Thanksgiving. It should be dope. It'll be a nice chill weekend of streams. I won't go crazy hard. I'm going to try to prepare for a nice long week next week. But we'll be back here in just a couple hours, and that's all that we need to know for now. So I'll see y'all in a couple for some Katamari. Don't worry about the game. It's about the vibes. We'll do some video game music requests potentially, but Katamari is all about the music, so we'll probably just focus on some brews and some chats and some chilling. On that note, though, love y'all and appreciate y'all. I'm honored to be a part of your daily routines. I'm certainly honored to have you as a part of mine. I genuinely look forward to my streams every week, almost every day, and forever indebted to this community. But until next time, this is Hylian Descent signing off. Peace, and hit them cat jams, baby. Peace, peace.